One Piece isn't just worth your time. It's one of the most meaningful investments you can make in storytelling, in anime, and even yourself. Over this last year, I've been watching, theorizing, and rewatching over 1,100 episodes of this once-in-a-lifetime series, all to make this video, the crowning achievement of my content creation career. CACCC. A full blind review that covers everything from my never before seen East Blue takes to present day One Piece. Just rewatching for this video made me see One Piece in a whole different light. Did y'all know that for a very split second, Monkey D. Dragon appears in the anime's first ever opening? I'm walking y'all through my entire journey. Raw thoughts, fresh takes, and deep reflections into every era of this One Piece anime. Whether you've never seen a single episode or you're halfway through your third rewatch, by the end of this video, you're not only gonna be caught up, you're gonna be able to keep up with any theory on this side of the Grand Line, and also have a few of your own. We are starting where it all began. East Blue, 61 episodes, 12 volumes, and the birth of 5 Straw Hats. But in all reality, even that only scratches the surface of what One Piece will eventually become. Because something that One Piece has shown us time and time again, it's not just an anime, it's an adventure. You watch because it forces you to stop, feel, and enjoy every moment, no matter how joyful or devastating, thrilling, or heartbreaking. And by the time you realize how much you've watched, you won't be counting the episodes. You'll be remembering how much you felt. And with all that being said, hey, what's up y'all? Welcome to The Bread Show, a place where we give our anime and gaming opinions while we doing a little bit of animated and gaming ourselves. And today is the day for a video I've had planned for a while now, the East Blue / whole entire review of One Piece. For just under a year on this channel, I've been all about One Piece, and that's been in preparation for this video, my blind review to all of One Piece. First up is the guided review of East Blue, and then right after that, we're gonna get into my blind reaction to everything that's happened in One Piece, arc after arc, saga after saga. So please, please, please leave a like on this massive video, and also, hopefully by the end of it, or somewhere in the middle, I can convince you to hit that subscribe button. And also, if y'all been around on the channel, y'all know I'm not big into Twitter or TikTok or anything like that. So y'all really are my One Piece community. So leave a comment down below. So let's get straight into my unadulterated One Piece takes with a 60-second summary. The East Blue Saga is where it all begins. We meet Monkey D. Luffy, a rubber-powered boy with a dream to become the king of the pirates. He sets sail to build a crew, starting with Zoro, a swordsman chasing the title of the world's greatest. He's soon joined by Nami, a mysterious navigator with her own secret agenda, Usopp, a sniper and storyteller dreaming of being a brave warrior of the sea, and Sanji, a chivalrous chef searching for the mythical All Blue. Each island tests their strengths, value, and loyalty, from fighting the brutal Buggy the Clown to clashing with Captain Kuro and Don Creed, to standing up against the tyrant Arlong, who's been tormenting Nami's village. The saga ends with Nami finally freeing her home, Luffy earning his first bounty, and the crew united under a shared dream as they head into the much anticipated Grand Line. A fun way to explain Luffy to somebody who doesn't know is to explain what he's not, because truth be told, even those who are caught up to the show don't exactly know what he is now. Luffy is not an introspective character at all. He lives in the moment to a fault. He doesn't do the common anime trope of battling with your inner thoughts the entirety of the show, kind of like Deku or Ed and Alphonse. Now that I think about it, we actually rarely ever see Luffy's inner dialogue. He acts first and thinks later. Even when he thinks, they're short, terse thoughts that he says out loud. Luffy also isn't the type to ever be alone. So even in the earliest moments of the show, he's never by himself. The first future Straw Hat we actually see, if you cut on episode 1, is Nami. Then we get followed by Luffy, who immediately pairs up with Kobe. Then they pair up with Zoro, and then they eventually find Nami. Luffy and them set out on a shared journey from the beginning, and Oda uses Romance Dawn to show a character that is defined by the connections he makes. I know in retrospect that was all intentional, because over the course of this whole show, he never spends time by himself. And this is a long ass show. This show is about how characters gravitate towards Luffy, and there's no better way to show that than to have characters immediately gravitating towards him within the first 10 minutes of the show. So in other words, Luffy is rarely alone because he's never meant to be. Even in the parts later on in the show when he's alone, he's never really alone. Zoro's role in this story is, and always will be, very simple. The embodiment of loyalty, discipline, and willpower. The sword that protects the crew's dream, and the foundation that keeps the future Pirate King, we hope, standing tall. And his mysterious but simple backstory symbolizes all of this in one straightforward story. He trained with the world's strongest swordsman, but the girl who was always better than him was never taken seriously because she was a girl. She falls down the steps and dies, and Zoro inherits her will to be the strongest swordsman. His backstory and his overall stance in the story is simple because he himself is simple. Kuina's death, the child that fell down the steps and died, isn't as tragic as it is a catalyst for One Piece's most convicted character. Zoro's not as much about surviving trauma as he is choosing ambition. In other words, don't get your hopes up. Zoro will never get a deep dive breakdown into the emotional ins and outs of his minds like other characters definitely will, because he was never meant to. He never needed it. The weight of his actions through the show give him all the depth he needs. And this is exemplified in his first big action. Mihawk said that the East Blue is the weakest of the four by far. And what we will eventually get into later on in this video about the Vinsmokes and Don Quixote in North Blue, Shanks and God Valley in West Blue, Tyrant Kuma in South Blue, and the big bad Don Krieg ruling East Blue, yeah, well, he's not exactly lying. Mihawk's actually said this condescendingly about Don Krieg, but Zoro proved in this moment, and is still proving, that it's not exactly where you come from, but where you end up. I mean, yeah, Mihawk's kind of sliced them up with a letter opener, but at least he respected Zoro's heart and potential in that moment. Remember, because on my first watch, this is something that tripped me up. Mihawk's never said that he would fight Zoro again. He never explicitly said he would fight Zoro again. He just spared his life and told Zoro to hone his skills and seek him out again. And like I said, throughout this whole video, we will never deep dive into Zoro's character like we will pretty much everybody else, because this is Zoro. This is all you need to know. He's the Straw Hat's honor code, the second-hand, deathly loyal to his captain, and a solid and reliable pillar to the future Pirate King, we hope. His simplicity perfectly balances the other Straw Hats' complexities. So, moving forward, the depth you will get from Zoro's character comes from the actions he takes rather than a tragic backstory. But what does Luffy see in Usopp that makes him want to join on this lifelong journey? He seems so unremarkable on so many fronts. Plus, they didn't even know about his most useful skill until he was already on the ship as a crew member way down the line. He seems like a liar with no special talents up front. Why would Luffy want him? Why would Luffy want him when he's chasing so high of a goal? He's seemingly a coward. At one point in time, back in the East Blue arc that we are talking about now, devil fruits were actually rare. It's hard to remember because devil fruits are not rare at all. Any character that gets introduced, I am immediately questioning what their devil fruit power is. And as we will see later on in this video, Usopp goes from the Usopp pirate captain on Syrup Village to confidently one-on-one taking down some of these devil fruit users that are notorious pirates in the Grand Line and the New World. Usopp had a dream to be a brave warrior of the sea, just like his dad, and having a dream is the baseline requirement to being a Straw Hat. Even if he was weak, he had a dream. Luffy doesn't exactly care where you are, but where you're trying to go. Luffy saw Usopp's spirit. It turns out in Syrup Village, we find out that Usopp isn't a coward despite what he shows in front of you. He stood up to Captain Kuro outmatched. Even when he teamed up with Nami, Zoro, and Luffy, he was still way outmatched. Still stood up to Captain Kuro, scared and all, ready to risk his life for Kaya. And then another scene that's fun to remember for people who have caught up in the show, Luffy knew Yasopp, Usopp's dad, from his early childhood, and Yasopp talked about Usopp all the time to Luffy. So Luffy kind of already knew who Usopp was before even meeting him, which I think eventually helped him make the decision to let him join the crew. And speaking of being a pirate that Luffy looks up to, Shanks is an inspiration to Luffy, and he's one of the most important characters because he's one of the first in characters we're ever introduced to. And if you know that, you know about half as much as somebody who's caught up to the show knows about Shanks, because we don't know much about him either. But him and Bucky will play major roles in the story, so look out for their names over the course of this video. And side note, at one point in this video, I did question whether or not Shanks had a devil fruit power that we never knew about? Well, in this backstory, Shanks dives in the water to save Buggy from his devil fruit. So that answers that question there. For some reason, I just forgot that. And Buggy, do not overlook Buggy. He is such a cool character. You may think of him as comedic relief. You may think of him as just a stepping stone now. But just know you're witnessing the start of one of the most beloved characters in all of anime, protagonist or not. Another thing that I also noticed in the flashback to you-know-who ship in the flashback we've seen in this arc, Buggy and Shanks seemed a little bit old. They seemed a little bit too old in the flashback, but that's okay. It was like literally like episode like what, 16 or something. If I had to introduce Buggy to a new watcher, which I guess I do have to now in this video, he may seem like a goofy sideshow villain now, but watch out because you are watching one of the most major plot points in all of One Piece. No jokes were said. There really isn't one way to prep someone about Buggy. That's just kind of the character he is. You just gotta keep watching, to be honest. Now looking back on it, the Grand Line might have been a little overrated because the great pirate Redfoot Zeph got clout just for going and coming back alive. Don Krieg was the big bad in the Baratier section of this arc, and he went to the Grand Line and got cooked within the first week of even showing up. And he was the big bad in this part of the arc. But for someone as overrated as Don Krieg, the most underrated Straw Hat was introduced in this arc, and that's Sanji. As you'll see in this video, it takes me a while to really understand and appreciate Sanji's character because he's kind of easy to overlook. He's not the strongest, he's not the smartest, and he doesn't get the best fight scenes. But you really gotta look closely to pay attention. He's an active thinking crew member that thinks on his feet. He is very deeply rooted in his own principles of feeding people to the point where he will feed an enemy despite what they will do to him, as we've seen in this arc. He won't even use his fists in a fist fight because they're meant for cooking. And his tragic backstory about going hungry validates all of the principles and convictions that he has throughout the whole show. Actually, he has two sad backstories that we will get into in this video. Not only is Sanji an emotionally moving character, but his practical use is probably the biggest out of all of the Straw Hats, and I think Luffy would agree. Luffy is the main engine of the Straw Hats. Luffy needs food, and that is a major plot point in this whole show. So wouldn't that make the cook of the Straw Hats the most important job on all of the show? And Sanji lives for cooking. After seeing who Nami eventually becomes in later arcs like Wano, looking back and rewatching East Blue made me realize and remember how infuriating this character was on the introduction of this show. She was cunning. I wanted to call her a liar, but I can't. She was just really good at working around the fine print on verbal agreements. Nami stealing the Sunny after everything I know now and everything you will know by the end of this video makes me especially sick. She didn't just steal a ship. She stole their whole home. She stole the home that they just won back in Syrup Village. She stole their savings. She stole their mode of transportation to their dreams all at one time with a smile on her face and a peace sign, and I'm out of here. There are other heartbreaking moments that involve other characters that we'll get into later on this video that kind of overshadow this moment of Nami stealing the Mary, and that's understandable because this is a pretty long show. Going back and watching this made me remember that turned up face I had while I was seeing this for the first time. But it's not until the Arlong Park part of the East Blue saga that you see that she's the emotional core of the show's first heavy hitting arc. Before Arlong Park, the Straw Hats were really just playing pirates. It's not until you get to Arlong Park where you see the true cost of piracy and oppression. Nami was the first. Her and Luffy's dynamic will set up the eventual ways future Straw Hats like Sanji, Usopp, and others will be fought for in the future. Nami was the precedent, and not to mention her unique skills as a navigator. Arlong Park solidified Nami as emotionally important to the Straw Hats, but also logistically important to the Straw Hats because she's a literal navigator. They're gonna need her once they cross the Grand Line. She's guiding the crew through uncertain waters. And in the beginning of the show, when they only had 4 or 5 members, she played a lot of roles. Navigator, doctor, thief, she played a lot of roles for these pirates. Her role of being a thief kind of ends in East Blue, which I guess is a bit of a bummer, but you'll see all the other roles that she eventually grows into to propel this crew moving forward. The Straw Hats go on ahead and cross the Grand Line. They evade Smoker in Logtown. They meet Laboon on the Grand Line and befriend giants in Lowell Garden. It's almost time for the blind part of this blind review to get started, but I can't exactly do that without touching on a character that cannot be forgotten. He is always working, always on call, and never switch loyalties. It's Chopper. The Straw Hats needed a doctor, and of course it was Chopper that stepped up. Chopper returned the favor of not being judged by his appearance or his non-humanness for undying loyalty. And this is something I found about Chopper's character and why he's so important. Chopper's journey from being an outcast to a valued crew member kind of mirrors the core theme of One Piece. You are not alone, you belong somewhere, and if you don't belong wherever you are, it's probably because you belong with the Straw Hats. Chopper is important because he shows that even a rejected monster can be a hero, and that healing others eventually starts with someone healing you. And as we go more and more into the story, you'll see the many times Chopper comes up big. East Blue was just the beginning, not just for Luffy and his crew, but also for me too. Back then, I was just watching One Piece, trying to understand why it meant so much to so many people. But what I didn't realize is how much it would change me in the process. I've grown, not just as a fan, not just as a person, but as a content creator. And that's one thing I hope you'll clearly see in the journey ahead. The journey ahead that probably starts in the next 37 seconds. So now let's step past the guided recap and relive the chaos, wonder, and emotion in my raw, unfiltered, blind watch through from the Grand Line to Wano all the way through Egghead Island. And most importantly, I hope y'all enjoy. I hope y'all like. I hope y'all subscribe. And you won't be seeing me again until the end of this massive video. Hope y'all enjoy. I am finally rewatching/watching for the first time all of One Piece. I know that doesn't make much sense, but we'll get into more of that later. But I'm hyped because I just got through my first big boy arc since crossing the Grand Line. Alabasta, the first arc where One Piece evolves from a lighthearted adventure story to a layered, impactful, broader narrative. 6.5 Straw Hats, 8 volumes, and 39 episodes of one of the greatest anime arcs of all time. That was released 2.5 decades ago. Does it hold up? Should y'all watch it if y'all haven't? Will the black bars on my screen distract me from the actual events going on? If you are watching One Piece, if you've been watching One Piece, or if you're just like me and starting it right now, it's the Alabasta arc where you really get to see what makes One Piece so good. We are watching a political thriller in a pirate anime with equally high stakes for all the pirates, marines, and monarchs involved, all while initially getting dropped into a coup d'etat that's 75% completed. So obviously, before we even get to the story, we realize that there was a whole nother story going on. There are directly related parties, indirectly related parties, recurring villains, long lost family members, seemingly unrelated, no pun intended. And Oda finds a way to set up future world building, continue past story arcs, all in the middle of the most dramatic arc in One Piece thus far. Now, I cannot lie to y'all, I don't do reactions, but if I did do reactions, I wouldn't fake reactions. This ain't exactly my first experience in One Piece. When I was a lot younger, I actually read a significant chunk of the manga, I'd say probably up until the beginning of the Alabasta arc. And the reason why I used to read the manga was because it was just easier to get the full cohesive story that way before I had access to giant subscription-based anime catalogs. But somewhere in there, when I did get access to those giant subscription-based anime catalogs and I converted to watching animes, I kind of got lost in my place in the story. Watched a few episodes here and there, all completely in the wrong place. And then I was just too discouraged to find out where I was supposed to be. And I accepted the shame of never actually finishing One Piece. And then they kept making episodes. It never stopped after all these years. And to be honest with y'all, keeping up with the theme of creator integrity, I don't know if it'll ever stop. But after all this Gear 5 Luffy stuff, I decided to drop my nuts, get on my grown man shit, and here I am, finishing Alabasta. For real though, the political setup was amazing. And from the beginning, because of this political setup, we could see clearly what the themes are for this arc was going into it. Loyalty, leadership, and consequences of power, which each three big parties, most involved parties, representing each. All right, like I said before, I won't go into each individual detail of what's happened in the Alabasta arc because then this whole video will be 39 episodes long. I'm gonna give you the 60-second spark notes of what happened so that y'all can follow me in what I'm talking about. Alabasta is a sovereign country going through a drought. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, starts a group called Baroque Works to silently and subtly weasel his way in and take control over the kingdom of Alabasta. Because at the end of the day, Alabasta is hurting. They don't got no water, they in a bad situation. So basically, he permeates the tiny holes in the public's trust of the monarchy to overthrow the monarchy, take over Alabasta. Princess Vivi, who the Straw Hats end up meeting down the line, infiltrates Baroque Works as an agent to stop them. And of course, the climax of the arc is the Straw Hats actually getting to Alabasta and fighting Crocodile. And the way Oda sets this stuff up is brilliant. The way Crocodile gains the trust of the people and therefore flipping the distrust on the monarchy was so convincing. In the One Piece universe, dance powder is a powder that influences rain by really drying out all of the surrounding areas to make rain in one concentrated spot. Therefore, it is outlawed by the government. Crocodile plants this dance powder on the king's men in front of the people and exposes him. Now Crocodile, the evil guy, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is now championed as a hero. And the king is pictured as a tyrant. Before the Straw Hats could even get there. Introducing Crocodile as the villain in a submarine bunker surrounded by water and crocodiles in a town that's in a drought is sinister, abominable, downright criminal, despicable, abhorrent? Is abhorrent a word? Horrific, harrowing. And for me, from the watching standpoint, the Crocodile versus Luffy trilogy is a turning point in the series. There's a lot of firsts in that trilogy. First of all, it's the first time it's a trilogy. Luffy loses twice, and I'd say even more so than Arlong Park. This is the first time Luffy is really just not as good as the opponent that he's fighting. This is also the first time Luffy doesn't win a fight just with his dukes. He wins it with his brains. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, Luffy should have died in that first fight. When watching that fight, I got a sense of the world building that Oda was doing, right? Oda introduced a 7 warlords of the sea. I'm not that far into the story, so I don't really know what that means, but it sounded like a big deal. If he just set it up where Luffy was just on par with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you would see how sometimes, like something's fishy here. Something's not adding up. This story is advancing way too fast. Luffy losing to this guy twice was needed. What was also needed was to show that Luffy wasn't just dumb all the time. I think Luffy one-on-one using his own brains to figure out that water is his weakness gave a lot of depth to the character, which Luffy definitely needs. At least in this point of the story. Luffy is the captain of the Straw Hats. And sometimes I feel weird at the fact that all of the Straw Hats look to Luffy as a captain, seeing how goofy he really is. And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, they be openly disrespecting him. And to be fair, he has poor decision-making skills a lot of the time. So him using his brains to beat Crocodile was like I wouldn't say a breath of fresh air, but more like you get to see that there's something more than what's on the surface with this character. And you see why he's the captain. And from the story building aspect, from Oda's writing standpoint, it makes perfect sense why this guy, of all people, would want to hoard water and plant his flag in a kingdom without water in it. And Oda gets all of this done, all of these points across, in 3 fight scenes. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Side note, who do you think is smarter, Luffy or Goku? I'm not gonna lie, I might have to give it to Luffy, and that's saying a lot. And also when it comes to the Luffy versus Crocodile trilogy, Crocodile is the first villain to allude to a much bigger world outside of the East Blue, beyond the Grand Line. Crocodile is the first sight we see of somebody bigger in the world of One Piece. I mean, I guess other than Mihawks and Shanks, but it's been a while since we've seen them. Now I'm gonna go into the straight and narrow part of the story, the direct part of the story. No subtleties, just the straight part of the story, which is the perspective of Alabasta. King Cobra and Princess Vivi were set up to be the righteous monarchs for their country. But like that fact was like bashed upside our heads the whole story. Vivi was constantly the example of the weight and responsibility of power, while King Cobra was the example of power in action and the weight of decision making, and I guess gaining trust, or losing trust for that matter. Every time the Straw Hats and Vivi would see Crocodile position himself to be, a degenerate dirtbag, they would cut to Vivi, who would preach to us and explicitly list the duties of a monarch to their people. And she did it over and over and over and over again. And even she got tired of it, because at one point she just starts breaking down crying. So from the Alabasta side of it, it was straight and forward, narrow, righteous monarchs. Now, the weirdest part of this arc for me was Baroque Works. Baroque Works was like the undercover operation that was really a cover-up operation for the undercover Crocodile. None of the members were for real serious or put any ounce of fear in my heart. I mean, Zoro 1v1 Mr. 1. 1v1 them. And the way it works is that power power ascends as the numbers descend. Crocodile misses 0, so Mr. 1 is really the top 2 guy. Baroque Works was obviously Crocodile's undercover men to help throw over the kingdom. They only killed 2 people. And they didn't even do that right. And somehow let the princess of the country they were taking over into the group unknowingly. If you didn't recognize Karoo, the butler, okay, I understand that. Not recognizing Vivi, Princess Vivi? Nobody? Yeah, that just screams incompetence. She didn't even have a disguise. And then the most complex party in this story was the Resistance. When they were first introduced, when the Straw Hats actually got to Alabasta, I was so confused on why they were there thematically. After I started to understand their motives, I could see from their perspective how their moves, their decision making, and all of their actions that followed their introduction made sense from their point of view. But then I also didn't exactly know how they were gonna fit into the climax of this story. A resistance being built to overthrow the king, aside from Baroque Works, amongst the Alabastian people makes sense. But somehow, even having less numbers than Baroque Works, they were more terrifying than Baroque Works actually was supposed to be. But after finishing the Alabasta arc and seeing the climax, obviously, I can see what they represent. The Alabastian resistance represents the cost of war, the results of manipulated truth, and the struggle between hope and despair, and most importantly, the consequences of giving up hope. Of course, we've been following the Straw Hats. Of course, Baroque Works is the villain, Crocodile is the villain. And of course, the Alabastian monarchy is the constant that is a righteous monarch that cares about our people. But it was the introduction of the resistance force and their ties to the monarchy and Princess Vivi and the king that was really the X factor, the curveball, the step back jumper to this whole thing, and made it very interesting to watch. Now, moving on to the viewpoint of the Marines, who somehow find a way to get into every one of these little stories that they got. The Marines were the most annoying party out of all of the parties, even more annoying than the Baroque Works. They gave credit to the wrong people. They chased the wrong people. They were getting in the way of the Straw Hats, who were objectively the good guys, not even from the point of view of we're watching the Straw Hats, and we're just watching them. No, they were just objectively the good guys in this situation. And if they stopped to analyze the situation for a second, they would have been able to see this. But no, they wait for the worst time to get into 7 different chase scenes and impose their will on a situation that was chaotic even without them. And then ironically, don't even bring enough firepower to make a dent in anything. They didn't put fear in Crocodile or Baroque Works' heart. They didn't help Alabasta, and Smoker cannot single-handedly take down the Straw Hats. But all of this information was available going into it. But anyways, down to the last party, which is the Straw Hats. Even when making an arc this long, I can understand how it would be difficult to equally divide attention and growth between 6 to 7 members of the Straw Hats while making a dramatic political drama pirate thriller. But what I will say is that the whole crew grew together before the last member joins, along with a member that wasn't ever really joining. Everyone had their own role during this whole Alabasta arc, but here are the 3 pirates that I think grew the most outside of Luffy. He's MC. Nami becomes a fighter and starts pulling her own weight. Zoro had great growth moments when being contrasted to the one Marine who can't see without her glasses. I forget her name, but put a picture up of her. But he had that moment, and then also the moment versus Mr. One when he remembered, I guess, fantasized on how to cut iron. And Zoro had a great payoff because we seen him training so hard in the Chopper mini arc. And speaking of Chopper, I think Chopper is definitely the pirate who grew the most because he's newest to the team. This whole arc, especially with meeting the resistance, helping Sanji, it felt like Chopper was earning his spot on the crew. And by the time they get their 7th member, Chopper is already instated in the group. Like, nobody has secondhand thoughts. And he solidifies himself to be even more useful than Usopp and sometimes even Sanji at points. He's just that guy that does the in-between the line stuff. You know that guy on the basketball team that'll dive on the floor for a loose ball, play hard defense, commit a few fouls here and there. You know what I'm saying? He's not the superstar, but every championship team needs a guy like Chopper. Usopp had a cool moment where he helped Nami, but he was off screen for that. The Straw Hat that I missed the most was Sanji. He was reduced to a secretary. For some reason, in my head, before watching One Piece and all this stuff, I thought Zoro and Sanji were like on the same level when it came to strength because they were beefing all the time. I was dead wrong. And then I'm gonna also touch on Miss All Sunday. I know her name is Nico Robin, but Miss All Sunday has got to be one of the coolest aliases / names I've ever heard. Miss All Sunday. What I noticed about her is that even after she joined the group, nothing about her character was really converted. She just joined the Straw Hats as she was. She didn't get a mini arc. She didn't really get much, which set up for the future. Not gonna spoil anything. I guess it would be spoiling, but it set it up for the future. It was unsettling for me as a watcher to see her board the Mary and mingle or not mingle with the rest of the crew. Now, I want to talk about some of my favorite moments from this arc. Number one might actually have to be the Marine, Smoker, Luffy, Ace chase scene. This chase scene made me feel a way that not a lot of other chase scenes make me feel. There was so much suspense. Let me get into this. Luffy has a brother named Ace who's better than him, and he's been looking for him. Smoker knows his brother, and Ace works for someone that's better than everyone we know up to the point this far. Also, you know your brother is trying to be the Pirate King and you tell him to your face that somebody else that you're working for is gonna be the Pirate King. When they were setting this up, I thought they were gonna do the whole, oh, we're in the same city, but oh, you're looking for Luffy, oh, he just left. You know, the thing where they actually never get to meet each other, or the, oh, Luffy just left 37 minutes ago type thing. But the scene with Luffy and Ace arm wrestling, catching up in the back alleys, just talking as brothers, catching up to speed with all that they've been doing. And each different party has been doing a lot. I mean, he ran up his bounty 100 million, and then Ace is 2nd division captain or whatever. That might be one of my favorite One Piece non-fight scenes so far. And it was set up by the Marines in the chase scene. And then Smoker is a top 5 Marine for me so far. He's up there with Colby. Yeah, he's a Marine. I don't even know if he's a villain for real, especially after this arc. He has a lone wolf, Arthur Morgan type feel to him, and he fits the Marines so well because he doesn't fit the Marines. The Marines are the military. They're supposed to be militant, subordinate. Having a character that you can't pry either of his 2 cigars out of his mouth as he feels his own personal vendetta as a pirate killer, regardless of the higher-ups' orders, while also having a naive and green subordinate that I still don't know the name of, is badass. And you can also see the signs of him planting the seeds of making her just like him, i.e. giving up on the Straw Hats and giving her the chance to make a decision on what to do with the crew. And then after the climax of this arc, of course, Nico Robin joins, the Straw Hats win, Alabasta gets her thing, Crocodile goes to Impel Down, which I've heard of before, so I'm guessing we're gonna see him again. The world building is truly set up going forward. This is the first arc past the Grand Line. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Is Nico Robin a trustworthy individual? Who are the other 7 warlords of the sea? Who is Whitebeard and why does he have so many pirates? Why all the Shanks and Mihawks cutaways and why are they working together? What the hell is a poneglyph? What the hell is the Will of D? And also, what is the golden age of pirates and how do you know that the golden age of pirates is starting? 200 episodes in, what and where and why? The legendary weapon Pluton, what is that? And will the next arc be just as good and complicated as the Alabasta arc? Alabasta is the first big boy arc in my eyes, and one of the first of its type going forward. And going forward is Skypiea, which I will be doing next because I've already watched it at this point. Yeah, during the making of this video, I've already completed Skypiea. I'm working on Water 7 right now, so I'm working on the Skypiea videos, the Water 7 videos. I'm excited for this little mini series. Skypiea. I guarantee y'all I'm gonna spell that wrong 7 times over this video, but Skypiea. I figured it out. Skypiea was a giant setup, a giant world building setup. The Straw Hats crossed the Grand Line, come out of a classic coup d'etat thriller. So what is Skypiea finna do to follow all of that without even watching a minute of this arc? I can sense a huge character arc in your future. You need to be redeemed after playing Pirate Secretary in the last arc, but you are starting to be feared in these seas. Well, some of these seas. And as for the rest of you, never change. 7 Straw Hats, 7 volumes, and 43 episodes all being released in 03 and 04. Ironically, at the same time as the Chunin exams in Naruto and the original Full Metal Alchemist. Alright y'all know me, I'ma be real. I like Skypiea, let me be clear, rhyming accidentally. An 81-person Battle Royale arc, before Battle Royales were cool, was definitely a must watch. But while I'm on this journey of watching all of One Piece, I wouldn't say it's my favorite arc. And if I'm being real, Skypiea didn't give me the exact same suspense-filled drama that I'm so used to when watching One Piece in arcs like Arlong Park, Alabasta, or Logtown even. And trust me y'all, I know, all of One Piece arcs aren't gonna be peak even if One Piece itself is a goated anime. But then boom, it hit me. It was all a giant world building setup. You cannot have One Piece without Skypiea. Don't believe me? 100 million berry bounty, damaging the Going Merry, Montero, Dows, Poneglyphs, Poseidon, 300 million berries to repair the Going Merry. The whole concept of Sky Islands in general. Even the One Piece anime itself gets set up with HD animation after this arc. I was being so for real when I said that there was so much world building setup. Skypiea sets up Water 7 like Serena Williams sets up a serve, which in turn sets up Enies Lobby. Skypiea sets up Usopp's eventual power boost, which carries on for the rest of the series. Oda even finds a way to set up the Thousand Sunny, Blackbeard, Seabody Archipelago, all seeds planted during the Skypiea arc. It does more subtle setup than I've seen in any arc thus far. Granted, I haven't seen all the arcs yet, but that's what this whole journey's about, right? My One Piece that I'm sharing with y'all is actually finishing One Piece. For those of you that will watch One Piece, y'all will see that Skypiea and Alabasta have nothing to do with each other, and Skypiea and all of the rest of the arcs really aren't the same structure and style. But that's all part of the stuff that makes One Piece really good. And after watching this arc, and to be honest with you, I've watched a couple arcs beyond this, I've seen that a lot of stuff was set up during the Skypiea arcs that turn into eventual payoffs. And something that I hope eventually pays off for y'all is liking and subscribing to this channel, you know what I'm saying, liking the video. And also, I'm gonna give y'all a quick 60-second little summary of the Skypiea arc to bring you up to speed with me. The Straw Hats arrive in the Sky Islands using a knock-up stream, which basically jets them and their boat up to the sky. They're basically learning about the island's culture, where they find a self-proclaimed god who is basically a tyrant, and he uses the lightning fruit, which is a Logia-type fruit, which makes him basically lightning itself. His real name is Enel, and he wants to destroy Skypiea to move it to Earth. Because the sky people are in the sky and they've never seen the ground, dirt essentially is like gold to them. And gold to them, essentially, is dirt. So Enel ironically wants to bring Skypiea down to Earth. Enel sets up a battle royale type thing in the sky, which eventually leaves it down to Luffy and Enel. Enel uses a lightning fruit, and Luffy is a rubber man. So Luffy actually ends up beating Enel, restoring peace to the Sky Island. The Straw Hats get to end up taking a lot of gold because it's useless to the sky people. Usopp takes home some Dows, and Robin gets to take home some information that she loves after searching through the ruins of Alf the whole time, not really fighting anybody. And that's really it for the 60-second summary of Skypiea. There are 5 different story arcs going on in the Skypiea arc. In no particular order, first is the Going Merry's demise and Usopp's eventual betrayal, the Will of D B plot going on, Robin versus the world government to find the ancient weapons, the fallout with Whitebeard's crew post Goldie Roger's death, and of course the overall story of finding the One Piece. How the hell does anyone juggle all of this at the same time? One of the things that Skypiea sets up really well is that bounty is a really big deal, at least for Luffy. Zoro's bounty doesn't really mean much. No one ever really mentions it. If Robin's bounty was just given to her like off rip. But Luffy's bounty kind of fits into a bigger story with this whole Will of D stuff. The idea of there is something more going on with Luffy and why he's this amazing than we see on the surface. And we could see that the whole passing on of Will's themes is very obvious in Skypiea. First example of that they kind of put in our faces was Nolan and Cricket. Obviously, Nolan was the liar that found the golden city or whatever. Turns out there was no golden city. He was now a liar, and Cricket kind of got on his past will to eventually find the city of gold from his ancestor. And that was kind of like the successful version of passed on wills. The unsuccessful example of a passed on will was shown with Gonfall and Enel. Gonfall was the king of the Sky People until Enel came and brutally took over his throne, brought in his own priests. So Gonfall didn't get to pass on his will to Enel, which led to this whole big thing. But then the subtle setup of the Will of D wasn't exactly put in our faces. Monkey D. Luffy's and Gold D. Rogers' Will of D seems to be part of a broader narrative that explains why Luffy is kind of like a chosen one. Even though at the part of the story that I'm even at now, I still don't know what the Will of D is. I could just see that it has a chosen one type of vibe to it. And the other thing that helps this whole passing on of wills thing, you know, Luffy's a chosen one thing, is that Luffy is doing things that other great pirates haven't done, but Goldie Rogers has done. Prior to them getting to Skypiea, back on land, they were pirates that didn't even believe that Skypiea was a place you could not go to the sky with your ship. That was Bellamy, and I'm pretty sure Blackbeard was a part of that too. But then when the Straw Hats actually get to the sky, Robin, who we'll talk about later, eventually finds out that Goldie Rogers somehow made it to the sky also. Actually, no, rewind that. We're gonna go back to Robin real quick. Robin's power was descaled like Ichigo from the Bunt arc in this arc. Robin did absolutely nothing. I mean, even Chopper caught a body, y'all. Come on now. So yeah, she wasn't really used that much as a fighter, but man, she was really into them poneglyphs. Skypiea also sets up Robin's B-plot into finding out about the Void Century or the Blank Century. Nomenclature depends on which version you're reading. But now even I'm interested in the Void Century / Blank Century mystery. During the Skypiea setup, Robin is giving us hints that she knows, and now that we know, the government isn't as righteous as they make it out to be. Anything concerning the Void Century, anything concerning the Blank Century is blank because of them. First, it was discovering Pluton. Now it's this whole Poseidon thing. It is because of Robin that now we know as an audience, going into future arcs, the Marines and the world government itself has their own secrets that they're not telling, which also gives insights onto why they all hate Robin. For no reason, apparently. Not only did it set up the whole Void Century world government race to find the ancient weapons, it also just literally isolated her as a person, like actually. She was isolated from everyone in the story at one point, which eventually set up her semi-permanent isolation in the following next couple of arcs. And Robin wasn't the only Straw Hat to be set up by Skypiea. Usopp was set up pretty well too. During this arc, the Straw Hats come across a new form of technology, which is the dials. They're like conch cells. You press a button and they perform a task on the backside of the dial. And they're also used throughout the series now. During this arc, yeah, they're used directly as weapons or engines. But at the end of this arc, Usopp actually takes those dials home and starts to use them, which One Piece fans will know gave him like a power boost. So yeah, he starts making weapons for himself and sometimes for other people, which gives him a couple points in the useful category, which was much needed. This probably gives Usopp the courage to do what he did in the next arc, and then also made future weapons like the Kabuto slingshot in Enies Lobby. Not only did Usopp get a couple skill points for the attack damage category, but he also was set up to be the main protector of the Going Merry. Yes, the ship itself, which is now becoming part of the crew. And he's almost set up as like a parental figure of the thing. Now that the audience sees him as the parental figure of the Merry, this sets him up for the most famous scene maybe in all of One Piece, at least the first half. There were certain scenes that seemed like they meant nothing on the surface, but behind the surface, or should I say below the surface, in the following arcs, they didn't mean nothing at all. Usopp and Robin were set up the most in Skypiea, and each of them were given one-on-one little scenes that eventually came to full fruition in the next following arcs. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Usopp wondering who fixed the Mary. Robin finding the poneglyphs. Watching this, you might think to yourself, okay, what does that matter? But Oda is just planting seeds that will pay off in the following arcs, all while you're watching a whole different story. And we haven't even gotten to the Going Mary setup. The Mary being damaged was not a main focus of this arc at all. It was not a think piece. It was not a problem. It was just like, oh, you know, a thing that people noticed. Not until that problem is magnified in the next arc, where it becomes a huge problem. Turns out the little caravel from Syrup Village wasn't fit to soar thousands of feet into the air, dive thousands of feet back into the sea, which eventually made it unfit to even do its regular job, the day job. All of these things, all of these scenes that were in Skypiea eventually made into the directly next arc. But what about the things that didn't show themselves until hundreds and hundreds of episodes later? For example, Mantra. Mantra successfully, softly starts Haki. It gets us used to this Nen type ability that separates the weak from the strong fighters and the strong from the really strong fighters. Mantra we learned about in Skypiea. Haki, we don't learn that until episode 516. It's things like Mantra in Skypiea or Styx powers in Enies Lobbies, which set us up for Haki, which eventually becomes the main power system. And the Straw Hats don't learn Haki until much later. Another thing that was kind of a spotlight in this arc, but is really important for arcs in the future, Logia power fruits. Logia power fruits. I mean, Logia devil fruits. Turns out, as we learn in Skypiea, the audience finds out that everybody with a Logia power fruit, those boys are like Saiyans of the One Piece universe. They're just OP. You can't touch them, you can't damage them, and they have some really destructive powers. In the Skypiea arc, the Straw Hats are all in the sky, obviously. But back down on Earth, for the rest of the world, that world is still getting set up for the future arcs as well. We see Blackbeard introduced in episode 146, and he was mentioned in the Alabasta arc. He wasn't really used or featured, fully focused on, until episode 325 when he fights Ace. If you double the number 146, that is still less than 325. And I say that to say, if Oda introduces something in episodes 100 to 200, don't fully expect that to pay off and pay out until like 200 episodes after. And that's what I'm beginning to know after watching Skypiea. Oda is putting pointless scenes into this story that really aren't pointless scenes. They're gonna be called back to from much later in the future. One Piece is now effectively a world with land, sea, sky, and whatever else is going on under the sea. And it's the Skypiea arc that sets all this up and starts us thinking outside of the box of just land and sea, marines and pirates. The world is much bigger than that. So does that mean Skypiea also sets up just a little bit future arcs like Seabody Archipelago? Hey man, I don't know. I haven't gotten to Seabody Archipelago, but when I do, I'm gonna make a video and I'm gonna call back to Skypiea probably a few times. Look, y'all, Skypiea is a huge setup. One big setup. Even though I wasn't interested in the main story as much as I was in previous arcs, I could see you can't have the rest of One Piece without Skypiea. Usopp leaves the Straw Hats in episode 236 on June 19th, 2005. He doesn't come back until episode 323, September 9th, 2007. Robin disappears in episode 225 on March 13th, 2005. She does not come back until episode 310 on June 3rd, 2007. For everyone watching this weekly Shonen Jump, we went a year and a half with broken Straw Hats. Oh yeah, don't forget, after hundreds of episodes, the Going Mary is going bad. But here's the thing. All of this, Usopp's departure, Robin's betrayal, the Going Mary's fate, was all set up and foreshadowed way back in episode 17. The One Piece Water 7 arc has that Empire Strikes Back feel, that Avengers Infinity War vibe to it. It feels like there's all these lasting consequences and not a single damn reward. But unlike those stories, Water 7 doesn't have some all-powerful mastermind pulling all the strings. there is no empire to strike back. This time, the Straw Hats themselves are just as big as an obstacle as anything else going on right now. Robin, she ends up betraying y'all, just like all her friends said she would. And Usopp, his love for the Mary made him fear that he'd face the same rejection that eventually came upon his ship. 5 Straw Hats, 35 episodes. Let's get straight into this because we got a lot to unpack. At this point, I watched about 300 episodes of this legendary anime and I thought I was getting the vibe of it. Oda doesn't kill people off, he foreshadows things years in advance, blah blah blah. It's clever, but you kind of expect these things now. But this arc, Water 7, just like every arc I've seen so far, to be honest, it broke the One Piece mold that I've gotten to know so quickly. The Straw Hats were not whole for years. They were dead broke. They were pirates stuck on land with no pirate ship. The stakes are high now. The consequences are very real, especially for 2 of y'all. And as tradition for all my One Piece fans who are on episode, 1137 right now, because it's probably been a while, I'm gonna give a 30-second summary of what's going on right now in Water 7, where I'm at. After Skypiea, the Going Merry needs repairs, so they head to Water 7, seeking out the Galley Law Company. And they got full pockets full, $300 million to repair this ship. While they're there, Nico Robin mysteriously disappears, and everyone concerning a Straw Hat was framed for a random attack on Mayor Iceberg. So now the Straw Hats can't get their ship and everybody's riled up. The Frankie family, the crew, the citizens, the actual mayor's office, the random shipwrights who know how to roundhouse kick people. Usopp gets stepped on, $200 million stolen from him. He's feeling real weak. Turns out the Going Merry is actually in a worse position we thought it was in. Usopp wants to keep the ship, the Straw Hats don't. Usopp fights Luffy, Robin's still nowhere to be found, and the arc just kind of ends like that. Robin was legitimately gone for 86 episodes. This was foreshadowed heavily. And even though it was foreshadowed for a very long time, her actual reasoning for leaving was pretty straightforward and made sense. Work with the government, cut ties with the Straw Hats, die as a sacrificial lamb for the Straw Hats to escape. You know what? No, cut all this. I'll have plenty of time to talk about Robin in the next video. Let's get down to what what Water 7 is really about. Or should I say, who it's about. Usopp was out of the crew for 87 episodes, y'all. Usopp was in the original 5. He was the 4th member to join and he's gone for 87 episodes. There's animes that don't last 87 episodes. Usopp was part of the original 5, the 4th member, gone for 87 episodes. The problem with the Mary and Usopp leaving are obviously consequences that go together. But on the flip side of that, each story doesn't flourish without the other one happening at the same exact time. The Mary is struggling in the Grand Line with an expanding crew, and Usopp is struggling with finding a place in that expanding crew. Everybody understood since Skypiea, the previous arc, that the Mary was becoming a problem. But even Oda realized that Usopp was getting left behind, seemingly left behind. He came on the crew to be a sniper. He's not much of a sniper. Luffy and Zoro go up against those A-level threats, those demon level, the world-ending threats. But my brother Usopp pulls out a hand-sized, Smurf-sized slingshot out his pockets. He's not tough, bro. And I'll be honest with y'all, even to me, as someone who is just now watching this show, going on this adventure, and got up to Water 7, he has moments where he just feels like pure comedic relief. He was one of the first people knocked out of the Skypiea survival game. Watching the beginning of this arc, even I was frustrated with Usopp, even with real responsibility on the line. 200 mil is on the line, and the Frankie family stepped on this boy and took everything. And in my head, I'm thinking, that's almost the entire sack. That's almost the entire reward that they got for the whole previous arc. A whole trip to Skypiea, to the clouds, that was damaging the Mary, wasted. But don't you worry, I sold enough times in Lethal Company to understand the weight of that guilt, Usopp. All right. Then I'm back. And as they get deeper and deeper into the Grand Line, stronger opponents than the Frankie family is gonna keep showing up, and the audience knows that. Usopp knows that. Everybody knows that. So yeah, that part was frustrating. Frankie family stomped his ass out, hit a $200 million lick on this boy, but that was all necessary. That was supposed to be frustrating. This necessary evil is so important for Usopp's eventual character arc that wraps up really in Enies Lobby, but everything he went through was a necessary canon event, and it really had nothing to do with the actual money being lost. The whole climactic event of Usopp getting jumped forced the audience and Usopp to face the same thing. Usopp justifiably sees himself as the weakest link. In this arc, Usopp doubts his own self-worth and lashes out at everyone he comes across because of it, including some of his closest friends. While Usopp is fighting this internal battle of worthlessness, external battles are only pouring salt in the wound. More salt in the wound. Usopp doesn't want to leave the Merry behind, but he can only muster a pathetic attempt to persuade anyone in the crew to come to his side. On top of feeling low self-worth, his own people that he's been on a ship with, practically his family, have turned on him and left him on a mental, physical, and emotional level in his eyes. Oh yeah, and to top it all off, Luffy has to fight you now, just based off principle. I said this before, I'ma say it again. Usopp's love for the Merry made him fear being left behind like the ship. In one breath, he saw how much the crew needed the Merry, and then in the next breath, he saw how easily the crew was able to decide they didn't need it anymore. In his eyes, they deemed the Merry as useless now, and saw how quickly the crew accepted that fate. Now imagine seeing that, and in the back of your mind, you're thinking that you're useless. So justifiably, understandably, he just feared the same fate for himself. I might sound like a broken record at this point, but that boy Oda is writing. And he continues to write one of the most ironic situations in all of anime. His uselessness only became more apparent after he left the Straw Hats. And the more sad and as equally ironic part of it is his fear of abandonment ultimately isolated him. Hold on now, Oda preaching now. Luffy versus Usopp was the most necessary fight I've ever seen. IRL or fiction. Well, nah, maybe fiction. I've seen some necessary fights in IRL, let's be honest. But Luffy versus Usopp was also one of the most emotional fights in anime history. The reason why I say it's unnecessary is because Usopp, you're wilding right now. Get out your own head and face the obvious like everyone else. But the reason why it's necessary is because Luffy, at the end of the day, you are the captain and you can't have your crew members feeling bold enough to throw coup d'etats like that. It did not matter who won this fight. Neither party had much to gain. It was a lose-lose situation just by accepting the duel. They aren't supposed to be hopping in the paint right now, but they have to. And the irony keeps coming because Usopp was supposed to be in the middle of proving to himself that he wasn't useless because he was going toe-to-toe with a man with $100 million bounty. But by that point, he was in too deep. It's not like you could just throw up his hands and stop. Oh, actually, no, he might have been able to, but in his mind, he couldn't. But as an audience member, as a third-party member, this fight was amazing to watch because of the circumstance, the personnel involved, the setup, the stakes, and the fact that even when it ended, it was never really over. And even after Usopp lost, he had no plan. That decision to fight Luffy was based off of pure emotion. It was reckless. And the next 87 episodes, the next year and a half, was there to prove that isolation was not the right way to go for Usopp, no matter how he felt. Oda found a way to make Usopp's decision to leave the crew not feel out of character at all. Yeah, fighting Luffy was an emotion-based decision, obviously, but usually in this show, Usopp's emotion-based decisions are his best moments, but we'll get more into that later. But right now, he's a solo pirate without a crew. He's left with a broken ship that can't go anywhere, and he also can't leave it behind in the Grand Line. And speaking of the Merry, after about 295 episodes, the Merry is going down. It's effectively dying. Like, that's how they write it in the show. The Merry is dying. I thought the relationship between Franky and Usopp was brilliant. A man who loves the ship that he owns, and a shipwright who also loves ships and making ships, but it's his job to destroy them. There are obvious parallels between the two. But the reason why I love the Usopp and Franky relationship is because of the contrast between the two. The contrast was that one person was able to let go of the past. He had the ability to call it quits. He knew when his ship was out of service. And even though there were so many parallels between these two characters, it's the contrast which starts their fight. I mean, at this point, Usopp is fighting everybody. I told y'all, the way he felt about himself just made him lash out against everybody, no matter how right or wrong they were, no matter how right or wrong he was. Franky versus Usopp only reinforced what we already knew. Usopp loves a ship that can't keep taking this beating, while Usopp himself keeps getting kicked around by everybody he has a problem with. But this time, it came from a totally different third-party observer who had no bias on the situation at all. And I think the very important part out of all of this is putting yourself in Usopp's shoes, because it's easy to just look at him and point fingers at him. But in his mind, I bet after the Usopp versus Frankie fight, that only reinforces the idea that A, the Mary is a done deal and useless, and that he himself was also useless. And at this point, trust me, the Straw Hats have their own problems that they're dealing with, and they can't really put too much focus on this whole Usopp thing. And like I said, I'll get more into that side of the story arc in the next video, because that's when everything really wraps up anyways. But in regards to Usopp, there are subtle scenes that had huge implications. Now, I can't talk about them all, and there are a lot, like Chopper and Sanji taking whatever chance they could to go check on Usopp, or the fact that Luffy goes 4 episodes without cracking a smile after his fight with Usopp. But there's one scene in particular that I want to hit. This scene right here is like a split-second scene. Again, for everybody who's watched the show, you know that there's something else going on, and that whole Usopp line is kind of like a B-plot. But this few-second long scene just says so much. It's a reminder of Usopp's existence and Usopp's dedication not only to the Straw Hats, but to the Mary. It's a reminder of the crew's bond. And lastly, it's just a reminder for all the sacrifices they had to make it this far in their journey anyways. And this brings me to my final point about Usopp in this arc, which I think is the most important thing that I've kind of been saying throughout this whole video. The Straw Hats never hated Usopp. The actual crew never thought he was useless. Yeah, sure, he's comedic relief, a slingshot sniper, and a DIY ship mechanic. But his purpose, his key moments, was his heart and determination. I know one thing for sure, 2 things for certain. Luffy versus Usopp, yes, that was an emotional lash out decision on Usopp's part. But like I said before, Usopp's best moments before were always going to be emotional decisions. He was always a ride or die for his team, ever since he risked his life to defend Kaya in the Syrup Village from the Black Cat Pirates. He was the one who single-handedly defeated Chu in Arlong Park using his brains, unlike the other Straw Hats using their dukes and legs. He was the one who made weapons for Nami, giving her a chance to use science to fight stronger opponents than her, which every opponent is going to be a stronger opponent than her. Him and Chopper teamed up to fight Mr. Four and Merry Christmas in Alabasta. And in my personal opinion, as an observer of the show, let me know if you disagree with this statement. But Usopp was never actually useless. This whole time he was just in his head, as we all can be sometimes. A fact that he proved many times in this arc already. Which, sidebar, makes Zoro's requirement for an apology feels so much more right than just letting him back in the group. The Straw Hats, Luffy especially, never left him. His own insecurities victimized him so much that he became his own villain. He became his biggest obstacle. He became his tallest hurdle. And to be honest with you, you don't see too many story arcs like this in anime. Maybe it's because Oda's so good at writing. Maybe it's because no other anime is this long, and this type of story arc needs so long to marinate and build. Whatever it is, it's unique to One Piece, and I'm super excited to start my Enies Lobby video next week. And that video is going to be centered around Robin. Currently, I am watching Thriller Bark, and Robin is my favorite pirate thus far.
I want to live! Take me with you! Take me away from here!
I've never heard anything more believable than this moment right here. It took Robin 148 episodes to fully become a Straw Hat pirate. And an oddly important detail, no new members joined while Robin was transforming. But immediately after Robin had her moment, 2 new members popped in. This record amount of time and consideration given to her this arc was unique to Nico Robin. Chopper didn't get this, Nami didn't get this, Usopp didn't even get this. But what is it about Robin that makes her so special? Why spend so much time on this Straw Hat specifically? And what is it that Robin represents? Before this part in the story, something about Nico Robin just felt off to me. Robin's been code switching ever since we first met her. And since she's forced herself onto the Going Merry to become the 7th Straw Hat Pirate, I still saw her as Miss All Sunday. Still the coolest alias I've ever heard, by the way. Let's not get that confused. But then I thought to myself, it is very unlike Oda to add to the Straw Hats without a deep character arc and or an overall goal revelation. And her seclusion in Skypiea only made my skepticism even worse. She was unproven. She wasn't unknown. As a matter of fact, ironically enough, the only thing she proved was that she was an unknown. It was so hard for me to believe any word that comes out of her mouth. That was until she said this.
I want to live! Take me with you! Take me away from here!
It all clicked for me. This was Robin's breaking point, rock bottom, broken down to be built up again. And a lifetime of living in fear takes time to undo. And even with knowing that, her just saying she wants to live is only just the beginning. Robin was never supposed to be a Straw Hat Pirate. Robin rejected even the thought of deserving to live. But after watching Water 7 and Enies Lobby, it's clear to me that it does not matter what we thought of Robin before this scene. From now on, this is a whole new individual being rebuilt before our very eyes. And now it's time for the regularly scheduled 30-second summary to catch people up, but then also to remind people because this is like 20 years old now. Robin forced herself onto the Going Merry after the Alabasta arc. She went to and survived Skypiea with the rest of the Straw Hats. But the moment they continue their journey on to Water 7, she basically meets some old friends that she wasn't too excited to see. They kind of kidnap and extort her to do their bidding. And in return, she uses herself as a living sacrifice for the Straw Hats, have a pretty massive bounty on their heads. Of course, the Straw Hats weren't feeling that, and they go to hell and back to get her back, ex-Straw Hats and Straw Hats alike. I want to point out how jolting this whole experience is for her from her perspective, just so that we can come from a place of understanding of her stubbornness. And the best way I thought to do that was to compare her to another stubborn character who was seen in a very positive light. To help remove any biases when we talk about Nico Robin, her story oddly reminded me of Rock Lee. At first I was thinking Naruto, but then Rock Lee fits so much better. Both of them were outcasted and abandoned for things that they could not control, and they both relied on unrelated like legal guardians to guide them through life. Both Robin and Rock Lee overcame their biggest obstacles of doubting their self-worth with the power of resilience, driving them to learn and train and make themselves better. And both of them are thematically used in each of their stories to represent that the fate from your circumstances don't define you, but your will to overcome it does. Even being a Straw Hat Pirate itself is so unnatural to Robin, as opposed to being a Baroque Works employee. Being a Straw Hat Pirate is even dangerous for Robin, we've seen. The old Robin had to stay useful or risk being discarded, left behind, gone, out of there. And now being a Straw Hat, people genuinely care about her without exploiting her for her gifts. Now her presence is being really depended on. She can't even let herself down because that brings the collective unit down also. Very stark contrast to how she's been living her life up to this point. She was welcomed into the Straw Hats without a condition needing to be met, even though she did kind of force herself into the Straw Hats. And then on the reverse side of all of that, she is actually contributing, giving out part of herself to a bigger collective group. She is outwardly helping people without bargaining anything back, is what I'm trying to say. She had to unlearn all of her survival instincts, which took hundreds of episodes in all actuality. And finally, accepting the love of the group meant also risking the fear of losing the group or being their downfall. Being a Straw Hat was so unnatural to her because she had to accept and thrive in the same principles that slowed her down in her past life. That past life that really wasn't all that far in the past for her. Forming bonds, loving and depending on people, you know, stuff like that. So we can't really blame her for taking too long. And Oda forced us to pay attention to this journey. It was not rushed at all. We did not have to divide our attention to another group member who was also joining. It never took this long to accept any of the previous 6 members. And then immediately after Robin has her moments, 2 group members are added back to back. And because Robin's story took so long, the 2 members coming back to back is almost like rushed on us, like, whoa, what's happening? But what makes Robin so unique is that Robin's backstory was the only one that was so lonely prior to joining the Straw Hats. Everybody really had a group of people that they were leaving behind or that they had. The other closest pirate to her in the loneliness category, I'd say, was Usopp. Even Zoro had people that he had from his past. But Usopp was also pretty lonely, and we see the parallel stories being juxtaposed to each other. Fun fact, I learned this and shared this in the making of the last video. It took the same amount of episodes for Robin and Usopp to come back to the group after leaving. 87 episodes each. I mean, come on now, y'all. This gotta be purposeful. And let me explain why. Usopp's self-doubt was generated internally, as we discussed last week. Robin's self-doubt was spurred on by the world and the people around her that was in her head. Now, in my mind, the way I put this together, Oda is telling us that whether self-doubt starts internally or externally, they're both equally as dangerous and self-destructive. The world government, Aokiji, Lucci, and the rest of CP9, Crocodile, and everyone in her past life that we don't know about yet, all fed her lies of being a cancer to everyone around her. And the truly sad part is that she believed it wholeheartedly, and it took legitimate pleading to get her to think otherwise. All that happening while her support system, her mom, the rest of Ohara, the one giant she was playing with on the shore, played little to no role in actually supporting her. And now she sees that her very existence is almost killing the people that she actually does care about. So seeing it through that lens, I can see why she was so willing to sacrifice herself and why she believed she needed to do that. When previously, when it was first introduced to me, it just seemed ridiculous. Like, how did you come to that conclusion? But after thinking, I kind of saw how she came to that conclusion. But at the end of the day, one of the most free-thinking characters in all of shonen anime showed her that it didn't matter what everybody else thinks of you. If there is a will, then there is a way. And he said it so many times, forced it on her so many times, that she started to believe it herself. And now, she's the Straw Hat's wallflower. I was a huge Dragon Ball Z fan growing up. And when I was older, I found the Dragon Ball Z Kai English dub version of the show. The animation of Dragon Ball and One Piece were handled by Funimation. I don't know exactly how that works with Toei Animation and Funimation. I'm not exactly clear on that. But I say that to say that a lot of the voice actors from Dragon Ball are very familiar to me in One Piece. Luffy, I automatically recognize as Kid Gohan. Sanji, I definitely heard Trunks. From the moment opening his mouth, I knew Zoro was Piccolo, and Usopp was obviously Krillin. I usually watch subs when I'm watching animes like Jujutsu Kaisen or Solo Leveling, but because One Piece has so much volume, it just makes it easier to hear and take it in faster when I do the English dub version. And it also helps that the Funimation, Toei Animation voice actors are some of the best in the game. But one voice in particular seemed very unfamiliar to me in a crowd full of childhood heroes. Nico Robin, voiced by Stephanie Young, who also does not voice any Dragon Ball animation characters. Because Robin's voice was the most unfamiliar out of the group, I found myself listening closer to her and hanging on every word, trying to draw connections. And this became so apparent to me when I heard the "I want to live" scene. Her voice carried so well. I could hear the desperation in Robin's voice, in Stephanie Young's voice. So I wanted to use just a little corner of the video on my little corner of the internet to shout out the voice actor Stephanie Young. You might know her as Toa in the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot video game, Connie's mother in Attack on Titan, Olivier Armstrong in Fullmetal Alchemist, but her performance played a huge role in one of the best One Piece scenes I've seen so far. Nico Robin's story is amazing, and it's even more amazing that it runs parallel to Usopp's story, who is just the same story on a different side of the coin. But outside of Robin and Usopp, there was a lot of amazing things that happened this arc, and I'm gonna mention them quickly. Zoro brings real validity to the Straw Hats, and I'm developing like a real feeling of respect for his decisions. Forcing the Straw Hats to force Usopp to say sorry, his dying moments on Lowell Garden, and standing by his captain in the Jaya arc before Skypiea. Another point, Luffy must have the Sharingan the way he learned second gear. That was crazy to me. Before even watching One Piece, I knew he learned, Gear 5 or whatever. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew he learned Gear 5. The way he just revealed Gear 2 and then immediately after that, Gear 3, I was like, and the way he explained it, I thought it was gonna be some training scene. He learned a whole bunch of, no, he's like smarter than I thought he was. Or he has the Sharingan. He kind of learned it like off screen, and he doesn't spend a lot of time off screen. But following that, Luffy versus Bueno was peak. And also, I don't know if this was a hot take, but I really like Spandam as a villain. He was way out of his depths, but I still didn't know if he was gonna be bluffing about using the Buster Call. It seemed really extreme to me. And sometimes after you watch a show like Scooby-Doo or something, or once you watch a lot of these shows, you kind of get the vibe and the cycles that go on. No matter the ups and downs in Scooby-Doo, you know that Scooby-Doo figures out the case at the end of the day. No matter the ups and downs of Phineas and Ferb episode, you know that the whole contraption is gonna go away and no one's gonna see it at the end of the day. When Spandam was threatening to use the Buster Call to call all the Marines and all this other stuff, I really didn't know if he was gonna use it or not, especially after seeing the flashbacks of what happened to Nico Robin's Buster Call. It just seemed really extreme to me, and the fact that he ended up using it was a big surprise to me. And then I keep saying this over and over and over again about this show, but I have to keep harping on it. One amazing thing I'm learning about One Piece is that it legitimately takes hundreds of episodes for things to wrap around and come full circle. And even when you think things have wrapped around and came full circle, they're not full circle yet, which makes me excited to watch hundreds, legitimately hundreds of more episodes going forward. And that is unique to One Piece because it's so long. Thriller Bark was so essential because it was about everyone except Luffy. I mean, the whole thing was a build up to a fight scene against Luffy. Oda was just handing out top tier fight scenes and moments like he was trying to make a statement. And you could argue he had to. There are 2 new Straw Hats, 2 newly reformed Straw Hats, and you can't leave out the old new Straw Hats that can't be forgotten about. Thriller Bark focuses on the development of the rest of the crew, and oh, what a coincidence. It follows the arc that was all about internal personal growth. Just this one time, Luffy is not the driving force. And to be honest, that's a new angle for One Piece fans who have, at this point, watched 300 episodes of the show. We got a new ship, 9 Straw Hats, and 1 giant story to tell over 5 volumes. So a whole arc dedicated to 8 out of 9 Straw Hats comes in clutch. But it definitely didn't seem that way at first. I deadass had to check multiple times if I was watching Thriller Bark or Filler Bark, because this arc started out so not serious, but by the end, the most serious Marine drops a serious punishment on the most serious Straw Hat. And after the end, a serious amount of One Piece lore and callbacks are just dropped on our heads. Watching Thriller Bark is like riding a slow-paced indoor Disney attraction with a 100-foot drop at the end of it. How thrilling. And hopefully, this video will be as thrilling as Thriller Bark itself. And I am continuing on my journey of watching all of One Piece. And I'm getting proud of myself because I'm at the point now where I can say I watched a significant chunk. I am watching this show like a madman, really going through it. And Thriller Bark was legitimately one of my favorite arcs. During the week, you'll see me streaming with my friend Dex, who has watched a lot more One Piece than me. And before we cut on the cameras to start streaming, I always tell him about where I am at with One Piece at the moment. When I said that I was on Thriller Bark, he mentioned that there are some people out there that apparently don't like Thriller Bark. And then it hit me, because I'm watching One Piece decades later, and I also don't have a Twitter account and not really into the online One Piece community outside of my comments section, I realized that I'm kind of experiencing One Piece like in like a solo echo chamber with my own thoughts. So when he says that there are some people that don't like Thriller Bark, I love Thriller Bark, like immediately going into it. We just left super serious arcs. Thriller Bark not taking itself seriously in the beginning, most of the time, was just fine to me. Now that we said our piece, let's get straight into this with quick 30-second summary. The Straw Hats kind of get lured into a dense fog, and then out of nowhere, they meet Brook, who was a part of a former pirate crew from decades ago, and he's a living, walking, talking skeleton because he got a second chance at life because of a devil fruit. The whole crew stumbles onto Thriller Bark, a haunted house type of place. And to make a long story short, Dr. Hogback and Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, are working together to make an undead army. The Straw Hats get separated like they always do, but end up working together to fight a whole army of zombies. They defeat Moria, Brook gets what he's looking for in his shadow back, and then Brook joins the crew. But But after Thriller Bark, Admiral Kuma comes to wipe out the Straw Hats. But then Zoro and Sanji kind of offer to be a sacrifice to let the rest of the Straw Hats leave the island safely. Zoro is badly injured. Luffy meets up with his grandpa again, and it's kind of like a happily ever after with the Straw Hats getting treasure and a new pirate crew member. There is a full roster now. Gone are the days where Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji are going to save Nami from Arlong Park. But let's focus on the two reformed Straw Hats from the last arc, Robin and Usopp. Usopp is now a proven fighter who's cool now. And it's getting to that time where we gotta discuss Usopp's place in like the fighting tier list. Oda uses Usopp's flaws, which were a big stumbling block for him in the last two arcs, to be his biggest asset in this arc. Chef's kiss. There's a girl who uses ghosts to make people feel negative. The negative girl can't make Usopp any more negative, which is a positive. And I like how Usopp is using the Sniper King alter ego persona vigilante as a solution to the old Usopp's problems. Also, a good benefit of watching the English dub version is that Sniper King's whole voice changes and everything. And it's actually pretty funny. Usopp's previous arc was about him overcoming his old feelings of uselessness. So Usopp needed to put belt to ass this arc to just reassure everyone and even himself that he was overcoming that old obstacle. It's a whole lot easier to root for Usopp while fighting now after Enies Lobby in Water 7. As a matter of fact, he, Chopper, and Nami directly face their fears. And even though you could argue that Usopp, Chopper, and Nami is the sorriest possible collection of Straw Hats fighting wise, they all find a way to be useful on the field and off the field. Robin, on the other hand, is now a fully cherished member without any hidden reservations that I know. And I feel like that was exhibited when she teamed up with Frankie to fight Tehran, the zombie general. I know, Frankie and Robin is a pretty weird combination, but it worked. And speaking of Frankie, let's focus on the two new Straw Hats. Frankie is learning how to act like a Straw Hats when before he's just spent a lot of time observing and working really close with them. And a scene that I really liked and really appreciated was when Luffy appeared to have died. And Frankie understandably just said Luffy appeared to have died. And then Chopper really checked him and told him to never doubt Luffy or even insinuate that he's dead. The smallest member of the group, arguably the weakest member of the group, checked the biggest physical member of the group and really taught him how to be a Straw Hat pirate. And this is Frankie's first action since he joined, so I thought it was real fitting. And the thing is, you didn't have to add that scene in, Oda, but you did, and because you did, it made everything feel so much better. And in terms of Brook is now in my top 3 of favorite Straw Hats. He's cooler than I thought he'd be. He's funnier than I thought he'd be. And oh my goodness, he's Laboon's owner. I thought those people died off screen and we will never see them again. I thought that they were like just painted to be as assholes. This was the biggest bomb dropped on me at this point in Thriller Bark, and I had to go back to look and see if there was a guy on the ship from the whole Laboon story arc with a giant afro, and lo and behold, there was. I mean, sometimes while watching One Piece, I just blow my own mind, because tying Brook to Laboon and wanting to keep his afro and everything, that was just brilliant. And also, Binks Brew has been stuck in my head for weeks now. Seeing all the Straw Hats work together without Luffy to fight zombie giant Luffy really showed how amazing the other Straw Hats were, not just Luffy. A fact that can be forgotten if you're not watching too closely. Luffy wasn't the main story this time around. He was not the driving force. And it was refreshing to enjoy the other crew's star moments, especially after we've spent so much time developing the other crew this whole time. In this arc, not being the driving force, Luffy was kind of used as just like a tool, a weapon for the final blow. That's how he's used for this in this arc. But after that feel-good moment, reality sets in for real. Again, in a totally different moment versus a totally different opponent, different side, different everything. Versus Kuma, the Straw Hats were left to deal with another problem without their captain. And this guy was a real threat. I legitimately did not know how this was going to end. There's a giant admiral or vice admiral, I'm forgetting his actual position, who's like a literal RoboCop, cyborg that believes the law is everything. Wait, no, scratch that. He's not an admiral. He's a 7 warlord of the sea. I forgot that. I thought he was an admiral the way he was acting, but no, he's a 7 warlord of the sea. But yeah, he's a literal RoboCop that follows the rules, follows his orders, and he got the order to kill every Straw Hat. There was no way that they were supposed to escape that. But then boom, pops in Zoro with his special moment. I said in the last video that I was developing a real respect for Zoro, and after this moment, that only grew. And watching that moment with Zoro made me feel proud to have watched this long and understood the character so well, because that decision that Zoro made was so in line with his character up to this point. It was not surprising. What was surprising was the fact that Sanji was willing to do the same thing. Sometimes Sanji can be aloof. He has a weakness for women, kind of like Brock from Pokemon. And sometimes even Sanji's best moments are hidden behind like comedic relief, especially in Thriller Bark. But to find out that Sanji is really dedicated to Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats just as much as the rest of the crew is, was crazy. And just as importantly, just as equally, Sanji has mad respect for Zoro, even though they're the biggest rival pair, rival combination in the group. As a matter of fact, they might be the only rival combination in the group. So yeah, turns out the best moment in Thriller Bark had nothing to do with Luffy or Thriller Bark. Now, I told you that this arc starts out not serious and then gets very serious. Let's talk about the serious parts of this arc. Number 1, Dr. Hogback. This is the first One Piece villain that I truly hated. Yeah, I didn't like Arlong, but I knew that he was gonna get his comeuppance. Dr. Hogback, I feel like I truly hated, and he also didn't really get his comeuppance how I wanted him to. He couldn't get a shorty that was in a relationship with another dude, so he killed her and enslaved her after reanimating her body, making her lick the floor and stuff. That is like weirdo behavior, like real shit weirdo behavior. Really didn't add much to the story, I guess, outside of comedic relief, but I just had to say that about Dr. Hogback, and it looks like we're gonna be seeing him again. Kuma, the 7 warlord of the sea, seems unbeatable unless you know his power. It actually reminds me of a quirk that I seen in My Hero Academia, the sports festival, Class A versus Class B. When that guy, if you answered any of his questions or he tricked you into answering any of his questions, he could like control you. And I don't think I fully understand Kuma's power, but it seems like it's something like that. I know he's a cyborg and all, but it seems like he has 2 devil fruit powers with the whole repel compressing thing and then also the answering questions thing. So I have a lot of questions for him. But Kuma showed me how crazy, no, scratch that. Kuma reminded me how crazy One Piece world power scaling is, and how Oda sticks to the power scaling system, doesn't make Luffy stronger than a 7 warlord of the sea or an admiral for no reason, like magically. No, he sticks to the power scaling. Mihawk easily washed Zoro on the Barachi. Luffy lost the Crocodile, the 7 warlord of the sea, multiple times, and now Kuma's just presence checks everyone. Another serious part of this story was Moria. But Moria was just as irrelevant as Luffy was in this arc. He was really, I saw him as a typical placeholder evil villain. He didn't really make me feel a strong way, kind of like Kuma and Dr. Hogback did. But he's a 7 warlord of the sea, so he's like important enough to mention. And I guess a big reason why I felt this way is because he immediately lost his position upon introduction. And even Moria seemed to be checked by Kuma. And also Kuma can move really fast. So is that like a 3rd devil fruit power? Like Kuma just seems overpowered to me. In a good way though. And then another final serious part of this arc was the lore that was dropped on our heads. We find out that Garp is Luffy's grandfather. Or no, we don't find that out. I think the Straw Hats find that out. Something like that. Luffy has a pretty crazy family tree. His dad is Dragon, as we've seen. Grandfather is Garp, as we've seen. Brother is Ace, and his mentor was Shanks. Yeah. So Luffy knows a guy that knows a guy that knows Goldie Roger, who is the sole focus of One Piece, as we were reminded every time we click onto an episode where they dedicate 3 minutes of the show just to Goldie Roger. So yeah, pretty big names. I have no clue how Luffy's father is going to play into any of this. And the fact that he was in Logtown was pretty wild. I have no clue how Luffy's grandfather is going to play in all of this. Or Ace, for that matter. It's been a while since I've seen him. I think the last time we seen him, he was on the losing end. He was kind of losing against Blackbeard. It is always good to see Helmeppo and Kobe being back and reintroduced to the Straw Hats, who have a pretty good memory. And yeah, Kobe is definitely my favorite Marine. Everybody on the world government side, Kobe is my favorite. I'm pretty sure he's actually not part of the world government because he's unranked. I think he's still like a janitor rank technically. I don't know. I forgot how that all works. But yeah, every time Kobe's on the screen, I'm feeling good. And I know that we'll see them again, probably in the whole new world that they keep talking about. Crazy how the One Piece world is divided into like quarters and it just keeps expanding. And I think another part of the lore is that Ace is in trouble now. So I guess his justified revenge plot against Blackbeard is not going too well. But whatever arc is coming in the future that deals with Ace, I know it's gonna be big because it's been foreshadowed for the longest. Like since Alabasta, we've seen Shanks talk to Whitebeard, we've seen Shanks talk to Mihawk, we've seen Blackbeard get crazy strong, we've seen Blackbeard become a 7 warlord of the sea. So there's a lot of like background things that are being built up. And also, Luffy doesn't seem to care all that much about, oh, he cares, but he's not like pressed about it. And also really weird is that Brook is not pressed to see Laboon. If I were Brook, I would be pressed to see Laboon. Like, it's been 50 years. You don't know if he's gonna be alive or he was banging his head on a wall for 50 years. I think you should be more pressed to see the brother. But hey, Brook is a pretty laid back dude, so I'm not gonna press him. Another note, Frankie needs to shine more in the future. Yeah, he had that scene with Chopper that I referenced, but I need to see more of Frankie in the future, and I hope I probably will see more. And then finally, Fishman Island is about to be huge. They've been talking about this since Water 7. Sabaody broke him, the Amazon tested him, and for everything he lost, Impel Down made him earn it back. By the time Luffy got to Marineford, he was a man with one mission and nothing else to lose. Immediately after finishing Thriller Bark, I saw that the next saga was twice as long as some of the best arcs I've seen, and it was titled Summit War. I had no clue what to possibly expect. Who could be fighting who and for what? And oh man, here we go. Anime war arcs easily can get to feeling convoluted and drawn out. But turns out, I had nothing to worry about in Marineford. Every story, every arc of this saga had a purpose, especially for developing the most important character to the show, and maybe the most important character of the One Piece universe. When I was watching this scene for the first time, there was a part of me that expected Luffy to go Super Saiyan, or awaken the Tail Beast, or some other demon-like entity inside of him. And not that anything's wrong with that stuff, it's just that's what I've almost come to expect when watching Shonen. But Oda takes a different approach to this crash out. He leaves Luffy all alone to deal with the consequences of his actions. All alone. They literally send him to prison, all in preparation for him to lead a wildcard third-party faction in an all-out One Piece World War. Then he loses, and he's forced to reconcile with how short he comes up on the measuring stick of power. And if he does not improve physically and mentally, that puts everybody around him in grave danger. Luffy had so many life lessons to learn that he needed 2 different wise old men and a wise old fish man to bring him through. Luffy had no navigator to tell you when storms are coming, no noble swordsman to teach you how to be a captain in tough times, no doctor to patch you up, or even a comedic relief best friend. This whole Summit War was a character arc designed as a war arc. It was Luffy's freelance chaotic ambition that got the Straw Hats into this mess, that got himself into this mess. And this was a coming of age story forced onto Luffy by Luffy. I mean, kind of literally. He failed the main mission and then accepted a side quest that dropped him in the middle of a war. And trust me, not too many MCs get character arcs like this in anime. And trust me again, there's also no place like this anywhere else. Hey everybody, welcome back to The Bread Show, a place where we give our anime and gaming opinions while doing a little bit of animated and gaming ourselves. Marineford was amazing, so I knew that my Marineford One Piece video needed some extra time and attention. I questioned myself on whether I should separate the Impel Down video from the Summit War video, but then I quickly realized that everything started in Impel Down was finished in Marineford, and it all wraps up and comes together nicely. And I'm about to show you how. I can see a lot of y'all are not subscribed, but hopefully By the end of this video, I can convince you to hit that subscribe button and leave a like on the channel. It really helps the channel out a lot. And also leave a comment because y'all are my One Piece community. This video is split into 3 major sections: the build up to the war, how everything led to this explosive clash, Marineford's blaze of glory, the breaking down of the chaos to these legendary moments, and stick to the end for my post-war mystery questions that gotta be answered at some point. And Marineford turned everything up, so I can't take my eyes off it now. Let's get straight into this with a 60-second summary. Luffy and the Straw Hats arrive at Sabaody Archipelago and are completely overwhelmed by Warlord Kuma, who scatters them across the world, leaving Luffy alone. Luffy lands on Amazon Lily, where he learns that Ace is set for execution at Marineford. Desperate to save his brother, he sneaks into Impel Down, reunites with old enemies like Crocodile and Buggy, and recruits powerful allies, including Jinbei and Ivankov. Despite everything, he fails to save Ace in time and rushes to Marineford. Coincidentally, at Marineford, the biggest war in history erupts between Whitebeard's forces and the Marines. Luffy fights alongside Whitebeard to free Ace, but just as they're escaping, Admiral Akainu kills Ace in front of Luffy. Whitebeard dies standing up, acknowledging the fact that the One Piece is real. Luffy is saved by Law, who just happens to be a doctor, and he has to come to grips with the fact that he needs to get stronger and reunite with his crew. Jinbei helps him grieve, and Rayleigh trains him and teaches him haki over the 2-year gap. I love Dragon Ball. I say it all the time. It's my second favorite anime ever. Look, I even bought the manga that I already read. With that being said, you can make the argument that the existence of Super Saiyan dampens the need for a true character arc for the same protagonist. And that goes for any anime power-up, really. I'm just using Dragon Ball because it's the biggest example. Usually, the hero comes from a tragic past and then is built up after a dramatic moment, and then boom. I mean, thinking about it for real, Goku's one and only character arc might have been losing the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai to Master Roshi, where he learns that no matter how strong you get, there's always somebody out there stronger than you to train for. And then Dragon Ball kind of ran with that for nearly half a century. But here's a situation that's unique to One Piece. The MC is gonna get 3.5 consecutive arcs, while the other characters that have been built up for the last, I don't know, few hundred episodes are gonna share 6.5 episodes total over the whole Summit War arc. Anytime a character of this magnitude is separated so severely, it's a big deal and an obvious message that you got some growing up to do, while all of the story's focus is on you. And coincidentally, we see that being a rubber man is not Luffy's only superpower. Marineford starts off on go. Ace is Goldie Roger's kid, and we're gonna murder him on live TV to make an example out of him for all you pirates out there in the middle of the Great Pirate era. And Whitebeard, the Great Pirate, can't do shit about it. But the only reason why we can get a high stakes moment like that is because the previous few arcs tee it up to be on action off rip. Before we get to how amazing Marineford was, let's touch on the pre-war journey. Cause yeah, we can't forget that this whole Summit War saving his brother thing is really a Luffy side quest to what's really going on in his life personally. Sabaody Archipelago broke him. Sabaody was a total tone shift for the series. Nothing could have prepared me for what was going to happen. Nothing about it. I mean, everything happened so quickly. Sabaody is a really short arc for One Piece, but so much happened. After watching hundreds of episodes of One Piece, it's kind of easy to get into a lull watching the show. And that's what Sabaody wants you to think. That's what Sabaody Archipelago arc is for. You think it's about to be human slaves and human trafficking and why that's wrong and stuff. And then they flip everything on your head. But the literally swift tone shift in Sabaody, it perfectly symbolizes the tone switch that's about to come for the rest of the series. Permadeaths are coming up. Lifelong scars are going to be formed in this saga. I truly believe that Sabaody's whole purpose was to show us that we're not watching the same old One Piece no more. So yeah, go ahead and fool around with saving Kami from a random biker gang before Luffy needed the isolation for all of this to really set in. Let's be real. This message was not gonna reach him the same if he was surrounded by the Straw Hat crew. It's in these pre-Marineford arcs where Luffy is getting broke down and built up into a whole new character, a whole new leader, and it was necessary. And conveniently, it comes after Thriller Bark, where Luffy takes a backstage for all the rest of the Straw Hats to shine. And now it's Luffy's turn. It was so important that Oda did all of this before the Summit War, because Marineford took a collective of everything he learned in his journey up to this point, which was symbolized by all the Alabasta callbacks. Now I'm watching Fishman Island arc right now, so I'm not too far into the time skip, but I genuinely believe that these events are gonna shape Luffy for the rest of the show, and I'm already seeing the results of that. He's in the big leagues now, for real. Just as a fan, as somebody in the One Piece community, I think I can say that now. This arc is the arc where I couldn't take my eyes off the show. Watching Luffy crash out at the end of Saba Odi after he lost all his guys, that can make a grown man cry. Sad Binks Brew hits so different when you're watching the flashbacks of everybody you thought just died. And it seems like the repercussions of the Straw Hat's notoriety is finally catching up to him. Amazon Lily tested him. For the first time, Luffy had no crew, no allies, just himself and the weight of his failures. Luffy had always been the one to lift other people up, but now he's the one that's lost. Amazon Lily showed a different side of Luffy. Even after his biggest loss, after his biggest failure up to that point, he was still fearless, he was still jovial, he was still determined, which I think shows a lot of growth, because after the fight with Usopp in Water 7, Luffy did not crack a smile for the next few episodes. And now he's back on the up and up, hopeful as ever. He wasn't gonna just sit and grieve. He ain't no time for that. Ace was in danger, and no matter how down he felt, he had to keep going. And on the other hand, trust his crewmates were alright. So even though Luffy came up short in the previous dilemma and a future dilemma, this test showed that he has grown since the beginning of the series. Impelled Down made him get it back in blood for real. Like literally. I thought it was interesting that Impel Down takes you so many places, literally and figuratively. And there was a lot of symbolism to do that. Yeah, you literally go a lot of different places like frozen tundras, deserts, or just a regular prison, or even hot furnaces and jail cells. But you also go so many different places in the story. You get dragon lore, you get the pre-war setup, and again, you get a lot of Alabasta callbacks. Side note though, if I am remembering correctly, Arlong was sent to Impel Down. They went all up and down that prison and didn't encounter him once. Maybe because he's a fishman, he has to go to a secret part of the prison or different, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure Arlong went to Impel Down. If Saba Odi shattered his illusions of the strength and power he had, Impel Down made him earn it back. Luffy had always been reckless, but Impel Down forced him to encounter something new for him. Immediate consequences. And ironically, he's in the world's best correctional facility. Every drop of poison, every fight, every sacrifice pushed him to the edge, and over the edge in many cases. I mean, let's be honest. But Impel Down is where his most important quality shined. He literally made a makeshift group of pirates, collectively worth hundreds of millions of berries. And he assembled this group off of aura alone. And he must have had a lot of aura, because this was a rare occasion where somebody was making sacrifices for him. Bon Clay sacrificed his life for Luffy twice. And I think there were a lot of parallels, a lot of lines to connect with how Luffy sacrificed years off his life twice for the person he was trying to save. Despite his suffering, despite being inches from death, he inspired the people around him. His strength wasn't just in his devil fruit powers, even though his devil fruit powers are pretty tough. It was always in his ability to bring people together. Also, another side note, Buggy's devil fruit power is actually pretty tough. Like, I don't know why Buggy is just comedic relief in the show. He has the resume for something greater. Marineford is hands down the best war arc I've ever seen in anime, and I'm about to break down the 10,000 storylines that changed One Piece forever, and more importantly, left an audience more than satisfied at a 500 episode journey. So now we're about to get to Marineford, but before that, I have a lot of questions, not about Buggy. How can you have a war arc in a show that doesn't kill people no matter what? Like, nobody ever dies. Igaram got blown up in Alabasta and lived. Pell lived in Alabasta. Gonfall lived in Skypiea. The slave in Saba Odi that had a grenade attached to his neck lived. Hachi in the Saba Odi auction house. They definitely gave him a scene that made him seem like he was gonna die, and he lived. When I found out that I was gonna head into a war arc, I saw this as one of the big conflicts in the story. Nobody ever dies, but you're entering a war. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. And spoiler alert, the unstoppable force won. The second biggest conflict I saw going into this war was the conflict of interest. If the objective of the world government is to beat Whitebeard, then it puts him in a unique spot where pirates outside of the Seven Warlords, or including the Seven Warlords, can work with the government for the sole reason of not liking Whitebeard, and then vice versa. And I saw a lot of alliance issues and conflicts of interest issues in this upcoming war. Boa, Teach, Luffy. This is like the part in Captain America Civil War where each side, Iron Man and Captain America, are recruiting as many people as possible to fight for their cause. But then when it comes down to the actual fighting, you know that Spider-Man and Captain America have no reason to be beefing with each other. But in this case, they're all pirates, and everybody should know that pirates are secretly, obviously, out for themselves and only themselves. Even the thought of the world government depending on notorious pirates seem pretty ridiculous to me. Mihawks and Shanks are cool with each other, and Shanks is cool with Buggy, Ace, and Whitebeard. Jinbei was on his way to losing his title. Why is Moria even a warlord still? He's proven himself incompetent. Everyone knows that Blackbeard is a chaotic person only looking out for himself. It doesn't take a psychologist to figure that out. He infiltrated Impel Down unprovoked. He didn't even know that there was a previous infiltration going on. He was just gonna bust a door down regardless. Boa Hancock was BSing on even showing up. Even Kuma, the RoboCop cyborg, disobeyed orders on Sabaody. And Doflamingo looks like a maniac, even more so than Blackbeard. They have and had absolutely zero reason to ever trust the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Turns out, I was super wrong about the nobody dying thing, but pretty much hit it on the head with the mixed alliances thing. I always thought it was suspicious how one rogue pirate's decision for revenge on another pirate that never interacted with the world government at all could start a war. But 15 seconds into this arc, I found out why. Why Ace was so coveted. Why the government went so hard for the Straw Hats on Sabaody and left behind Kid and Law. Marineford started off on action, but ended up doubling down on the pain that was already lingering from Sabaody. Losing Ace right after losing his crew made it very clear. Luffy, as you are, you cannot protect yourself and you cannot protect anyone else. As a matter of fact, look back on it with 2020 vision, it's a good thing that the Straw Hats weren't there because it could have been worse. RIP Chopper for sure. Luffy was introduced to the power scaling that the One Piece audience and fans have known all too well. Maturity and self-awareness was forced onto Luffy now. No more naive, carefree person haphazardly and blindly leading his rookie crew into the most nefarious seas in the world. And let's be honest, Reckless was Luffy's middle name. Monkey D. Luffy should be Monkey Daring Luffy. D is for daring. Gear 2 was damaging his body. Even getting to the war, he set sail for a place he couldn't open the door for. He took 10 years off his life twice in what ended up being a losing effort. Even his own brother was a proven hothead, and that's what got him killed. Going after Teach what he wasn't asked to, then getting hot at Akaino for dissing Whitebeard. After seeing experienced fighters like Whitebeard or even the Ice Admiral. Why am I forgetting his name? After seeing Whitebeard and the Admirals, it was obvious that Luffy had to change. Being a rubber man is cool and all, but you're competing with magma, ice, power absorption, and earthquakes. Like, that's the competition you're going up against. So the purpose of Luffy's character arc, the full circle moment, is not getting stronger for himself, but getting stronger for the people around him, for the people he has left. That's why I feel like it was so easy for him to spend 2 years away from his crew when the original mission was to get back to them. By finding himself onto Marineford, he was able to see firsthand the best pirates in the world and the Marines go at it, self-evaluate himself, self-evaluate his crew, and then be like, you know what, y'all? Let's think about this real quick before we just start charging on, which is huge character development. Marineford was Luffy's first real failure, and that's okay, even if it takes years to recover from this, because it's gonna make him and the Straw Hats better. After Luffy and Jinbei were coping with the loss and recovering on Amazon Lily, the takeaway from that scene was, it was supposed to be, you still have something left in reference to the Straw Hats. The line that stuck out to me was, King of the Pirates, what was I thinking? That was huge. That was the realest thing I've heard in this anime. Even Luffy, the symbol of not giving up on your dreams in real life and in the fictional universe, experienced self-doubt after a loss like that. He doesn't really spend much time doubting his dream. He doesn't really spend so much time on the King of the Pirates, what was I thinking? But that quick little line, that terse line, made Luffy human. We all got dreams that we trying to chase. I know for sure that I do. But after a setback like that, it's only human nature to doubt yourself. And that's one of the realest things acknowledged by Oda, I feel personally. On the flip side of this loss was obviously a quote-unquote win. And that's what I want to spend some time talking about. I will say this loudly for the people in the back. The Marines are not as righteous as they make it seem. They covered and protected the celestial dragons who were slave owners. They took pride in torturing prisoners in Impel Down. They nearly destroyed Sabaody to get one group of pirates, using Ace and his public execution as a political tool and scare tactic, manipulating Squad to stab his own captain, and declaring false victory over the pirates when really, in all reality, pirates are more rampant than ever and you just lied to a whole bunch of people that let their guard down. So hopefully, my hope is that there will be an arc covering the fact that the Marines aren't as righteous as they make it out to be. Not to say that they are going to get their comeuppance, but eventually they should get their comeuppance. Whitebeard and Luffy would have had an interesting relationship, because you could see that Whitebeard internally already knew that Goldie Roger's successor wasn't Ace, but rather Luffy. He still wanted to save Ace, but after realizing that Ace wasn't going to be around for too much longer, kind of gave that title to Luffy. But seeing the Whitebeard alliance backing Luffy going forward is going to be very interesting. And one feeling that I got after watching Marineford and watching its conclusion is, how is a rubber man gonna compete with some of these OP Logia fruit powers that I've seen? And also post the war arc was Luffy's backstory, and not to say it was bad, it was good, but it was a steep trail off from the action that we got in Marineford. It did make Ace feel more human, because Ace, this whole time, I've liked his character, and everything, but ever since he's been incarcerated, Ace has felt like more of an object. Ace has kind of felt like a holy grail to me personally. Like, yeah, he had character, but I think Ace's best scenes were before he was incarcerated, and now he was just like an object to claim that you won. So personally, I didn't think much of Ace. I like this character, but like I didn't think of much of his impact on the story character-wise. Kuma though might be my favorite warlord. Every time you see Kuma, whether it's in the war or on Sabaody, it's straight action cinema. The only thing I don't like is that he doesn't show up ever for a fair scrap. Every time Kuma has come up on the Straw Hats, somebody else was fighting them and they're weak. But it seemed like he was giving them mercy. Also, I still don't fully understand his power. Something tells me I never will. But I do want to know the real Kuma. And I also want to know more about Ivankov and how she knows everybody. And since we asking questions now, I love Rayleigh's experience in helping the Straw Hats and everything. But why does Rayleigh care so much about the Straw Hats? He fought an admiral on their behalf, which I think is pretty wild considering the circumstances. That was the first favor. The second favor was, yes, letting everyone meet up back at his bar. The third favor was spending 2 years or a year and a half training Luffy when he barely knows him. Also, big shout out to Bon Clay, one of the realists in the show. Again, I don't know why he's so attached to Luffy. He sacrificed his life twice for him. This kind of goes beyond just being a carefree person that met Luffy and became friends with him. But I am convinced we're going to see Bon Clay again. I don't know how, but I'm convinced we're gonna see Bon Clay again. Now on to Jinbei. Not gonna lie, y'all, Crunchyroll kind of spoiled this for me a little bit. Jinbei is on the front cover of the anime when I go to click on it on the anime watching service that I use, and he's standing alongside the Straw Hat, so I know he eventually becomes a Straw Hat. And I'm watching Fishman Island arc now, and he's looking for Jinbei, so I'm assuming that he's gonna ask him to be a part of his crew. Another thing I noticed is that Jinbei has the little mark on his chest, so he's gonna have some connection to Hachi and Boa Hancock. Even though Boa Hancock went down to Impel Down and was face to face talking to Ace, Jinbei was right there, and there wasn't an interaction there at all. And then we find out that Rayleigh is the one that saved their lives. So. And we all know that before someone can really, truly become a Straw Hat, i.e. Brooke and Robin, they have to have a goal revelation. They have to have a giant character arc dedicated towards them. And we just haven't got that yet for Jinbei, which I'm assuming is coming up pretty fast. So yeah, I expect a lot from Jinbei coming up. Crocodile is free Crocodile. What the hell is Crocodile's past, and how does Ivankov know this guy too? Everyone in the show seems to have a crazy connection to one of three people, if not more. Dragon, Goldie Roger, and Whitebeard. And then again, even though we got a lot of lore on Dragon, there's not really much to say about him. I feel like we still don't have enough to connect any dots right now. The only dot we can connect is that Ace and Luffy's don't have the same dad or mom. They were just blood brothers more than blood brothers. But this was an absolutely stunning introduction to the new world, and I'm excited to watch more. I've been watching this show like crazy, and the pace has been ridiculous. And to think I'm not even halfway yet. But yeah, this anime, this show is ridiculous. And because of its length, it could do so many unique things. They're entering into the new world, and now I know that there's 1,100 episodes or something like that, but they're entering into the new world, and we're getting a fresh new start to the series 500 episodes in. We got a time skip 500 episodes in. I already know that this is about to get wild. And if you're still watching, hopefully I convince you to subscribe to the channel, especially if you're a One Piece fan, because I got a lot more One Piece coming for y'all. Please leave a like, please leave a comment. It really helps the channel out a lot. And to be honest with you, I don't know what arc is coming up next. I don't know if it's Dressrosa, Fishman Island arc. I might not make a video about that. I don't know what I'm gonna do. But the good news is we're really making our way through this series. And making these videos is forcing me to really get in deep into it. And I really like that. One Piece might be sneaking into my top 5 anime ever. And I love experiencing all these new things with y'all. But yeah, spread love, give inspiration in all you do. Be positive. Praying for God's blessings on all of y'all. Spread positivity. Think about somebody else today. And peace out. Reintroduce the new Straw Hats after a 2-year absence. Showcase a new enemy that's not even really a person, but rather an ideology. Kill them off. Pre-move the 10th Straw Hat. There's new threats in the new world. Big Mom is a big problem. Blackbeard is being feared. Ponder solutions to systemic racism. Address the war on PEDs. Who the hell is this guy? And keep on pushing the story forward while foreshadowing a decade into the future. Also, while answering questions we got in Skypiea. It is an understatement to say Fishman Island had a lot of responsibilities. It seemed like it was doomed to fail going in, but after watching, I realized they did the best with what they had. I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. I was warned about this arc going into it, but all I knew was that it was controversial. But so was Skypiea, so was Thriller Bark. 2 arcs that I really enjoyed, and one of them a lot more than other people did apparently. As I said in the review video for those arcs. There was so much that I wanted to see from Fishman Island going into it. The new world, the new Luffy, the new Straw Hats. And I got all that, and so much more. So much more. To the point where I found myself actually watching the episodes of One Piece in chunks, because at times it was a lot. Even with the start off, even going into it is jolting, because this is the first time in, I don't know, 30 hours of watch time that we've gotten the whole crew back. And even the crew has gotten to be so large that Oda has to split them up upon entry, because there's just not enough TV screen to keep all 9 members in. 9.5 members in. There were things that I loved, like Robin's role in this arc. And I like this arc, but there was one thing, one person that I need to go on an all-time rant about. And I'm gonna get to all of that today. And I'm gonna start with the positives, because there was a lot to like about this arc, and overall, I liked the arc. But I will be sure to save a nice long rant for Horty at the end of this video. But y'all know how we do this by now. Let's start this all off with a 30-second summary. The Straw Hats, post the time skip, reach Fishman Island and get caught up with the new Fishman pirates led by Horty Jones and Vanderdecken. Horty, fueled by inherited hatred towards human, stages a coup against King Neptune and plans to oppress both humans and fishmen alike. Luffy and the crew easily overpower Horty's forces. Shirahoshi is revealed to be the ancient weapon Poseidon, and Jinbei strengthens his bond with Luffy. With this channel, I like to be glass half full. I like to look at the positives first. So let's get into the positives. The ends in the beginning of Fishman Island were Legitimately the peak One Piece we all know and love. The Poseidon lore reveal at the end was a positive. The Noah and Joey Boys introduction was a positive. Jinbei and Luffy reuniting was a positive. And of course we got to see the totally new Straw Hats, especially with one, Robin, who's really taken a pretty big role. The Poseidon lore at the end was a big plot twist of Fishman Island. There are 3 ancient weapons, one is a ship, the other is a princess, and according to grammar, I'm guessing that the 3rd ancient weapon is going to be a place. The ancient weapon and the poneglyph stuff has got to be like the 2nd biggest overarching story in One Piece, and the first being obviously the One Piece in Gold Roger. And the longer and longer the story goes on, the bigger and bigger Robin's role becomes with it. I used to find it a little odd when she went off by herself, but now I kinda enjoy it because it always ends up in a giant lore reveal at the end of the arc. And we would have never gotten this without Fishman Island. And speaking of Robin, let's get to the rest of the Straw Hats we saw in this arc. Luffy can use Conqueror's Haki like Batman uses smoke grenades. The way they talked about Conqueror's Haki in Marineford made it seem like it was like Ultra Instinct or like the Avatar state or something. But now it's just something that Luffy could do. And that's not it. He has fire powers and can make his body solid steel. I thought I knew Haki going into this. Turns out I know nothing about Haki because chakra, ki, maybe not even nen is making you do this. Luffy and Jinbei's dynamic is so interesting and not like anything I've ever seen in One Piece. It is something like I've seen in Hunter x Hunter though. It really reminds me of Gon and Kite, which scares me a little bit, I can't even lie. But another positive, they're literal blood brothers now, and I know that there's gonna be some plot in the story later going on that they shared blood at one point. The interaction with Luffy calling Big Mom at the end of the arc was so Luffy, and the foreshadowing of the next Emperor encounter is so Oda. Luffy antagonized Whitebeard before the time skip training arc with Rayleigh, so you know he ain't gonna be sparing no feelings with Big Mom. Luffy is getting compared to not only Gold Roger now, but Whitebeard. He's in the big leagues now for real. Great company to be in. Luffy claimed or is planning to claim Fishman Island as his territory. You know that's gonna start problems, especially when Jinbei says the only way to live in the new world is to align yourself with the 4 emperors, and he's pissed off too. Friends with one, and I'm guessing the other one is the biggest wild card ever. Hopefully he aligns himself positively with that one, but knowing Luffy, he probably won't. And as for Robin and the rest of Straw Hats, you might be wondering why I put so much attention on Robin. It's because she was a wallflower to the highest degree before the time skip. She played the part of the wallflower almost too well. You never knew what she was thinking, what she was doing, whatever. But now, post time skip, she's carrying the best scenes in the first arc after the time skip. And I think that that is growth. Speaking of growth, Brook got much needed depth. They literally, quite literally, in every way possible, added soul to this character. He has strategic abilities and ice powers with his whole soul thing, and you could tell, clap it up for the voice actor for Brook. You could tell that he loves his job, and I love listening to him. I'm talking about the English voice actor for Brook. If you want proof that voice actors matter, look no further than Ian Sinclair. That guy loves his job, and I know nothing about him. Now, we started off with the positives. I like to say that I enjoyed this arc. I enjoyed it. It had a lot of responsibilities going into it. It had a lot of hurdles to get over going into it. But let's get to the biggest hurdle. The one negative that I had about this arc was Horty. After the long-awaited 2-year training arc was over, the first villain that we get introduced to is Horty. The only superpowers Horty had was manipulation and an increased chance of walking into an absolute coincidence. Finding out that Horty barely even existed and they were fighting a racism hallucination kind of let the air of the tires for me. I'm about to go down the list of the big bad villains that we've gotten in One Piece so far, that we were spoiled with in One Piece so far. We got Arlong, who really caused problems for a whole town of people and still has Nami and Hachi shook off his name. We got Crocodile, who on the introduction, the first scene, he was chilling in an underwater bunker in a town suffering through a drought. That's sinister, that's gangster. Eneru was snapping his fingers and killing people. And we got a meme out that boy. CP9 abducted Robin and psychologically tortured the Straw Hats into splitting up. Okay, Moria was kind of mid, I can't lie. Kuma literally smacks sense into these boys and the reason why we're here at all. And Blackbeard is Black Air Forces personified. Horty was not up there with those guys at all. Maybe Moria, but you know who I'm talking about. Even the way that Horty lost the big battle with Luffy, I was expecting him to do the whole Frieza on Namek thing where he comes back while everybody's celebrating and just randomly kill somebody. But nah, it never came. He lost. He was a lot closer to Bane than he was to Frieza because lo and behold, as it turns out, we could have just snatched his roids and he would have withered away anyways. And then the whole second half of the fight, I was so confused on whether he existed or not. He had a physical body, a child form, an adult form, and an old man form, but was born out of hatred for humans. Okay, right. You and your friends, right? Okay. None of his plans were actually executed by him. Vanderdecken was the real bad guy this arc. The final fight should have been with Vanderdecken. Decken is the one who had the plans. The humans feared Decken's abilities. It was Decken who was constantly starting the problems that ended up being the active driving force of conflict. He antagonized the princess. He was the one influencing the army that infiltrated King Neptune's palace. He was the one that was using Noah as a missile, which ended up being the ultimate problem of the whole arc. But it was Horty that was treated as the big bad with the final fight. And halfway through the fight, he has the nerve to say that he was doing all this without an actual instance of human racism happening to him in his life. He just heard people talking about it and decided to be a born crash out. I know that some villains can usually be shallow, but Horty is so shallow that it's sickening. It's not even like I have to worry about seeing him again in the future, because you know how Oda likes to bring back people and foreshadow. No, he's done. We saw him done. He even manipulated someone to kill the queen just to see if he could. He couldn't even do that himself. Horty, coincidentally, took over King Neptune's palace because half, not even all of them, I think it was only 4 of them, just happened to be at the palace before he got there. The more I talk about Horty, the more I realize that I don't like this guy. I like the whole arc. I like Fishman Island. I like the messages and everything that they were pushing. It's just Horty that I don't like Horty. Horty's superpower was manipulation and pill tolerance. He was eating them hoes like Mike and Ike's. Just going at him. And this is all really fueled by the fact that Luffy and them trained for 2 years with Rayleigh, with top dogs. No matter which way you slice it, the Straw Hats are top dogs now. Everybody got new designs, everybody got new roles, everybody's happy. We went 100 episodes without the rest of the Straw Hats. I just feel like I wanted a better villain than Horty, who was really just a poser the whole time. He's a poser. Horty talked such a big talk throughout the whole arc, using all the buzzwords you can think about. But he ended up being a shallow villain that never came close to any of his goals, never came close to anything he was ever actually talking about. And maybe that's what Oda was going for, because the use of PEDs, I guess you could call them, is shallow all in itself. But watching Horty on screen was almost maddening. The Noah did more damage to Luffy than this guy. Remember that. All of that, and he couldn't even fight. All right, that's enough on Horty. I like Fishman Island. It's just that Horty, man. You know what? That's enough on Horty. I'm done talking about Horty. So yeah, when it comes down to the most controversial One Piece arcs that I've heard about so far, there were 3: Skypiea, Thriller Bark, and this one, Fishman Island. And I really like Skypiea. I really like the setup. I really like the setup for Thriller Bark. I'm currently in the middle of Punk Hazard right now, and Punk Hazard has a Thriller Bark vibe to it, and I'm here for it. Fishman Island had a lot of responsibility, and 9 out of 10 of those responsibilities handled them pretty well. It was just 1 out of those responsibilities that I didn't really care for. And even after Fishman Island having all of those responsibilities, I'm continuing watching this show or watching this anime, and I still feel like there's a lot more to learn about the Straw Hats after post a time skip. I feel like that even in Punk Hazard, I'm still in that introductory of the new Straw Hats. We're gonna save Punk Hazard for later. Trafalgar Law and Monkey D. Luffy? Total opposites that make the perfect yin and yang. Punk Hazard and Thriller Bark? Long lost blood relatives that feel strangely alike, but with a defined line drawn in the sand. There is so much to take from Punk Hazard, a saga all about opposites attracting and similarities revealing things previously unknown to us. Ironically enough, Thriller and Punk both give us mad scientists with weird labs doing weird science experiments, posing as humanitarians while being backed by a warlord on the cusp of losing his job. But when we look at just Punk Hazard, we see how the Straw Hats and One Piece itself has grown post-Marineford. And at the crux of it all is Luffy and Law, instinct and logic, chaos and precision, the perfect yin and yang. And I mean that literally, like the actual definition of yin and yang. And you know, I probably should have picked up on that sooner, considering that the island of Punk Hazard itself is symbolism of that fact. In Marineford, Luffy lost one long-lost brother. Is it in Punk Hazard where he gains another? Luffy and Law are shown as polar opposites. As an audience, when you hear that Law became a warlord, you know just by knowing his character that he's using that title in some strategic way to get what he wants. But when Luffy gets a random distress call from a random employee who has a random unknown samurai attacker on a random island, which is the first and unknown island of the new world that he kind of randomly got into, you know just by knowing Luffy's character that he's gonna lead his whole crew there and get into whatever's going on. And lo and behold, Luffy does just that, and he puts on the first pair of legs he finds walking around claiming himself to be a centaur. But when Luffy and Law get together, they become the perfect balance. I use yin and yang because from everything that I'm reading about it, yin represents instincts and emotion, while yang represents logic and calculation. After I finished Punk Hazard and I was first making this video, I was just throwing around the term yin and yang in my own head just as like a figure of speech type of thing. But when I looked up what yin and yang actually meant, what they actually represented, I found that Oda was 37 steps ahead of me. Yet again. Let's start out with Luffy, who represents yin in this situation. All the symbolism you need is right there in front of you. Even his devil fruit is the rubber man. Let's pull out the engineering textbooks for a second and think about the properties of rubber. Rubber is very elastic. No matter how much you stretch it, no matter what situation you put it in, it always bounces back to equilibrium. And when you're working with rubber, it's very unpredictable. Luffy himself is chaotic, carefree, and unpredictable. When he wants to form an alliance, no, scratch that. When somebody wants to form an alliance with him, he does it without hesitation or consultation. And you know, we've all been watching the same One Piece at this point. He dives headfirst into danger, trusts his gut, no matter how reckless the situation is. Now let's look at Law, on the other hand, which is yang in this situation. The symbolism for Law is right there as well. Law's devil fruit is room. His devil fruit power is very calculated. You have to be very calculated to get a domain expansion set up on the field. That's essentially what he's doing. His devil fruit is so precise, you could cut out somebody's heart and you could cut the drugs out of somebody's body. Law himself is cold, strategic, precise. When he wants to form an alliance, it's on his term. He's thinking long term. He has motives that are clear to him, but not so clear to everybody else. And then he's literally a surgeon. And his name is Law. All right, so there we have it. The foundation is set and laid. Luffy and Law's strategies, or lack thereof, couldn't contrast any more than they actually do. But as we watch Punk Hazard, which was a great arc, we see that their contrasting styles make them stronger together. And even though they're polar opposites, they fit together and they add little pieces of their strengths to each other, kinda like. Now we kind of getting up to speed. Where Luffy brings chaos, Law brings control. Where Law is really cautious, Luffy brings boldness. But that's not necessarily the point of this video. The point of this video is this. The most important part of this character dynamic between Luffy and Law is that one half's biggest strength is the other half's biggest weakness. It's Luffy's impulsiveness that influences Law to act more boldly when he's too cautious, while Law's logic reins in Luffy's chaoticness. And now that I'm really thinking about it, just adding on to this, unlike the other Straw Hats, Law has the cachet of being a warlord who's not equal to Luffy, but a tier below. Law has enough cachet in his own right to be a pirate comparable to Luffy. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one because we gonna get into all of that. Punk Hazard was an amazing arc. It was just a lot of questions on top of questions on top of questions that made for a fun saga that directly leads into the next one that people been hyping up a bunch. And me personally, I am excited for it all. Let's get straight to it. 5 volumes, 9 Straw Hats, and 1 Heart Pirate. And let's get straight into this with a 30-second summary. After getting a distress call, the Straw Hats arrive on Punk Hazard, an island divided by fire and ice because of a battle between Akainu and Aokiji. There, they discover Caesar Clown, a mad scientist performing chemical experiments on the children he kidnapped. Luffy forms a shaky alliance with Trafalgar Law, who has a secret vendetta against Doflamingo and whatever Doflamingo's doing. Together, they take down Caesar, but the arc ends with smoke signals of a larger issue, as the Law and Luffy alliance sets its sights on the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido. Doflamingo got absolutely bitched by Aokiji after it's all said and done. I'm going to get more into the Luffy and Law dynamic later on in this video, because first, to really understand the Luffy and Law dynamic, I have to set the stage for this new era and this new world of One Piece we are watching now as compared to before. And what way to do that is better than comparing 2 arcs that are really similar to each other, but the only difference between them is a huge character arc in the middle. Punk Hazard feels like Thriller Bark's serious older cousin. Both arcs have similar setups, but the execution, no pun intended, is worlds apart. New worlds apart, pun intended. Both sagas have mad scientists that have gone way crazy. I cannot stress this enough. Subliminally feeding the kids you kidnap narcotic stimulant drugs might just be the most nefarious thing I've ever heard. If a pirate did that, then it'd be detestable. But the fact that a high-ranking Navy official had intel on this, not even intel was in on it, is ridiculous. I told y'all before, the world government is not as righteous as they seem. I hope that there's an arc dedicated to that later on somewhere in this. But the seriousness of that situation adds on to the fact that I'm trying to show y'all. We are not watching the same One Piece. And let me explain. Both Thriller Bark and Punk Hazard feel literally and figuratively detached from the rest of the One Piece world. Both places are literally hard to get to and tucked away. But figuratively, these stories don't directly affect the world government and the bigger pirates as much as other arcs have, like Marineford. The ironic part about it is that we can all agree that Luffy has matured since Marineford. I mean, there was a whole 100-episode character arc dedicated to that. But that hasn't necessarily made him less reckless. He's just reckless in a different way now. Even though these 2 arcs are very similar, there are differences that poke out. The stakes in Punk Hazard are higher. The nefariousness of the crimes in Punk Hazard are higher. The consequences of failure are much higher in Punk Hazard. Disclaimer, content warning right now. A One Piece character died in this arc. That says a lot. Dr. Hogback's experiments in Thriller Bark felt immoral, but kind of self-contained. Caesar's actions have literal global consequences. And Caesar isn't the main villain, he's just a cog in a bigger story. And now we can see how much darker Oda's letting One Piece story become. The Straw Hats had great moments in Thriller Bark. We made a review video about that. And in Punk Hazard, the Straw Hats get some big moments again. We gotta remember back in Thriller Bark, that was post Enies Lobby. They're scrappy, they're still learning together. Robin, Brooke, and Frankie still felt like new crew members at that point. But by Punk Hazard, they're all battle hardened. Luffy in Thriller Bark, he fought with sheer willpower, but he still heavily relied on luck and his crew. Example, on Thriller Bark, the only reason why Luffy was able to beat Moria in his superpower form was because he met the victims that helped him power up. In Punk Hazard, he's much more composed. He's more pulling out bags of tricks that he already had against enemies, while trusting in Law's strategies. Zoro and Sanji on Thriller Bark, they struggle against oars. In Punk Hazard, Zoro uses Haki to beat Monet, and Sanji legitimately holds his own against Virgo. I would count that as a loss, but he did his thing. And Brooke, I feel like a broken record here, but this guy is legit hilarious. I watched the English dub version of One Piece, and listening to Brooke makes me want to go back to the manga to see if he still makes the same jokes and interrupts serious moments with bone jokes constantly. Turns out, yeah, he does it in the manga too. Is that important to know? Maybe not as much, but now you know. So yeah, in this arc, the Straw Hats definitely grow. But there's also a tonal shift. Thriller Bark was goofy horror comedy. It was like a haunted house, and not like an actual haunted house. It was more like a Disney attraction haunted house. I think everybody will agree with me when I say Punk Hazard is darker and more intense. The giant drug children are heartbreaking. The mass gas attack in an already nuclear war-torn place is an actual war crime. And yeah, even some Marines figuratively died in this arc. I mean, it's not all serious. Okay, we're talking One Piece here. Frankie and Chopper and all them splitting bodies was a comedy moment. So yeah, Thriller Bark and Punk Hazard are like distant cousins, but there's night and day differences between tones. Both are still fun to watch. I'm not knocking one or the other. I love both of these arcs. It's just that before we get to Luffy and Law, which is the heart of this whole thing, we have to understand that we're not watching the same One Piece that we were 200 episodes ago. Luffy and Law, two yin and yang forces, completely opposites of each other, but better together. This duo is setting the stage for the new world. Because of this alliance in the first arc of the new world, I know that Law is going to be an important character for many, many arcs going forward. But I also know that he won't be a Straw Hat because he has his own crew, wherever they are. Adding on to the fact that in the last arc, Jinbei clearly stated in a kind of foreshadowing kind of way, you cannot survive the new world by yourself, which makes perfect sense. After watching One Piece for all these hundreds of episodes, one thing that is clear to me is that Oda respects power scaling. If Alabasta Luffy is not supposed to be able to be toe to toe with Crocodile, the 7th Warlord of the Sea, he won't be toe to toe. If Saba Odi Luffy punches somebody he's not supposed to punch, there are consequences by people that he cannot beat. Oda stays very true to the power scaling of One Piece. So when Jinbei, a warlord, says that nobody can survive alone, we have to take him at his word for that. So this Luffy and Law dynamic, I can already tell from the jump, is going to be very important. Especially when now 3 out of the 4 warlords are not on Luffy's side at all. I said everything about Luffy and Law being yin and yang. What are the examples of all of these things? Luffy accepted an alliance where it was obvious that the person he was alliancing himself with was plotting on him longer than he was plotting on Law. And on the flip side, Law proposed an alliance that included stopping Caesar, Doflamingo, and Kaido. That's like 3 One Piece sagas. Each one of those 3 people get One Piece sagas. So it's obvious that Law has a lot going on in his head. And most importantly, he chooses when to let Luffy in on his plan. Another example for you. Luffy punched Caesar out of emotion based off things that he said, when the strategic plan thing to do was to capture Caesar and kidnap him like the plan was. And mind you, that was the second time Luffy fought Caesar. The first time he jumped in without even fully understanding his devil fruit powers. But Law, on the other hand, got a warlord title, positioned himself right next to Caesar for however long he was doing that before the Straw Hats even showed up there accidentally, and had a long elaborate plan about trading hearts to eventually get to Caesar. Off the first meetup, Luffy just tried to take him off his feet. Luffy met him and said, "I'm gonna punch you down." But one of the final and another important example is that Luffy believes in people to a fault. Even when Chopper, a Straw Hat, mind you, told him that he saw with his own eyes that Law was murdering the children at the end of the arc, Luffy did not act on that at all. He just said, Law ain't no killer. No, let me correct that. Traffy ain't no killer. Didn't even check up on the kids once. Just trusted Law over Chopper, the Straw Hat, who physically saw him. So if we think logically from Law's perspective, and one of my favorite things about Oda is that each character in One Piece makes decisions that align with their character so well, so it makes it so believable. From Law's perspective, the best person to form an alliance with is someone who blindly accepts anything and is also loyal to a fault. And I have an hilarious side note. If you don't know by now, Robin is my favorite Straw Hat, probably by far. When Robin first found out about Luffy and Law's alliance, Robin is the one that told Luffy, hey, he's a pirate and he's very likely to betray you at some point. And there is so much irony in that it's ridiculous. Robin has a running joke in the show of being straightforward, saying things no matter how insensitive it is. She doesn't spare anybody's feelings. And she kind of just soft launched the take that these strategic less qualities is what attracted her to join the Straw Hats all the way back in Alabasta. I thought that was hilarious. The epitome of how Luffy is different than Law, but also kind of different than Caesar also, showed in the scene where the poison gas was building up inside the building. Chopper, Brook, and Kinemon were running outside the building, and Luffy stood there 10 toes down at the front door waiting for them to come out, not stressed at all, while Law and them, they're freaking out because the most strategic thing to do is to get a head start on running out of there. But Luffy just stood there trusting that his crew would be safe. No, he stood there trusting that his crew would be good enough to leave safely. It shows how Luffy is different than Caesar, because Caesar is the one that called the gas attack on his own crew, on his own factory. He coaxed them into gassing themselves and each other. It was like he was running a real life war zone simulation with his own goons. Without Luffy, Law would be too calculated. It took him months, or however long it took him, to complete the Punk Hazard plan that Luffy completed in like a day or two of him being there. You can make the argument that Law was too cautious to make a move. Big goals require some level of risk-taking leading up to the big goal. On the flip side of that, without Law, Luffy would be too reckless. He would run headfirst into traps with no escape plans. Without some level of caution from Law, you find yourself easily in another Sabaody punching the wrong person type situation that Law witnessed firsthand. And another side note, man, it's crazy how many implications that this random guy from Sabaody had on the whole One Piece world. But anyways, Law and Luffy together, perfect balance. Freedom and control, emotion and logic, chaos and order, yin and yang. Punk Hazard has been super fun. It's just been questions and questions and questions leading on to deeper parts of the saga. And I usually end these videos with different questions I have going forward. I have 0 questions. I'm just super excited for Dressrosa, which has been foreshadowed heavily. I mean, every other scene was a live look into what's going on in Dressrosa. Smoker kind of missed the cut for this video, not for any reason. It's just, I guess I didn't see how he fit into the whole Luffy and Law character dynamic. I really like Smoker and the rest of G5 as Marines, to the point where I don't even see Smoker and the Straw Hats as enemies anymore, like two sides of one. Smoker is a lone wolf, does his own thing, and they're really rivals now. They're more rivals than they are enemies. Kind of like Colby and Luffy. Tashigi though, as a character, she's fine on the side. As a fighter, somebody needs to take that sword out of her hand before she accidentally hurt herself, because she is getting her ass whooped every time. It is not long fight scenes either. I don't think she's had a fight scene that's lasted more than half an episode, more than a quarter of an episode. She just loses instantly to everybody she draws her sword against. She is the assest fighter in all of One Piece. I mean, come on now. This is post Marineford and she has not gotten any better. Her most important asset is that she looks like somebody from 600 episodes ago. But yeah, I like Smoker, and I view Smoker and Luffy as more rivals than enemies and enemies. Smoker was kind of the main enemy in Logtown, but ever since Logtown, they've constantly been working together every time they've met up. Doflamingo gives me a Vegeta Return of the Saiyans type vibe, but I cannot lie, he lost some aura points after that meetup with Aokiji at the end. I was watching that and I was kind of scared. I was like, Oda, are you really gonna make them fight right now? Come on now, respect the power scaling. You are a warlord, he is an admiral. You have no chance against him. And then Oda proceeded to make Aokiji be like a principal and Doflamingo is the school bully. Frankie got a few episodes of a top tier fight in this arc. Frankie gets rare moments in this show. And then my last little side point, I think it's crazy that Usopp made a weapon for Nami that's still doing numbers and still doing her thing. And he made that weapon for her all the way back in Alabasta. And I don't think it's been upgraded. She's just been learning how to use it better. What would she be off the ship wise without that weapon? Usopp gets props and claps just for that. Let me give you Doflamingo's rap sheet real quick. He manipulated the entirety of Dressrosa and literally erased their history overnight. He was the type of mastermind to actually study and strategize against the Straw Hats. Went toe-to-toe with the smartest pirate we've seen yet. He knows all of the Will of D and Supreme King Haki stuff that we don't know yet. And finally, he infiltrated the world government while running an underground black market empire. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a string-using puppet master that has metaphorical and literal marionettes in every sector of power. Doflamingo is one of Shonen's best critical thinkers, and that characteristic alone gives Dressrosa more folds than a pizza box. It wasn't about his strength. This man is a genius. contingency plan after contingency plan, and alliance after alliance. When I first saw Doflamingo in Skypiea, I saw a severely bow-legged crazy that was rocking a killer can pink furs, and I assumed he was a maniac. And when I saw him again in Marineford, due to my maniacal assumptions, I always questioned his true motives and his alliances. So by the time I got to Punk Hazard, my views on Doflamingo were pretty much set. Imagine how floored I was that this man and the rest of One Piece dipset was running the most cunning, loyal, and sinister crime syndicate in all of One Piece. But nah, don't get me mistaken, this video isn't just about Dofi. Nah. Just like how Mingo had a lot of connections to a lot of people, he himself was used as a figurative connection to directly and indirectly bring out the best in every Straw Hat present. By the way, I don't know if y'all caught this, but this arc is full of irony, like full of it. And Usopp is the focus of like 75% of it. But we gonna get to that later on in this video. Last video, I said that Punk Hazard really reminded me of Thriller Bark. And if I had a comp for this arc, Dressrosa, it would unsurprisingly be One Piece fan favorite Alabasta. And how ironic is it that Oda had the foresight to foreshadow a literal 1v1 between Doflamingo and Crocodile 250 plus episodes ago. And just as equally as ironic, Alabasta had their own revolutionary army. But Baroque Works has nothing on the Don Quixote family. It was always a mystery of what the Baroque Works agents actually did on a day-to-day, but each member of the Don Quixote family plays a specific role in the brainwash, kidnapping, slavery, assembly line, all while their leader is going strat for strat with the smartest character in the show. One Piece villains have been great, but what makes them great is that they all have one specific characteristic that really clashes with the Straw Hats. Enel's God complex, Lucci's ruthlessness, even Moria's laziness. Doflamingo is a political mastermind. He's just a straight up mastermind. And this may be rude, but just looking at him off of first impressions, he did not seem that way at all. But Doflamingo wasn't just pulling the strings of Dressrosa's fate. Nah, he tugged at the threads of every character's journey, weaving himself into their stories that they never saw coming. And I'm gonna show you how his influence rippled throughout the entire arc, shaping destinies beyond even his own. By the end of this video, you will see how Oda used Doflamingo's genius to not only drive the story, but it forced every party present into a moment where they were forced to grow. Also, bonus, see how many times I reference a previous One Piece arc in this video. It'll probably be a lot. And that's because at the Bread Show, I've been studying all of One Piece. 147 episodes, 5 Straw Hats, and 1 Heart Pirate. Dressrosa has got to be one of the most hyped One Piece sagas I've seen in my comment section thus far. So I'm beyond excited to get into this video. Let's get straight into this with a 30-second summary. The Straw Hat Pirates, alliancing themselves with Law, confront the tyrannical rule of Doflamingo. Doflamingo's regime is marked by manipulation and oppression, including turning his own people into living toys, erasing their identities and the public's memory of them. Luffy enters a tournament at the Court Coliseum to eventually try to win his late brother's flame fruit, while the rest of the crew uncover all of Doflamingo's evil plans. The whole arc culminates in a fierce battle between Luffy and Doflamingo over the future of Dressrosa, with huge implications on the future of the new world entirely. And also, Luffy's other brother comes back to life and wins the flame fruit, and now he's super nice. Alright, let's address the elephant in the room here, okay? Dressrosa's pacing is really slow, but it heats up the moment when Law gets captured, which actually supports my theory in the Punk Hazard video. And I said in that video that Law's main flaw is that he's too over-calculated. He over-engineers all of his plans. And just like the slow pacing that plagues this arc, sometimes his plans could take too long. But the moment that Law gets captured, it's Luffy that takes over, and that's when everything just speeds up and heats up. In my last video about the last arc, which you should check out, I compared Luffy and Law to yin and yang, complete opposites, but somehow, some way, they ended up needing each other. And in this case, Law's plans take too long and Luffy's plans are too direct. In the beginning of this arc, Law was the main voice of the Straw Hats and all of the protagonists for that matter, driving all of their decisions and choices. But after he got captured, he was taken out of this whole arc completely, even after he was freed from being captured. And this was kind of weird because it forced each group that he planned to split up to each act as individual entities for the situation at hand, at their hands. And not gonna lie, I know that Law had some crazy backstories and stuff reveals in this arc, but I was kind of disappointed with Law in this arc. At least the second half of this arc, he was playing scared the whole time. I've never seen such an important protagonist get dismantled by one villain like this. Trafalgar D. Law has the will of D. Well, he wasn't showing it this arc. Come on, man, you gotta represent. But yeah, his backstory was tragic. He literally got holed twice. He deserves the Mangekyo Sharingan twice for that. That guy needs a therapist. But one more thing about Law before we get to Doflamingo is something that Doflamingo said about Law. Doflamingo said that Traffy's free will belongs to him. And when I got to thinking about it, he's kind of right. If you use all the free will you've ever had since you were, I don't know, 7 years old to get revenge on Doflamingo for what he did to you, then he kind of does have control of your free will. And if Doflamingo doesn't have control of his free will, Traffy sure doesn't. I said earlier that Law and Luffy were opposites that needed each other, but it's also pretty apparent that Law and Doflamingo are parallels. So if Luffy and Law are opposite and Law and Doflamingo are parallels, that sets up a crazy clash, a huge clash between Doflamingo and Luffy. Crazy triangle, right? As a matter of fact, that might be a right triangle. Let's talk about Doflamingo. 9 out of 10 of the big bag One Piece villains are so sinister. They make no unnecessary movements and they don't easily give up. And Doflamingo is an embodiment of that. Doflamingo felt like everything that Hody Jones was supposed to be, in my opinion, at least in terms of his impact. The embodiment of evil itself. But he did it in such a smart and cunning way. Let's go over his strategies. Manipulate King Riku to ruin his reputation and seem like the hero for overthrowing him? Success. Working with Caesar Clown to align himself with Emperor Kaido? Success. Trick Law into returning Caesar by fake resigning from the warlords? Partial success, but ultimately a failure. Using the birdcage not only as a physical, but a psychological weapon? Success. Exploiting the Tentatas, Bellamy, the core of the Colosseum, and eventually all of Dressrosa? All successes. And my theory is that because he has so many alliances, because he exploits so many people, that's why he can see from a pretty unique vantage point how dangerous Law and Luffy's alliance really was. The Straw Hats and Kaido were the only people that he met that he could not exploit. Even his own father he exploited. By the way, his pappy's backstory has got to be the top 3 funniest backstories I've ever seen in all of history. Bro hoed his whole family to live in a shack and starve themselves together. I was like belly laughing at that shit. Is that guy a celestial dragon? Get his ass! Huh? Get his ass! And his whole family too! Yeah, they had them hanging up on the tallest wall I've ever seen in existence. Like, how'd they even get up there? Top 10 worst anime dad video on the way. I mean, like, he owed his whole family trying to be a humble beast. But it's because of that backstory that he has a lot of parallels to Trafalgar Law. For starters, they're both kind of colleagues because they're both warlords. And even Doflamingo himself recognizes the fact that they both come from bad childhoods and corrupt lineages. Doflamingo's is politically corrupt. Law's is physically corrupt. Both Law and Doflamingo are very, very cunning strategists. But at the end of the day, Doflamingo just showed that there's really levels to this. He was just better than Law in every way. Always one step ahead, outsmarting him, outfighting him, outdueling him, even out-alliancing him. I just made that up. Doflamingo respected the Straw Hats and specifically Luffy, who he saw on the battlefield, but he made it a whole point to dismantle anything that Law ever did. None of Law's plans this arc got off the ground, and it was because of Doflamingo. It all started with him calling the world government on Law before they could even get the Caesar exchange going, to the fake resignation, to shooting him down in the streets publicly twice and imprisoning him. Even when it became time to clash blades, he was still in his head. Even though Doflamingo and Law are technically on the same level, as an audience member you can see that Doflamingo was always a step up. Doflamingo is also barely on screen, which is oddly ironic because he was very screen present in Punk Hazard, the arc that wasn't even about him for real. But even while not being on screen, Doflamingo's presence is really felt throughout the whole arc. Obviously the Straw Hats' focus was on him. His family praised him the whole time. He was a driving force character in Law's story, in his brother's story, in his father's story. All 3 flashbacks that we got constantly throughout this arc all had to do with Doflamingo's reactions and actions that he took. His brother was literally silent, and his story ended with his own brother hunting him down and trying to kill him. In a reaction to his father's decision to go down to Earth, he killed him. He killed his father. And then he had a big part in raising Law. And not to mention, all of his family members latched onto his potential the first time they got a chance to meet him because of his hockey. The more I talk about Doflamingo and the more I say this all out loud, he really seems like the opposite of Luffy. Luffy also is a driving force character and attracts a lot of people to him for things that he doesn't exactly ask for. Even at the end of the arc, he denies being an emperor of an alliance and still ends up getting it. And that's a beautiful thing about One Piece and its story and its writing. Before we even get to the first scene of Luffy versus Doflamingo, that fight is set up perfectly. They are exact opposites, two sides of the same coin. One person's using his powers to be free, the other person is using it for revenge. And surprisingly enough, on each side of the moral coin, they're kind of getting pretty similar results until we get to the inflection point that is Doflamingo versus Luffy. But unlike Luffy, Doflamingo is actually pretty intelligent. He uses time at Marineford to be vigilant and observant of what's going on. In my Marineford video, I definitely questioned Don Quixote's alliances with a lot of the other warlords, and it seems like I'm not the only one, Fujitora. But little did I know at that point in Marineford that Don Quixote knew damn well what he was doing with those alliances. He's the master of alliances, and he used his time at Marineford to get an up-close look at the next generation of pirates and what type of people they were. He does not underestimate the Straw Hats. Now, this could be held by the fact that the Straw Hats have legitimately made a name for themselves, but he may be the first villain to actually do that. And there was a weird part of this story where I had to question myself, who's the oppressor, who's the villain in this arc specifically? Because unknowingly to the people of Dressrosa, they were fine. It's the Straw Hats led by Law that came in and just started shaking things up. Really? Huh? Okay, no. Doflamingo's crimes definitely had a lot of victims. But at the end of the day, if the Straw Hats didn't show up, Dressrosa, I guess, would still be a pretty sovereign place. I don't know. But who exactly was the oppressor and the defender in this arc was a really blurred gray line. And it's Doflamingo's plans and mastery that formed that. He made it a gray blurred line for a reason. He threatened the king and got the whole kingdom handed to him and then erased the history, made the people turn on their old king, and made the people also love Doflamingo to the point where he resigned for I don't know, a few hours, and everybody was freaking out. Doflamingo didn't just control Dressrosa's fate. He intricately wove himself into the lives of every character, influencing their paths in unforeseen ways. Let's really uncover how this far-reaching impact shaped the entire arc, affecting destinies beyond his own. Now, this might be an unpopular take, I don't know, but I love the fact that Nami, Chopper, Robin, Sanji, and Caesar all dipped out of there. There's more emphasis now on a small crew. Outside of Luffy's little character arc in Marineford, this is the smallest the crew's been since Alabasta. 5 members. There were 6 members in Skypiea, or 5.5 if you want to say Robin was a half character, but still, there was only 5 members in Skypiea, 5 members of Straw Hats in this arc. One Piece has 2 tactics that they keep going back out to. Bring out that map, give backstory to whoever wants it, and at the start of every arc, distract Luffy. It's almost like the mangaka himself even knows that he can't contain his own character that he created. So he just sets him off to the side and distracts him. The Core to Coliseum arc was nearly pointless outside of the fact that Luffy met Sabo and Rebecca. It was pointless for Luffy, I mean. So we're gonna focus on who is there. Frankie, Robin, Usopp, Luffy, Zoro, and then Law, but he's a heart pirate. If Luffy is a must-have in a One Piece arc, and Zoro is his right-hand man that has to go with him, the rest of the Straw Hats in this arc are the characters who last got their big moment in Water 7. When it comes to the impact of Doflamingo on this arc, I'd argue that Zoro and Robin of the Straw Hats were probably the least affected. Robin was there as the bridge between the Straw Hats and the Revolutionary Army, and Zoro's role was to find the Tontadas and fight Pika. Side note, since the beginning of this arc, I really wanted Doflamingo's last final fight, ultimate fight, to be with Zoro, because strategically speaking, Zoro is a sword user. As a matter of fact, he's a 3-sword style user, and Doflamingo uses strings. I thought that Zoro would be the perfect matchup for Doflamingo, but that might just be my Pokemon brain going at it again. Frankie, though, was the heart of it all. He was the heart of the whole plan. He was the catalyst for the Straw Hats staying in Dressrosa. There was an inflection point where the Straw Hats got on like a conference call and all had to decide, hey, we could get Law out of here and just destroy the factory, or give up entirely and chalk up this whole Dressrosa thing as above our pay grade. It was Frankie that stopped that conversation short, and then everybody else fed off of that energy. So not only was he a catalyst, but he was the heart of the situation. Like I said, he's the one that destroyed the factory, which was the whole point of this mission going into it. So Frankie actually shouldered a lot of the load. Pause. And then there was Usopp. Usopp is the comedic relief that takes on the responsibility of an MC. And the way that's executed a lot of times is absolutely hilarious. I'm going to go over all of the ironies in Usopp's story that brought him to Dressrosa and through Dressrosa into the future. Was this Usopp's biggest moment since the time skip? Yes. Was this Usopp's biggest moment ever? Very arguable. There's so much irony in Usopp being motivated by the giant people in Lil Garden, but then also being motivated by the Lil people in Greenbit. And in that oddly specific situation, he became a giant person. Irony number 2. Usopp is a known liar, and he received the ironically proverbial hot coals on the tongue that liars used to get. And that was in the form of the spicy blueberry. And it's his ability to take the proverbial punishment of his own sins that gets him the title of God Usopp. The most frustrating thing and the most ironic thing about this whole situation in Dressrosa, for Usopp specifically, Usopp doesn't have to lie about his life. He has done enough notable things in his life to have his own notoriety without lying. You don't have to come up with a fake story, bro. Taking down Baroque Works in Alabasta, being a legendary sniper with a $30 million bounty at the time, forcing out the Fishmen in Fishman Island, he's the one that shot the world government flag in Enies Lobby. Just literally being part of the Straw Hat crew gains you a base form of notoriety as more notorious the Straw Hats eventually get. There's even irony in the fact that Usopp became a godlike figure because of the words he couldn't say when his whole character is lying with his words. This instance might be a stretch, but there's irony in the fact that he was immobilized after his big moment in the factory, and he was fighting on Luffy's behalf, but Luffy was the one that was immobilized fighting for his behalf in Enies Lobby. And one little last piece of irony, maybe the funniest piece of irony. Usopp, again for the 37th time, is a known liar, and he slimed Sugar twice. But the second go around of him trying to take Sugar off her feet, Sugar was in the middle of trying to pull off the most devious lie, the most tide switching lie, because she was gonna lie to Luffy and Zoro, or it was Luffy and somebody, and turn them into toys. I'm pretty sure it was Zoro. And that was a devious lie that would have sealed Doflamingo's victory. Basically, Luffy got saved from a liar by a liar. And another side note, Sugar's devil fruit power is too OP, okay? You could turn people into toys and make them forget. That's 2 for 1. That's a little too much. That definitely did feel a little bit like a convenient narrative stretch for me. You gotta pick one, all right, shorty? But Usopp definitely had his great moments in this saga. I wouldn't count the whole factory fire breathing thing because that was an accident. But I think his best moment, the thing that he could write home about, is sniping Sugar off the coordinates that Viola was giving him. I am absolutely convinced that he used observation hockey in that moment. There's no other explanation for that. And now I'm fully convinced that the Straw Hats have 4 hockey users. Usopp is faking it until he makes it, and he's ironically becoming the most nefarious Straw Hat outside of Luffy. And that's the truth. He doesn't have to lie about that part. Kinda in a Captain Buggy kind of way. By the way, how the hell did Buggy become a warlord? In a weird way, that makes Law look even worse this arc. Usopp's journey in Dressrosa is a masterclass in irony. Oda's masterclass in irony. He changed the Straw Hat's most reluctant warrior ever. Reluctant and warrior are kind of, what are they called? Idiosyncrasies or onomatopoeias or idioms? I forgot. But yeah, reluctant and warrior don't go together. They're actually opposites, but he turned the most reluctant warrior into God Usopp based off a mistake. But this is where I have to contrast his unexpected heroism to the Revolutionary Army's expected heroism. Well, actually, no, they're pretty much vigilantes, right? They're daytime vigilantes, another one of those onomatopoeias or idiosyncrasies or whatever. Though, what I would say formal introduction of the Revolutionary Army opens up this arc's and really the whole world's undercover super high stakes. And they expose the global ramifications of Doflamingo's reign, especially to the world government, specifically Fujitora. So as we shift from personal triumphs to political upheavals, let's explore how these threads intertwine to shape the world of One Piece. So yeah, the Revolutionary Army was, I would say, formally introduced. Again, at this point, everyone knows Luffy's dad except for Luffy. That's how it seems. Sabo works right under Dragon. At this point, I'm getting the hint that Luffy is like avoiding his dad, kind of like Gon was with his mother. He had his own goal. He didn't care who his real birth mother was. He had no interest in knowing her at all. He viewed Garp as a father figure, but even Garp abandoned him since he was a little kid. But this really emphasizes and sheds a different light on why he views his relationship with his brothers so dearly, and he views the relationship with his crew so dearly, and why he would need those relationships. Sabo was going toe-to-toe with an admiral, like mid-aura farm. Like that guy was aura farming the whole time. No pun intended, but he's cold now. And I'm glad that he's the one that got the flame fruit. We didn't get much about the Revolutionary Army, and I think that was purposeful. We got a little scene with Kuma in it, but I'm thinking of the real Kuma. So I guess it's gonna be interesting to get Kuma's lore after 500 episodes. But it's clear that everybody connected to Luffy either was legendary before they was connected to him, or become legendary after they meet him. And I'm talking about Sabo, and Ace, and all of the Straw Hats, and Rebecca, and the Toy Soldier. Oh, well, you get the point. And my way too early theory is that this has something, I don't know what, but something to do with the Will of D. Pause. And speaking of theories, this is the point of the video where I just throw out certain theories that I don't exactly want you to spoil, but I want to throw them out because, believe it or not, I'm actually catching up to where everybody's at in the show. It was already shown a little bit, but I know that Akainu is not gonna like Fujitora kneeling and apologizing on live television. My theory though is that Aokiji will, and that Aokiji will join the Revolutionary Army and spark the fight between Aokiji and Akainu again. They had that duel off camera, so I know we're definitely due for an on-camera Aokiji Akainu debate, and I think it's all gonna stem from Fujitora kneeling in public, and that will be an inflection point of what Fujitora wants to do. Just my theory number one. Also, I could not stop thinking about the one-off line in Doflamingo's backstory about the Celestial Dragons, that Alabasta didn't send their Celestial Dragon to live in the Holy Land. Alabasta has a Celestial Dragon. Who is it? And I think that the Revolutionary Army and Alabasta run parallel, or maybe part of the same group as a revolutionary army. Well, the rest of One Piece, the Revolutionary Army. And it just brings up more questions. Was Crocodile trying to gain access or maybe become a Celestial Dragon when he took over Alabasta, and that was something that we didn't know was one of his motivations at the time? Does this missing Celestial Dragon have something to do with the fact that there's a poneglyph about one of the 3 ancient weapons hidden in Alabasta? There's only three ancient weapons. I know everybody can't have one. Was Alabasta safe from the Celestial Dragons because they had access to the legendary weapon and the Celestial Dragons feared that? And then finally, will the Straw Hats' relationships with Alabasta that was built so long ago be a really important relationship in the future? This isn't a theory, but I definitely got it popped up in my head. Okay, I kind of draw a connection to One Piece Devil Fruit users to Mega Man villains. Yeah, Mega Man villains. Yeah, they have silly powers too. And like there's a cut. Like there's a cut guy. There's a flame guy. There's a magma guy. Like yeah. If you never played Mega Man, you probably won't get this. But if you have played Mega Man, the gears are turning. And also, Mega Man himself kills the villains. Oh, I know there's a whole bunch of different timelines to Mega Man. Mega Man is actually a crazy timeline. We don't have to get into that. But Mega Man kills the villains and gets their powers, kind of like how you kill a One Piece character and their devil fruit reappears. It has nothing to do with the lore of One Piece. I just drew that connection and wanted to share. And another statement, all of Luffy's gear transformations make 0 sense to me. I just watch them and I enjoy them and I enjoy their awesomeness. I think they're good. I think they're nice, but like they don't make sense to me at all. Gear 3 makes sense. He's just inflating himself and punching. That makes sense. Becoming a teapot kettle doesn't exactly make sense. And why would that make him stronger? And 750 episodes in, I'm guessing they're throwing all logic, all caution to the wind, because Gear 4, he turned into a hot air balloon rocket that was made out of solid metal. Like, and he was bouncing around. Like, it was awesome. It was great. The animation was great. Like the actual, I'm talking about from the stance of like understanding it. I'm gonna stop trying to understand it. Like, he had mascara and stuff. Like, it was definitely different. Definitely different. Like, I guess I just thought that a rubber man wouldn't have the characteristics that this specific rubber man does. Yeah, I know that there's a Gear 5 Luffy, and I know what he looks like. As a matter of fact, it's Gear 5 Luffy that influenced me to start the series, because that was a big deal when it came out. And they were saying, oh, Gear 5 Luffy is like Super Saiyan. I'm like, okay, Gear 5 Luffy is like Super Saiyan. Let me see what's happening. And then I started this whole One Piece review just because of Gear 5 Luffy. But now that I've seen Gear 4, like, I thought there would be a bridge to help make sense of why Gear 5 Luffy looks the way he does. But nah, bro, like, I'm just more lost than I was when I got here. Another statement. This is probably my favorite fit from Luffy. Yeah, this probably is. Pineapple shirt with the straw hat. It really goes with the straw hat anyways. And Lucy, the grandpa character, man, that was pretty funny. And doing the whole voice and everything. And the fact that literally everybody saw through his disguise, that was pretty funny. This setting is really unique. This story is really unique, just like every other One Piece arc, and I really liked it. Another thing, Bartolomeo. It was a surprise that he was a One Piece fan just like me. He knows everything that I know, but it made sense that these types of characters would pop up, and I'm glad he did. He was strong, but he also had comedic relief. In this arc, Luffy turned his big fans into even bigger fans, and turned his worst enemies into big fans, accidentally. After watching my guy Sanji get abducted in Zou, only one thought popped in my head. Oh, okay, it's Sanji's turn. But what does that really mean? We've been watching One Piece for the longest, and in One Piece, when somebody gets separated from the crew, it means we're about to get a deep dive into who they really are. Their flaws, their struggles, their secrets. I mean, it's not necessarily something new. We've seen it before. Nami's broken past, Luffy's recklessness, Robin's fear of belonging, Usopp's inferiority complex. But what is Sanji's flaw? He hollers at too many shorties? I mean, come on now, that can't be it. The only other time that that's been an issue is when he bled to death almost in Fishman Island. And even that was a pretty simple fix. This next arc that I'm about to get into in a later video, Whole Cake Island, is about to hit that exact weakness square in the chest. But if you've been paying attention since episode 20, when Sanji was first introduced, then you already know loyalty was never Sanji's problem. Sanji's loyalty was never in question, and ain't no wedding finna change that. And I mean from day one, Sanji, and okay, Zoro too, but this ain't about you, Bosshead, what are you doing? Has been one of the most devoted, consistent, and unshakable members of the Straw Hat crew. Even more so than Captain Luffy himself at times. Sanji flat out got kidnapped, and ironically, the only one that dropped a tear for him was his main victim. No one else was even pressed enough to ask what happened until much later. I mean, they was eating, storytelling, having a great old time. Because that's just how little they worried about the situation. The Straw Hats just trusted Sanji wholeheartedly. So before we get too deep into the whole cake analysis video, I want to shed some spotlight on somebody who deserved it a long time ago. This is a Sanji appreciation post that all started with a love letter from a lost pirate. If we're being honest, the spotlight is rarely ever on Sanji, somebody who's had sad backstory after sad backstory. But trust me, when he gets this shot, he shows up big. He's a Straw Hat Swiss Army knife. Need a distraction? He answered the call to Crocodile in Lowell Garden. Need a stealth operative? He snuck onto the Arc Maxim and sabotaged a god. Need someone to sacrifice for the crew? He literally tried to give his life for Luffy on Thriller Bark. And the only reason why he didn't do it is because the opportunity was taken from him. You need strategy? He was the first to come up with an escape plan for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates immediately after getting kidnapped, captured on Zou. And don't forget, that letter he left to Luffy was for Luffy only. And you can make a very real argument that Sanji is the most important crew member to Luffy, considering his eating habits and all that. I have been watching a lot of One Piece recently, and I just finished Dressrosa, and you should check out that video. Usually in between really big One Piece arcs, there's a little transition period of small little arcs in between. Not this time. We go from Dressrosa to Zou to Whole Cake. Things are heating up, and before I get to Whole Cake, I just gotta give an appreciation post to Sanji because he's really flew under the radar when it comes to the spotlight. And that was very, very purposeful. And I'm just gonna shed some light on how Sanji is one of the most important Straw Hats. Subtly though. I'm not finna do the 30-second summaries with Zou, okay? I know people are gonna miss my 30-second summaries. I've been perfecting them. So yeah, no 30-second summaries of Zou. But I do think it's important to give a backstory of Sanji's character himself. There was an episode after Dressrosa that kind of went over everybody's dreams and everything. And that's very understandable considering that we are in the late 700s of episodes, but you can easily forget where somebody came from if they're part of the original 5 like Sanji was. A story that was 750 episodes ago. Sanji was a young apprentice cook on a ship when it was attacked by the pirate Zeph, known as Red Leg Zeph. During a storm, both Sanji and Zeph were stranded on a desolate rock with low food. Zeph gave Sanji all the food and secretly survived by eating his own leg. Now, I gotta pause here. In the manga, he lost his leg in the storm, saving Sanji. After they were rescued, Zeph opened the Barati, a floating restaurant, and took Sanji in as his apprentice. Zeph basically became a father figure to Sanji, teaching him how to cook and instilling the value of feeding anyone who's hungry no matter who they are. Sanji stayed out of loyalty until Luffy convinced him to chase his dream of finding the All Blue, the waters where fish from every ocean swims together. All of those details in that backstory show up big in talking about who Sanji is as a character, and I'm gonna show you how. In the beginning of me watching these One Piece videos, I can't lie, I used to struggle with seeing the value in Sanji's character. He was sometimes comedic relief and he was always hovering around the 3rd or 4th most important fighter depending on who the One Piece arc was about. But then after I sat down and realized, it became very obvious to me what his best quality was. Thinking on his feet. No pun intended. There's gonna be a lot of those in here, just letting you know. When chaos breaks loose and everyone else is frozen in panic, that is Sanji's time to shine consistently. He's not the strongest, he's not the flashiest, but when Sniper King was about to get obliterated by Jabra on Enies Lobby, it was Sanji that was the Deus Ex Machina. And trust me, that's not it. Like I said before, sneaking onto the Arc Maxim and destroying their power system. Him and Chopper found Robin on Water 7 and they had one last conversation with him before going to Enies Lobby. He was able to read right through Robin's cold exterior, giving hope to the rest of the crew that Robin's not doing this out of disloyalty, calming down the more emotional based characters like Chopper. Another moment of thinking on his feet and improvising, like I said before, was calling or picking up the phone, talking to Crocodile on Lower Garden. That was a crucial moment sprung onto Sanji that bought the Straw Hat Pirates time. And trust me, that's exactly what the Straw Hat Pirates needed because they almost died on Lower Garden if you remember. And even though the whole Zou operation was to kidnap him, he was the main strategist and leader of that group up until the very end. Personification of cool heads prevail. But the biggest example for me and my favorite moment of Sanji being an improviser, maybe my favorite moment of Sanji ever, was during the transition from Water 7 to Enies Lobby. While the rest of the crew is reeling from Sniper King and Robin being taken by CP9, ironically, that's what this arc is about. But anyways, while they were being abducted, Sanji goes off the grid. And no one in the story knows where he is until we find out he snuck onto the Puffin Tom alone. No plan, no backup, no grand announcement. The train was leaving and he had to get on it. With or without his crew, that was pure intuition and initiative. In that moment, while the Puffin Tom was leaving, he figured that if Robin was going to Enies Lobby, she had to be on that train. While everyone was still processing what was actually happening, Sanji was already moving. I'm pretty sure this whole sequence was off screen too, like he was really on a mission. He didn't even tell the others because the more people that knew, the harder it was to pull off this stealth mission. A mission that could not be overcome with brute force. But he still found a way to kick the doors down. That's another. Mark it. While everyone else was still shaking, Sanji was already in motion. This type of initiative is rare in the Straw Hats, but very present in Sanji. Immediately putting his crew first, even the crew that wasn't even technically a part of the crew at the time. Dude's not just a cook, he's a freaking field operative when it counts. And that brings up another key characteristic of Sanji, his selflessness. His best moments complement everybody else in their best or worst moments at the time. Even down to his overall dreams, his version of the One Piece. Luffy wants to be king of the pirates. We know that. He says that at the end of every, he says that at the start and end of every, he says that at the start, in the middle, and at the end of every episode, and we're getting to like episode 800 by now. Zoro wants to be the world's best swordsman. Usopp wants to be a brave warrior of the sea. But Sanji, he wants to find the all blue, a sea where all fish from every ocean gather. But Sanji's not into keeping fish. He's not into aquariums. He's a cook. He's not in it for fame. He's not in it for power. He's a cook. He's looking to literally feed the world with his dreams. He wants to cook better food for other people. We can look at his dreams and see where his true morals reside. And his future dream lines up perfectly with his backstory, at least the one with Zeph. He was stranded with Zeph, thinking that he was being punished because Zeph was withholding food from him, only to realize that Zeph gave Sanji all the food and left nothing to himself. As a matter of fact, in the anime, Zeph ate his own leg. He literally gave part of himself to Sanji, and that was a moral compass, a moral direction that stuck with Sanji throughout the whole show, with no buckling, with no anything. He's just been unwavering ever since with those same set of morals that he got from Zeph, to the point where he dreams of feeding other people. Those are his dreams. He adopted that moral for the rest of his life. Side note, who knew that a random pirate like Zeph would have a butterfly rollout effect on Luffy's life as the future king of the pirates? But yeah, this whole moment with Zeph defined his whole moral code. And Sanji's morals are the most stout and consistent of the crew. We get reminded of them the most out of anybody else. Sanji does not waste food ever. He does not agree with wasting food. He does not let other people waste food around him, because he knows what it's like to starve. And he makes sure that everybody else around him never knows what it's like to starve. That's not just a quirk that he has. That's a moral principle. In fact, it's one of the strongest moral principles outside of Luffy's obsession with freedom, which happens to be the whole point of the show. He will feed an enemy like Jin on the Verity before letting somebody go hungry. He'll bleed before raising a hand to a woman. His beliefs don't bend, not even under pressure. And that's something that's been highlighted in the Zhao arc, and I'm sure it will be tested in Whole Cake. But it looks like, at least in that aspect, it's gonna be one of the easiest tests ever. The people that were around him the most, the people that hung around him the most, that lived with him, that achieved dreams with him the most, did not bat an eye at this whole situation that happened on Zou with him getting kidnapped. It's almost as if they knew this just as well as he did, and just as well as we as an audience do. Sanji is loyal to the soul. So yeah, maybe now it's Sanji's turn. But the truth is, he's been sharing his turn with everybody else this entire time. It's just that now the world can't help but notice on a stage like this. Before we get into Whole Cake Island, before things get more messy and emotional and more complicated than it is already, I just had to drop this appreciation post for Sanji. It was one of the coolest moments ever when he wrote to Luffy, I'll be back. And watching that moment as an audience member, I fully believed him, just like the other Straw Hat Pirates did. And when I began to realize that it was Sanji's turn, I started to see for the first time in a long time how impactful a situation like that is. He's one of the original 5. The Verity situation happened in episode 20. He's been at this for a while now. Sanji, he's more than a cook. He's the crew soul when things get cold. He is the most dependable member of the Straw Hat Pirates. And next time, in that Whole Cake video that I've been talking about, we're gonna see what happens when the unshakable gets shaken. Oda doesn't really do romance, So when One Piece suddenly gets into an 80-chapter wedding saga, tangled with sick and twisted in-laws doing political kidnappings, is not just surprising. It's as bold as throwing hands with an emperor of the sea to rescue a crewmate that chose to walk away. The Whole Cake Island saga is drenched in greed and soaked in broken families. And not just one family. Gluttony devours the Big Mom pirates, and power-hungry ambition poisons Jerma 66. But it's the Straw Hats that remind us blood ain't always thicker than the salt water that forged their bond. But don't get it twisted, cause wasn't none free. All throughout Whole Cake, for everyone involved, love was a legitimate liability, and any form of it came at a pretty high cost. Luffy was ready to piss off Big Mom, curb his infamous appetite, and rip his own arms off for a friend that didn't even ask to be saved. But here's the thing, we've seen Luffy do this before. Water 7, Enies Lobby. He's always going to war for his crew. We can assume that by now. But this time is different because now he's grown as a captain, grown as a man. The big difference between Whole Cake and Water 7 is very simple. The maturity of the captain. The maturity to avoid lashing out at his crew even when they lash out at him. And now he leads like someone who knew the family you choose is sometimes better than the family you're born into. And just as it turns out, his crewmate Sanji is the perfect lens for that story. After all of these episodes, we began this arc learning Sanji's name. We end this arc with the world recognizing a new name. By the end of this arc, the One Piece world changes, and so do we, as fans. Because this is where One Piece ends the fun pirate story and begins the final stages of Straw Hat becoming something legendary. If you thought Water 7 hits hard, Whole Cake punches a hole through your soul. I have seen a lot of anime, and trust me when I say this, nothing, and I repeat, nothing swings in between absurd, heartbreaking, and brilliant quite like this. And I'm finna show y'all how Whole Cake breaks the mold of every arc before it. It starts with a wedding, it ends with a high stakes escape, and finally, it completely skips the one fight we all thought was inevitable. And hopefully something else that is inevitable is you enjoying this video. And yes, today is a long-awaited Whole Cake Island video. Last week, we did a deep dive into who Sanji was as a character and why he was so sneakily important for the Straw Hats and for this upcoming arc. And now we're about to break down what happens when the unshakable gets shaken. So let's stop the hesitate. Anyways. But yeah, let's get straight into this video with a 60-second summary. The Whole Cake Island saga is a high-stakes rescue mission where Luffy and the Straw Hats infiltrate Big Mom's territory to bring Sanji back after he's forced into a political marriage. Along the way, we uncover Sanji's tragic past, meet his twisted royal family, and witness one of Luffy's and Sanji's most powerful displays of loyalty. With Emperor-level threats, betrayal, and emotional gut punches and ass-kickings, this arc becomes a test of bonds, willpower, and trust, proving that sometimes escaping alive to fight another day is the real victory. Sanji has always been smooth, funny, and just overall put together. But in the Whole Cake saga, we get a look behind the curtain on what he's really hiding. A soul crushed by a lifetime being told that he's not good enough. Or even worse, that he's worthless. It's gotten to the point where he's subconsciously having battles with his own self-worth. And we see that plenty of times this arc. His mom was the only one that saw value in him, and that kindness that she instilled in him shaped the Sanji we know. That gentleness, that respect for life and food, that chivalry, turns out those weren't traits learned from Zeph as much as it was from her. And as it turns out, Luffy brings out those qualities naturally. I've always felt that Luffy and Sanji have had an underrated dynamic that represents family. I mean, Luffy does the work, Sanji literally feeds him and his whole crew. Everything Sanji was going through, Luffy was also going through in an opposite way. Just like Robin, Usopp, and Nami before him, Sanji's life as a Straw Hat hit an inflection point. And weirdly enough, in that moment when it's time to save Sanji, it creates a little pocket where somebody needs to save Luffy. Because for the first time in a long time, it's not as much about the Straw Hat being saved as it is about the Straw Hat doing the saving. Everybody's family in this arc has family trauma, except for the Straw Hat family. And like I said before, Sanji proves that sometimes choosing your family can be more powerful than the one you're born into. But this video ain't about Sanji. Last video was about Sanji. With the first section of this video, let's talk about how Sanji's backstory and his family that we revealed in this arc set the stage for these wedding crashers. And finally, the last section of this video will be dedicated to Luffy versus Katakuri. Alright, now look y'all, I'm gonna put it to y'all like this. I don't know about y'all, but I don't care how clean Germa 66's transformation animations were. Them boys were some straight hoes. They wrote Sanji off as dead just to find out that he wasn't dead, sneaking around the house and beat him every day for years. And the whole family only brought him back to do the one thing nobody felt like doing? Was I supposed to forget that because they crack a can open and get super suits? And for the record, as for his brothers, I don't respect them at all. Those weren't your brothers. Those were weapons formed against you. But the beauty of it all is that here's where the growing pains start to come in. When Sanji and Luffy went toe to toe, he was only repeating this damaging cycle. He tried to push away the one group that loved him unconditionally, regardless of what his abilities are and what he could do. And this situation only made it more obvious. For all those beatings that he took from his brothers all that time, he turned around and assaulted the one person that genuinely loved him, and then went right back to go sit with his brothers. And Luffy, having already gone through this many times before, especially with Usopp, knew how to handle this. No arguing, no blaming, and most importantly, no fighting back. Remember, back in Water 7, he made Usopp bleed while he was already hurting. That's maturity. That's leadership. And that's what makes Whole Cake one of the most emotionally intelligent arcs in all of One Piece. Sanji's loyalty was being tested, yes, we talked about that in the last video, but he didn't really contemplate his loyalty for that long at all. It just so happens that at the apex of his deliberation is when Luffy met up with him while Sanji was on his way to the wedding. I almost called it a funeral, but that's kind of what it was, a funeral wedding. It was almost the death of the Straw Hats. And this is the time that I want to point out two great lines from Luffy. I know what's happening. You think I'm stupid. No matter how much you kick me, you're the one that's getting hurt. Wow. Without you, I'll never be king of the pirates. Wow. I mean, that's literally Luffy's whole deal. I mean, when it comes to bringing a crewmate back, Luffy gives his most iconic lines. I was watching this on an unnamed, unsponsored anime streaming service that is totally legal and I pay for, in the English dub, and the English dub voice actors killed this. And those were two lines that were back to back that really hit home on the magnitude of this situation. I felt this way similarly with Robin's famous "I want to live" line, but the only thing is that that line was given on Robin's way back. This line was given on Sanji's way out. And it's funny how I say that because Sanji, when he first left the Vinsmoke family in Germa 66, he was seeking freedom. Literally, he was locked up. He was seeking freedom. And the quality of seeking freedom makes him the perfect Straw Hat before he even met anybody in the crew. And it was true even after the moment he tried to leave, even when his relationship with the Straw Hats hit its lowest valley. But this arc doesn't just showcase Sanji. Another part, a huge part of Whole Cake Island is to exhibit the huge amounts of power that an emperor actually has, but this time as an enemy. Big Mom's strength is setting the stage of the type of attention that Luffy is gonna bring on himself and the Straw Hats for the rest of this adventure. Big Mom's presence is gigantic, literally and figuratively. And she's not just strong, she has allies, territories, spies, all with bounties tenfold of that of the Straw Hats, with numbers tenfold of the Straw Hats. And somehow, in the middle of all of that insanity, we learn about her backstory. And it's wild. This lady might have probably ate her own mom. Her backstory turned Whole Cake Island from a Candyland with dark undertones to a full psychological horror. The Elbaf connections, the childhood trauma. Side note, these backstories are getting more and more outlandish as time goes on. Doflamingo's dad, Sanji getting beat on every day, escapes, find a man and gets stranded with that man who eats his own leg. And then let me read this one to get this one straight. Big Mom gets abandoned by her people, then is found by a child trafficking nun, then destroys a village and eats her adopted family and friends. Who is writing this? Big Mom's mom and dad's big decision to leave her behind was not funny at all. What was hilarious was the comedic timing of how everything went down in the anime. They really said, "We'll be right back," and then hit a about face on her ass and hightailed it out of there. I was shocked. But anyways, Big Mom is a big problem. And weirdly enough, I can see some connections with her and Luffy as well. During the setup of this arc, I was constantly asking myself, why are her and Luffy fighting? Big Mom doesn't seem like an actually bad person with antagonizing ideology. She just seems more like an obstacle. But as the saga went on, I thought about it. We all know, on countless occasions, that Luffy is a reckless person. Well, Big Mom is super reckless herself, just in a more physically imposing way. And that's probably why they bump heads as much as they do in every interaction. The One Piece world building is so good, even I thought that the wedding crasher plan was almost impossible to pull off. Really unimaginable. And I'm watching from the point of view of the most lucky protagonist ever. And meanwhile, Kaido might be teaming up with her, and this guy's strong enough to accidentally capture Captain Eustace Kid, the only rookie with a bounty higher than Luffy's back on Sabaody Archipelago. By the way, for the record, Big Mom snitching to Kaido about Luffy is weak. Weak and foul. Handle your own light work, come on now. And meanwhile, a third emperor is putting in work on Luffy's whole family tree. Bro went to the Revolutionary Army's main base as the worst house guest ever and sent your brother and your daddy packing? The brother that just got a power up from eating the flame fruit? The same flame fruit your other brother had when Blackbeard put hands on him the first time? The game has officially changed, and now Luffy's in the crossfires of some deadly enemies. And while all this chaos is happening, Brook is playing his best game since Thriller Bark. He was pivotal this arc. Stealths into Emperor enemy territory, steals a copy of the Road Poneglyph successfully, breaks the portrait of Mother Carmel, and has one of the best one-liners in this arc. No, the best one-liner in this arc. No guts, only backbone. For being a skeleton, Brook has zero fear and all respect. All of this while Caesar is turning into the new age Buggy, the accidentally useful villain and always ridiculous. Most often comic relief. But Brook was on go this time. I mean, he had to be. He walked into this arc the second strongest Straw Hat. A lot was asked of him, and one thing he never left behind was his endearing personality. However, the One Piece anime, yeah, they were out to steal his shine. After the crazy wedding crasher plan was successfully, surprisingly, pulled off with a few minor hiccups here and there, Brook broke the picture of Mother Carmel and the episode ended, leading us to believe that the plan actually worked. Lo and behold, the title of the next episode was Mission Failed. I mean, come on now. These titles be killing me, man. They do really help when it comes to finding a moment in the series though. Back on Zou, when Brook was telling the story of everything that happened to Sanji while Luffy was gone, part of the story he was recalling, he wasn't even there for. That's how locked in Brook is. And speaking of stories, we get lore. Lore of the past and certain things that point to Luffy being a living legend, because his role as the chosen one of sorts is showing up bigger than ever. Road poneglyphs, ancient history. People keep putting their lives on the line for this guy, just so that he could take one more step. Beji, Chiffon, Pedro, Peckham's, Bonkley, the Giants at Enies Lobby, Rayleigh, Hachi, Duval and the Flying Fish Raiders, Ivankov, Jinbei, Carrot, and more. Throw Kinemon in there. This is a small list of people who just saw the Straw Hats and believed in Luffy so much that they laid their life out on the line for him. Pour one out for my boy Pedro, for real. Not to mention Duke Dogstorm and them, moving hell in high water to just show them a road poneglyph that they say that they've never shown anybody over the course of how many years. They revealed to them especially ancient special poneglyphs, and poneglyphs themselves are already special. And then on top of that, start a side quest of recruiting Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates for Luffy's army. But Luffy returns the favor to people that he meets. With every person's life that he touches, he leaves them with more than he found them. He made the young king, He made the young king beg for help. And I know that is going to be character development in the Wano arc that I'm starting to watch now. Jinbei finally joins the Straw Hats, and this was very much anticipated. Too bad he was too busy throwing his life on the line for the second time for Luffy so that he can't actually join the crew. And at the end of this arc, Luffy is now a rookie emperor? That surprised me like crazy. Luffy is an emperor of the sea now? I thought he would have to knock somebody off like Blackbeard did. And I thought that the person he would have knocked off would most likely be Big Mom or Kaido, most likely Big Mom. Whole Cake could have ended with a fight between Luffy and Big Mom. As a matter of fact, it probably should have, according to normal animes. She is the central threat. She is the emperor. The Lumen figure casting her shadows onto every Straw Hat. But nope. That's not how Oda plays this at all. Instead, he throws us into one of the most unexpected detours in the entire series. As a matter of fact, this whole New World journey has just been one unexpected detour after one unexpected detour. He throws at us a fight that on paper was impossible for Luffy to win. Enter Katakuri, the billion-berry man, the flawless older brother, the undefeated sweet commander. And to top it all off, this guy has an upgraded version of Luffy's own devil fruit. Mochi instead of rubber. Stickier, heavier, more versatile. It's like fighting a mirror image that's slightly better in every category. I mean, he's even taller and more physically imposing. And that's what makes this battle different. It's the most honest fight Luffy has ever had. No distractions, no help, no gear upgrades pulled out of nowhere, no "you just activated my trap card" moment. It's just fists, footwork, and the will to survive. And if anybody had helped this arc, it was actually Katakuri. Luffy doesn't just come in with a plan. He learns in the middle of the fight. Like an MMA fighter, he's just taking hit after hit after hit, but studying every angle and adjusting on the fly. Every punch that Katakuri throws, a lesson. Every knockdown, a step forward. Luffy's not just fighting, he's studying. And that's rare for him. Let's be real. We don't normally see Luffy train anyways. There was one training arc that was skipped over. We see him upgrade, we see him punch harder until the villain breaks, but we don't really see him train. But here is where we witness something wild. We see Luffy train mid-fight. He gets punched so hard that he unlocks clairvoyant observation haki. It actually never got a name, so I'm just gonna keep calling it clairvoyant observation haki. He literally learns how to see a few seconds in the future mid-fight. That's 2 arcs in a row now that we get haki evolution. Last time it was Conqueror's haki. This time, he's reading time. Alakazam, Future Sight, go! Ultra Instinct. And just for kicks, he can talk to animals now too. Like a sea-scented Dr. Dolittle. And don't get it twisted, this fight is long. It might have actually been like 50 episodes. There were intermissions like a Broadway play. There was cutaways, there was flashbacks. There were meanwhile scenes. I mean, I was starting to get hypnotized staying all that time in the mirror world. Katakuri doesn't just go away. This guy is ruthless. He's calm, he's unshakable. And most importantly, unlike Biscuit, he's actually really intelligent. Every time Luffy was starting to get the upper hand with all of the techniques he was using and trying to learn, Katakuri leveled up mid-fight also to meet Luffy where he was. It was a chess match with fists. Luffy was an underdog the entire time. And honestly, his fights kind of remind me of Hajime no Ippo. And I know I'm kind of jumping animes here, but stay with me now. There's strategy, there's technique and all that. Luffy has strategy, Ippo no strategy. But the best thing about both of these fighters is the fact that they can really take a punch. Like, I'm watching One Piece and not just Whole Cake Island, not just Dressrosa, in every fight, I mean with Crocodile on Marineford, Luffy really be leaking. He got teeth missing, bruises, his eyes swollen. I be really feeling bad for him watching these. Flinching at the TV screen and all that. Funny thing is, he was a mochi man and doing donut tricks and all that, pause. And he made Luffy taste every bite. Pause again. But the beauty of it is the conclusion. The ending of this fight was great. Luffy isn't just stronger, he's respected. Case in point, Katakuri putting his little sister in her place for trying to disrespect Luffy and secondhand disrespect Katakuri. When he leaves the mirror world, he doesn't yet have the billion berry bounty. He doesn't yet have the title of emperor. but he definitely earned it. Not even because he really overpowered Katakuri. I think if they fought again, Katakuri probably would beat Luffy. It's just, he never gave up. He used everything that he's learned in One Piece up to this point to his advantage. And he did something that nobody in the world, especially nobody on Whole Cake Island, thought was possible. He entered as the reckless captain that he always has been and left a rookie emperor, not by bounty or declaration, but by presence. Going into this, I never thought that Whole Cake arc would not be about Big Mom per se. She was just kind of the driving force, the impending doom, I should say. I understand that with these things, some people can get pissed off with their expectations being diverted, I guess is the right word, but I didn't feel that way, especially not with this arc. We are legitimately getting to every bit of 900 episodes of this anime. Of all the animes that I've watched, none of them have been 900 episodes long. The longest I watched was Naruto, and that was 700 episodes. And I read the manga for it. I didn't even watch the episodes. I mean, Dragon Ball might not even be a third of this. Hunter x Hunter is not even a tenth of this. This switch up of the style, the crew involved in climactic boss battle at the end. I mean, we got like an Indiana Jones style escape scene. That was all fresh to me, and it's hard to feel fresh 900 episodes in. And his fight with Biscuit was a great one too. His bounty was just under 1 billion. So it's not like he was a piece of cake either. That was just to whet the appetite. Before his fight with Katakuri, his fight with Biscuit was a huge moment in the series. Luffy has now gotten some crazy feats, and he's more than earned his 1.5 billion berry bounty. But I did struggle with how Katakuri and Biscuit compared to Doflamingo. Did he get a crazy power boost between Dressrosa and Whole Cake? Doflamingo was a warlord, but then again so was Buggy. But then again so was Jinbei and Law. Law's bounty was just as big as Luffy's right before Whole Cake. But Doflamingo was scared of Kaido, who sat eye to eye with Big Mom, I would guess. But then again, Luffy never fought Big Mom. I don't know. Let me know in the comments below how Doflamingo stacks up to Katakuri and Biscuit and them. Whole Cake Island isn't just about defeating the villain. They subverted that the whole way. It's about beating the system. It's about what happens when family betrays you, when strength fails you, and love feels like a liability. But it also sneaks in the theme of loyalty, of leadership, of growth. And to be fair, all of those things kind of fit in with the overall goal of the One Piece adventure. Whole Cake Island is where One Piece stops being a great pirate adventure and starts to be Luffy's living legend. Stick around because I got more breakdowns coming, and if this blew your mind, stick around for Wano. I cannot wait for the Elbaf arc. I know that the Elbaf arc is going on right now because I'm pretty sure that's what the manga is on right now, and One Piece was on a hiatus or whatever. I don't know. So I know that an Elbaf arc is coming. I can't wait for it. They name dropped it so many times, this arc. Also, by the way, Mother is 70, Big Mom is 70. She kind of looks good for 70, I can't lie.
What?
Like, big pause on that, but like 70 and ruling a nation, like she looked better than Whitebeard did. And another thing I want to point out, One Piece is a ridiculous show and it embraces that. One Piece does its best when it's not necessarily taking itself seriously in its most serious moments. And that's why I like all the backstories and everything. I don't know about y'all, but I love when animes do that. Baki does it all the time. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure does it all the time. I mean, we got a story about how she ate her mom and friends. It was insinuated that she ate her mom and friends. And if you didn't get that vibe, rewatch that episode with that in mind, and you kind of see how it was laid out. Whole Cake Island is one of the most unserious, serious arcs ever. I mean, there was a bunch of crazy, funny stuff going on, but Sanji was gone from the crew I relaxed, but you couldn't relax, you know? And the environment kind of added to that too. Like, it was all put together really nicely. And the whole time I was watching this, I was like, man, who in their right mind thinks of this BS? I couldn't predict any of these outcomes, and I love that. Also, my thoughts on Veggie, he had a pretty big role. It was nice to see like a Italian-American like flow he had going on. He was nice, he was important. I didn't really think much of him though. I think Veggie's probably the only thing in this arc that I didn't really touch on. Chiffon I really liked. I really liked Chiffon. I thought more of Chiffon than I did of Veggie. I don't know. Give me your thoughts on the comments on Beji because I didn't really have much about Beji. One Piece is an anime that literally and objectively gets better over time, and the Reverie arc is perfect proof of that. This arc acts like a pressure cooker. There's a really long buildup, it's quiet on the surface, but inside it's boiling with tension that's been simmering for generations. What makes the Reverie arc so special isn't just what it shows us, it's how it shows us and what it doesn't show us. For the first time in this entire long journey that is One Piece, we have a saga completely outside of the point of view of Luffy and the Straw Hats. And in doing so, we realize that as incredible as the Straw Hats journey is, it's just one thread in a web that spans the entire globe. This arc is a celebration of One Piece as a world-building masterclass. I mean, for a One Piece arc, it's pretty short. It's barely a handful of episodes. And yet, it reshapes how we see the entire series. We hear names that we haven't heard in hundreds of episodes. As an audience, we see alliances, politics, secrets unfolding in record time. And to all my One Piece fans that were watching on a week-by-week basis as each episode was debuting, seeds sown over a decade ago are starting to bloom at this crazy momentum. Constantly, while watching One Piece, we get reminded how small the sea can actually feel, while giants are moving behind the curtains. I mean, think about this real quick. We've been getting references to the Reverie arc since Fishman Island in the 500s. Now we're finally here, and what do we get? Secret rulers of the world, even more secluded than the Five Elders. Ancient symbols that make present-day targets. Hidden prophecies that even the audience don't know nothing about. And to top it all off, a straw hat. But not just as a hat, but as a legend forged in stone. Alright y'all, we can be honest here. This arc doesn't exactly scream for your attention, but it definitely demands your curiosity. It gives you just enough to ask 1,000 new questions and trust that Oda planted the answer hundreds of episodes ago. So when it ends, we're all left in a frenzy, desperate to move forward, but also wondering, what did we miss by not looking back? We know that Shanks gave his straw hat to Luffy and asked him to return it when Luffy became a better pirate. But who or what passed it down to him? And so forth. In this video, before moving on to Wano, which I am watching now, let's take a second to look back at all of the things that were easily missable. And believe you me, I found a lot of relevant things about Doflamingo, the straw hat that Luffy got from Shanks, Alabasta, and most importantly, the Five Elders. And I gotta reveal this to y'all. Especially all the stuff about Doflamingo. That man was giving out trade secrets like Tom Holland in Prime Marvel days, straight to our faces. Things that we've seen, characters that we walked with and talked about over the span of one of them giant One Piece anime sagas are actually gigantic story pieces fulfilling their roles way before they need to come to fruition. The Reverie is proof that One Piece is not just an anime or a single adventure. It's a living, breathing world where the shortest arcs cast the longest shadows. And that's exactly why One Piece keeps getting better. Not in spite of time, but because of it. And this is an exercise where, I'll be honest, the more mysteries we solve, the 1,000 more theories and questions start to pop up. But what I can guarantee you is that by the end of this video, I'll show y'all how the Reverie video really opens up the rest of the One Piece world, and this thing could get to 2,000 episodes if he really wanted to. And you gotta love these short One Piece arcs. I mean, Romance Dawn, Zoe, and of course the Reverie. They're just all packed with so much, and usually they're packed with lore, and the Reverie ain't much different. Now, let's get straight into this with a 30-second summary. In the Reverie arc, the world leaders gather at Marineford to discuss global issues. The key events of this arc include the Revolutionary Army declaring war on the Celestial Dragons, Princess Shirahoshi being targeted, and this new mysterious world leader that is emerging and targeting Luffy, Blackbeard, Vivi, and Princess Shirahoshi. And at this Reverie, major decisions are being made that will for surely impact the Straw Hats, like disbanding the Warlord system. This arc sets the stage for the massive power structure that's about to change. Like we said before, the Reverie is the first major arc that totally removes Luffy from the spotlight, but somehow his shadow looms larger than ever. Because Luffy has become a symbol without even really trying to. Declare war on the world government. Check. Take down multiple warlords. Check. Free entire countries and build alliances haphazardly? Check. All while wearing the same straw hat that is come to signify freedom for anybody who interacts with it. But that straw hat, that physical hat, has a history. Turns out that straw hat is an artifact of some kind. We used to think that that straw hat was just a gift from Shanks, but turns out, we found out post Marineford, that the straw hat originally belonged to Gold D. Roger, the former king of the pirates. It doesn't really go much into how or why, but Shanks inherited it and gave it to Luffy. This cannot be a coincidence, especially after the things we've seen this arc. I think it's safe to assume that that stone was there a while before Luffy, and turns out the actual hat was as well. The fact that a stone statue exists proves that the hat itself is of significance in more ways than just symbolism. I don't know about y'all, but Goldie Roger and Shanks were some pretty great pirates. So that just raises the question, as silly as it seems, is the actual hat giving Luffy ability? Or maybe the powers of the hat and the powers of the Will of D just came together and made holy matrimony, rhyming accidentally. Is Oda using that hat as a symbol of inherited will? Is it a symbol of prophecy or something ancient and powerful? The world's top rulers fear Luffy, not necessarily because of him or his power or his alliances. There's bigger and badder pirates out there. They fear him because of what he represents. The Will of D, the Straw Hat, the threat that they can't predict. Whatever it is, the elders for sure know, and that's why they hate on him and everybody that interacts with him. Most shows and anime start out their series with the prophecy, and then eventually it comes true as you watch the show. One Piece seems to be ending with a prophecy. Back when the Straw Hats first crossed the Grand Line and entered Alabasta, warlords seemed to be insurmountable obstacles. They were bigger than life itself. But now they seem so small compared to the Grand Elders that control them. And maybe that's why Luffy was never invited to be a warlord. Not because he declared war on the world government back at Enies Lobby, but because he can't be controlled, which makes him the government's #1 op. And then again, even the little bits of freedom that being a warlord would have actually granted him would have only been partial freedom, which I think is worthless to Luffy. But let's take a second to zoom out even further. The bigger this world gets, the smaller we feel. In One Piece, any arc, from the ones you liked to the ones you criticized, may not show you how impactful they really were until years in the future. Every episode and every micro moment that we're watching, as detailed as they seem, relates so well to the macro of the world building. Example, remember when Shanks sat down with Whitebeard back in episode 316? At the time, it felt a little bit ambiguous, but we all understood that it was a pretty big moment. But now looking back on it, we realize that it was monumental, still to this day. As the story goes on, and as Blackbeard becomes more and more of a dominating figure, with no end in sight, mind you, the more impactful this scene was from July 1st, 2007. Blackbeard's infamy has always matched Luffy's heroism as both of their legends grow. I mean, Blackbeard was once a nobody that Shanks had to warn Whitebeard about, and Blackbeard was part of Whitebeard's crew. Hey, old man, how's it going? Turns out, there's a crash out on your squad that gave me this scar on my eye that's getting chased by another crash out right now, and that may be a problem for both of us in the future. Let's handle that. And Whitebeard said no. Nope. And ever since that moment, ever since Whitebeard denied Shanks' advice, Blackbeard has been shifting power in the world at a high enough magnitude, no pun intended, to be targeted by the highest powers in the world. All of these decisions that we thought were just building up story for Marineford, these decisions that each of these characters made in the past, like Whitebeard denying Shanks' advice, turned out it changed everything. It's crazy to think about how much the One Piece world would be different if this one conversation went a different way. If Whitebeard had just listened to Shanks, Marineford would have never happened. Ace, Goldie Roger's biological son, would still be alive. Whitebeard would probably have died of old age or sickness. Since Blackbeard never got the chance to actually hand over Ace, he would have never became a warlord, and he also would have never gotten Whitebeard's devil fruit powers. And the only negative that I could think of is that Luffy's growth probably would have been stunted. And if Luffy's growth would have been stunted, so would the Straw Hats' growth have been stunted. And to be honest, everything's changed for them as well. It feels like after Fishman Island, after the Straw Hats finally got to the new world, it's like they graduated from middle school to high school, where their prominence and their importance kind of reset back to the bottom. But now after Whole Cake and Dressrosa, it seems like they're back on top as a senior class. I think it is purposeful that in this arc that serves as almost a celebration of the diversity of the One Piece world, the group with the sole mission to change the world takes center stage. And this is what I mean about the Reverie arc demanding your curiosity. We're already curious about Dragon and his relationship with Sabo and his lack of a relationship with Luffy. We saw the Revolutionary Army infiltrate the Reverie, but what didn't we see? Their knowledge of the secrets of the world government obviously run deep, and Robin was there to study a lot of it, but their level of knowledge leaves me in a weird spot. It seems like they know just enough to infiltrate Marijois during the Reverie, which seems like a pretty big deal, but they don't have enough info to rescue Kuma, or whatever's left of him, or execute an actually discreet extraction plan. But still, even with all that, I don't 100% buy that they lost their base to Blackbeard off screen. All of that off screen stuff is just One Piece code for something bigger is coming. This arc confirms that a storm is coming, and it seems like the revolutionaries are preparing in silence. Off-screen battles, especially the ones involving Blackbeard, always mean something huge. Canaries in the coal mine. Remember how Ace versus Blackbeard ended? No, you don't, because it was off-screen, and that changed the whole world. No exaggeration. Blackbeard may be a ruthless tyrant, yes, but by this point, he's proven he's not dumb. He for surely has a plan cooking up, and it might already be in motion. While 2 of the other 4 emperors are being occupied with a potential 5th, Blackbeard is on the move. And speaking of Blackbeard, Whitebeard's illegitimate son, I like to call him Phony Whitebeard, I feel like is getting the Blackbeard pre-Marineford treatment. He gets random cutaway scenes at random moments, and you can see him on like the back of newspapers and stuff when they're reading other information. I've gotten so used to Oda foreshadowing a whole bunch of stuff, and I know he is going to play a huge role, more than just like one saga or something in the future. I have no clue what, but I know he will appear big in the future. And speaking of eerie foreshadowing, let's go through the wanted posters we've seen at the end of the arc. We saw Luffy, Blackbeard, Vivi, and Shirahoshi. When I first saw those 4 wanted posters, I immediately thought to myself, this is the most random assortment of characters I've ever seen. Literal main characters' names out of a hat. No pun intended. When researching for this video, I struggled to find the one quality that connected all 4 of them, and this is what I got, as simple as it sounds. They are all threats to the world government for one reason. Not because they're evil, but because they are all symbolizing freedom, which automatically makes them the government's most wanted. All 4 of them are wild cards in the government's plan for control. I think that they fear King Cobra and Princess Vivi in Alabasta because they don't feel like they'll go along with the government's plans just like their ancestors did. The government obviously knows about the ancient secret weapons. That's why they send Cypher Pole out like lapdogs to go find them all. And we know that they know that Alabasta has the secret to these secret weapons. And to be honest with you, I think that my favorite Straw Hat, Robin, probably knows about, or at least suspects about, the things going on in Alabasta, and that's why we found her in Alabasta originally. Here are the specific reasons why each of the 4 people on the One-Up posters are threats. Luffy declared war on the world government, and he's got motion now. Not to mention all the stunts he pulled in Marineford. And just as a cherry on top, he picks warlords off one at a time and even alliances himself with some of them. Now, Blackbeard is an interesting one because he has the natural ability to possess 2 different devil fruits, and somehow he knew that before taking Whitebeard's. And not to mention, he completely abused the warlord system to get what he wanted and never even put in the work as a warlord. Shirahoshi is obviously the ancient weapon, and Princess Vivi because Alabasta defected all those years ago. And she has the secrets to ancient weaponry. Both points I personally believe are related to each other. But the real mystery to me is why isn't Doflamingo's name on that assassination list? If I was the world government, those would be the first dog tags I'm collecting. Are you kidding me? Doflamingo may be in prison, but he's not tripping. He's locked up doing his time, no snitching, and much respect to him because he definitely could snitch. But I don't think it's because he's solid and 10 toes down. I just think he knows too much. The national treasure of Marie Joie, if exposed, would cause chaos beyond imagination. Direct quote from Doflamingo after he captured Law in episode 703. That man could no lie walk out of that prison with the amount of extortion that he could pull. In that quote I read earlier, he's almost admitting to blackmail. Back in episode 703, Doflamingo was actually targeting Law for his devil fruit because he felt that his devil fruit could make full use of whatever this treasure was. By the way, Law is a surgeon, so whatever this treasure is, it's most likely a person or other living organism that he needs to perform surgery on, I would think. And that's not even Doflamingo's most ominous quote. Trust me, I got more. Who will win? The Celestial Dragons, the pirates, the revolutionaries, the navy, or perhaps the gods? He's predicting a power struggle to decide who will rule the world. Also, by the way, Mr. Mingo, I think I should ask this question. Who are the gods? And why'd you separate the Navy from the Celestial Dragons? He's not bluffing. He's not maniacally laughing to get let off on claiming insanity. He's been a Celestial Dragon. He's seen the rot at the top. And every time he speaks, it's like a prophecy of collapse. But who's the one collapsing? He openly questions the ideas of justice. He predicted that the world would turn upside down, more upside down than it already is. And back in Dressrosa, he had enough power to use Cypher Pole like his own personal cleanup crew. Doflamingo ain't just a villain. He's the mouthpiece for the Holy Land secrets and One Piece's secrets. And when the world finally starts unraveling, we can't be surprised because he told us all in advance. Doflamingo is a narrative bridge between the pirate world and the rotten heart of the world government. His quotes plant the seeds for everything the Reverie and later arcs explore in greater depth. But let's take it back even further. Remember back in Romance Dawn, yes, the first 3 episodes of One Piece, when they told us the lie that the Navy and Marines were good guys and pirates were unruly scum? We laugh at that lie now. I even called out the Navy for their BS back in Marineford. The government ain't all that good, and murdering the sons of everybody in the village based off namesake doesn't exactly help their case. The 5 elders, the outward leaders of the world government, are making decisions out of fear and desperation. Yeah, sure, they preach balance, but they rule in fear. Make it make sense. And as a matter of fact, every time we seen them, they were shaking in their boots. No, for real though, let's get into this. We first saw them in episode 151, post Alabasta. They're discussing Shanks talking to Whitebeard and the balance of power between the Marines, Warlords, and Emperors. Water 7 arc. They're scared about CP9's failure at Enies Lobby and the loss of Nico Robin. We see him again in the post Marineford arc, scared about the new power vacuum and who might try to take advantage of it now that Whitebeard's dead. We see him again in episode 511, after the time skip, shaking in their boots over Luffy's tribute to Ace. We see him again in Dressrosa, scared of Doflamingo and using Fujitora to spy on him. We see him again in episode 777 in between Zoe and Whole Cake. They're talking about how Luffy defeated Doflamingo and how it disrupted the balance of power. again, this time scared of the whole worst generation. And now we see him in the Reverie arc, still ruling based off of fear and desperation. And finally, there's this guy. Get a load of this guy, the man who sits on the empty throne that was just explained to us not even 5 minutes ago. You know, the one that no king should sit upon, but somehow he's got his cheeks on it. This guy is looking at all the hidden wanted posters like a hidden mob boss and chooses who he wants to knock off. We don't know his name or his role for that matter, but there is one thing that I truly believe in my bones. A theory, one might say. He's not new. There's no way he's a new character. Oda foreshadows too much, too often, for too long for One Piece to just drop a new character of that importance on our heads. I believe that this figure has been hiding in plain sight. I mean, just look at all the foreshadowing Whitebeard and Shanks have gotten. They barely in the show. I don't know, maybe this is Enel, a relative Enel, maybe it's Goldie Roger himself. I don't know, but when the day comes to reveal that guy under the mask, I think we'll be able to tell who that is. Even if my one-off theory about him being Goldie Roger is totally wrong, he definitely has something to do with Goldie Roger. If somebody is going for world domination, a man who calls himself King of the Pirates, the most free man, the ruler of the sea, is definitely going to come in contact with a person like that. And Roger, the main thing that Roger has preached, that we've seen from Roger, he preaches freedom up until the point of his death. Most likely due to his connections with this elder character, ultimate king person. Maybe that's what the One Piece really is. Not exactly a treasure, but a way to get a one-up on the government. If that's true, then we need to go back to Sabaody and interrogate Rayleigh because he knows the secrets of the world. The Reverie is a turning point, not about Luffy for once, but about the world that Luffy's about to turn upside down. One Piece is an anime that literally gets better over time because it makes small things, the smallest things, mean so much after a long period of time. In this Reverie arc, we saw how a once 17-year-old boy who questioned his own dream of becoming king of the pirates is now holding the attention of the highest names in the land, and maybe even the gods. This arc is short, but its ripple effects are massive. And just like Luffy's journey, just like the secrets of Marineford, and just like the Straw Hat itself, sometimes the smallest pieces carry the greatest powers. This Reverie video was so packed with all of my theories and all of the going backs and stuff. This is going to be a fun one. I am watching Wano right now, and hopefully the Wano video is on schedule to come out next week. But before we get to that, I had a lot to say about the Reverie arc for good reason. Thank you all for watching this video. Thank you all for watching this long. The global reaction to Wano alone pushed me to finally start One Piece. 1,000 episodes deep and decades into its legacy. And trust me, as somebody who was on the outside looking in just 8 months ago, I am so glad I gave it a chance. Because Wano isn't just my favorite arc, it's the reason I fell in love with One Piece. Samurai, time travel, cyborgs, dinosaurs, pirates, and sun gods. As this legendary anime crosses the 1,000 episode and 100 manga volume milestones, Oda doesn't hold back. He goes all in. But hold on, can we be real for a second? Adding time travel to your story can be like walking a narrative landmine. Ask Zelda, ask Marvel, do not ask Pokemon. But in a world as packed as One Piece is, a time travel story felt like madness. And yet, Oda made it work. Wano made every episode, yeah, all 200 of them, feel important. The pacing, surprisingly tighter than most arcs, even if the story is mad long. And of course, you know the world building was relentless. And finally this arc, Zoro gets his moment. I've been waiting for this since Thriller Bark 700 episodes ago when Wano was first name dropped. And if you want Wano to hit differently for you, this fact is so important. Of all the people that believed in Luffy's journey, some that followed him, some that fought for him, some that died for him, Zoro was the first. And he never left. Not even once. And it's not just Zoro. Trust me, your favorite Straw Hat will have a moment in this arc. I know mine did. But Wano isn't just about the jaw-dropping fights or the fluid animations or the 3D color palette. It's about dreams and how long you're willing to chase them. And that theme goes beyond the confines of a manga panel. It's the soul of the Straw Hats. It's Oda's dream of literally finishing One Piece. It's a theme that speaks to our dreams, the One Piece that we're all individually searching for in our own lives. And in the fictional world of Wano, dreams are carried by everyone, and they all have to wait for them. Luffy, Momonosuke, Kinemon, the citizens of Wano. Even the story itself feels like it's been waiting for this arc, because this arc feels like something Oda's been building up for years. I mean, just look at all the filler episodes. So many of them were samurai flick spoofs. He's wanted to do Wano for the longest, and now that it's here, it's clear. It was worth the wait. After the Wano Kuni arc, it's clear that it's becoming a pirate world, but it might have always been that way. Kaido's villain role perfectly represents the cruel, savage lives of IRL pirates. And because of that, the stakes have never been higher, and neither has the body count. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, One Piece is built for streaming now, and I'll explain what that means for the future of the series real soon. And speaking of that, if somebody were to come across and ask me, why is One Piece still worth watching after so many decades of me not watching it? Best believe I'm pulling up that fight between Luffy and Kaido. Because this isn't just the next arc. It's the start of a new era. No Lamar Jackson. And at the end of this video, I have a lot to say about how one transformation flipped this gigantic One Piece world on its head, and how it had a trickle-down effect on the characters with the biggest fan bases in the One Piece world. Ace, Sabo, Law, Blackbeard. But before all that, I hope you're a Zoro fan, because this story was tailor-made for your boy. Hey, what's up y'all? It's the Bread Show, a place where we give our anime and gaming opinions while doing a little bit of animated and gaming ourselves. And today, we are getting to the highly anticipated Wano Kuni arc. The hype for this very arc, this arc right here is the reason why I started watching One Piece. I said it in the last video, it was everybody's reactions to Gear 5 and saying that it was kind of like Super Saiyan is what made me want to watch One Piece. And y'all in the comment sections and the streams and the shorts comments everywhere have been hyped for me to get to this arc. And it was well warranted. I loved Wano. It's my favorite arc so far, overtaking Thriller Bark and Marineford for me. And I guess also Water 7. I've anticipated making this video since the beginning of me doing this One Piece series. So let's get straight into it. I hope by the end of this very long video, I could convince you to hit that subscribe button and leave a like, because it really helps the channel out a lot. Please leave a like. It really helps the channel out. And also leave a comment, because y'all are my One Piece community. 196 episodes, 16 manga volumes, and 10 Straw Hats. Let's get straight into this with a 60-second summary. The Straw Hats arrive in the isolated land of Wano, ruled by the tyrant Kaido and the corrupt shogun Orochi. They team up with the 9 Red Scabbards, retainers of the fallen daimyo Odin, to spark a rebellion. Meanwhile, Luffy gets imprisoned, trained under Hyogoro, and becomes even stronger. Big Mom ends up showing up, causing chaos, but unexpectedly allies with Kaido. The war begins at Onigashima, where the Alliance, Samurai, Minks, Pirates, and Ninja clash with the Beast Pirates. The Red Scabbards face Kaido, but it's Luffy, Law, and Kid who eventually rise to the challenge for the Emperors. We learn about Joy Boy, the Sun God Nika, and the true nature of Luffy's own Devil Fruit. After brutal battles and sacrifices, Kaido and Big Mom are defeated. They may be dead. Wano is freed and Momonosuke becomes shogun. Luffy and the crew finally set sail again, stronger, free, and closer to the truth of the world. Wano has that Marineford energy and a whole lot of other energies, but I'ma get to that. You could feel this arc building for years, since Fishman Island, since Thriller Bark, before the Straw Hats even crossed into the new world. And when it finally hits, it hits different. Wano feels massive, but not just because of the story, but also because of how the anime has evolved. The anime recaps got shorter, cut down to maybe 30 seconds, if any. And on top of that, the episodes got longer. We're getting 24 full-minute episodes now, and we used to get 22 to 23 minutes, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when stacked on top of 200 episodes, it is gargantuan. And making One Piece for streaming services changed everything. Wano also has that Water 7 feel because Water 7 was One Piece's first visual upgrade. Finally got rid of those black bars on my TV screen. But Wano has more intense action, gory visuals. The characters are even cursing now. One Piece has actually stepped into a new era. I wasn't joking. Even the storytelling shifted. There's less filler, fewer villain backstories, and way more at stake. More death than any arc before. The tension never lets up for 200 consecutive episodes. This arc is impossible not to love. The very few complaints there were about One Piece, this arc directly handles and tackles. And all of the storytelling is delivered through a unique structure. The Wano arc itself is built like a Japanese kabuki play from what I've been reading, and it was divided into 3 different arcs, each with its own purposes, tones, twists, and turning points. So I'd figure I'd break down this video in the same exact way. Act 1, 2, and 3. And at the end, in Act 3, we're gonna talk about you know who doing you know what, and what that means. When we first arrive in Wano, the very first thing that hits you is the animation. It's beautiful. The colors, the details, the way every frame feels alive. This is peak Toei animation. It instantly made me want to just sit back and soak it all in. I mean, I almost forgot to take notes for this video. Wano feels like Water 7 in this way too. A place with a distinct culture, corrupt undertones, and a society that's slowly breaking down apart under the pressure. And speaking of the pressure, Luffy is the one that lands straight in the middle of it. In the midst of all the suffering, he finds Tama. After Luffy unfortunately has to break the news to her, Tama quickly starts grieving Ace's death, but this is where Luffy really starts to show his maturity. With an anime this long, it'd be an outright shame if we didn't see the characters, especially the main characters, grow. But in this moment, we got a direct juxtaposition. He tells Tama with the straightest face ever that Ace has died, and he doesn't even mention to her that that was his brother. You could tell that Luffy emotionally grew because if you remember, Luffy grieved harder than anyone, and Luffy is the one with the bigger excuse to grieve in this moment. But now he's the one with dry eyes comforting Tama on her loss, and she was only in the beginning stages of denying Ace's death. Luffy talks about Marineford like Dutch Vanderlyn talks about Blackwater in Red Dead Redemption 2. Something tragic happened back there, and you weren't really there for it, but it's okay. It's gonna get greater later. And also immediately going into Act 1, it was confirmation that this was going to be Zoro's arc. He was getting solo shots with the samurai vibes, the sword lore, and the real aura of a main protagonist. Wano has a theme of masking oppression with beauty, also similar to Water 7. You've got people being forced to smile with the smile fruit. Also, for the record, intentionally feeding people leftover defective smile fruits with bites already in them is absolutely insane work, Orochi. And I mean it. And just when you really start to uncover the filthiness of this society, that's when Kaido, the ringleader of it all, the mitochondria of this cell, shows up. I think it's interesting that later on in this arc, Kaido has a quote that he says, "Death completes a man." And when we first were introduced to Kaido, he was looking for his own death and jumping off a cliff, which sets up his eventual demise, kind of falling off another cliff in Act 3. But we'll get to that in Act 3. But this sets the stage for a villain who's so strong that he's looking for opponents to just push him to the next level. Kind of like Saitama from One Punch Man or Perfect Cell from Dragon Ball, each of which are some of anime's favorite characters. Now, in Luffy vs. Kaido's first match, two things can be true. Luffy has shown that he's grown a lot since his fight with Katakuri, but he also gets done in one swing by Kaido. Kaido has shown that he's still leagues above Luffy, even after the events of Whole Cake. And I believe that this was a great move by Oda, because if Luffy had fought Big Mom in Whole Cake like he originally wanted to, win or loss, it would have taken away from the impact of this moment as his first clash with an emperor. It would have taken away from the sting of the loss, confused the power scaling, and would have ultimately taken away from his training session in Udon. And that shows that Oda planned this Luffy versus Kaido fight way before Whole Cake even started. maybe before even Fishman Island started, because that's when he first called out Big Mom. And considering how long all of these arcs have been, that is nothing short of amazing. Still, at the time, I wondered why Kaido didn't just kill Luffy in that moment. But then I realized that he wanted Luffy to submit. He tried to break him down, just like he tried to break down Kid, Hawkins, and Killer. But it is wild that Kaido kept the samurai alive in the Udon prison. I felt that that was really risky for Kaido's part. It ended up being his demise. It was no real gain for such a high risk, and I think it was a real blunder on his part, because you were never going to make a samurai submit. Their whole thing is honor and will. That's their whole thing. You're not going to be able to break that. And Kid, after hundreds of episodes of buildup, this brother got caught twice in one arc and lost an arm before we even saw him swing his first real swing in a first real One Piece fight. I was on hate watch for him since the beginning, but luckily he proved me wrong eventually. Law is actually captured in this arc too, and for the first time in One Piece, we see him be a real captain to his own crew instead of being a co-captain to the Straw Hats. I assume he's always played the role of a captain, but this is the first time, the realest time, we're really seeing that on screen. He actually ends up escaping and frees his own crew without bringing any unwanted attention to the plan. He did all of this solely without the Straw Hats' help, or without them even knowing. Remember, back in the Punk Hazard Yin and Yang video, I harped on the fact that Law was always really close to the plan, sometimes too close to the plan. And before, when the plan crumbled, Law crumbled with it. But this time, maybe because of his journey and his growth after spending so much time with Luffy and the Straw Hats, he can really stick a move. He can save his crew and the plans when they get torched midway through. As a matter of fact, he's shown the ability to pivot many times in this saga. Yeah, Luffy getting captured, Big Mom and Kaido reuniting, Kanjuro's betrayal, the port getting destroyed. None of that was part of the plan, but he handled it very well. He responded to each failed plan with a new and improved update. Remember back in Dressrosa, all Doflamingo had to do was invite Fujitora to ruin Law in that arc, almost ruin him the whole first half, the whole first 3/4. And now he's dealing with Orochi, Big Mom, and Kaido teaming up while they're all in enemy territory. This is a major feat, and it sets up the best performance he's ever had in this whole show in Act 3. And trust me, I will definitely be getting to his appetizer fight to the eventual bombshell that is Gear 5, Big Mom versus Law and Kid. Oda knows how to get us invested into a new setting while introducing new characters, because sometimes that could be hard to do. By this time, we've been watching One Piece for a long time. There have been a lot of characters in, out, switched in and out, brought back. So as a writer or a mangaka, I could see how it would be difficult to get everybody to care about all of these new characters, specifically Odin and Momonosuke and Kinemon in this story. But the way Oda makes us care is he connects it to the overall One Piece story, specifically the bigger and familiar faces in the overall One Piece story. That Odin backstory touched on every important character in One Piece history: Blackbeard, Whitebeard, and Roger, Shanks and Buggy, even Frankie. It's like he's showing us a full web of the One Piece world, and right in the middle of it is Big Mom. I thought Big Mom showing up in Wano would have been the most satisfying Day X manga I've ever seen. You know how much of a writing narrative genius you have to be to make Big Mom the previous arc's big bad, the Day X manga in the next story? She showed up uninvited, she showed up unwanted, and I thought that would help the Straw Hats' endeavors. She ends up losing her memory, becomes Mama, works with Tama, and even teams up with Kaido because they were crewmates at one point? Are you kidding me? That's like finding out your two exes are best friends. Turns out, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and every other important pirate have like NFL head coaching trees. Everyone is connected to someone legendary from the past. And all three, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, were all part of the Rocks Pirates, who went up against some more big names, Garp, Roger, and Shanks at God Valley. I really thought that Kaido and Big Mom were gonna give us the first Emperor clash since Shanks and Whitebeard back in, what episode was that? Like the 200s? But nah, Never happened. Instead, we got the first mention of God Valley and they're back to working together. As a matter of fact, turns out Kaido owes Big Mom a favor for getting him his devil fruit. And we learn in Odin's backstory that God Valley is where Garp and Roger teamed up to fight the Rocks Pirates for a reason that's unknown to us at this point. How the hell are we getting foreshadowed, cliffhangered this hard on a past event? This show's world building is absolutely ridiculous on a whole nother level. The whole God Valley incident was actually lightly referenced back in Marineford between Roger and Garp when Roger turned himself in and was imprisoned by the government, and he was talking to Garp about saving his son Portgas D. Ace. Roger mentioned that he saved Garp before and they were loosely friends, or maybe previous business partners would be a better way of putting it. Roger was using this God Valley incident, allegedly, I think, as a bargaining chip for taking care of his son. Even though we were enemies, I respected your father. We fought many times, but we had a sort of bond. Garp said this to Ace in Marineford. Also, another side note, I am not sure, and I don't know if we're all sure, if Roger has a devil fruit by now. I've never seen him in the water, which makes me think he does have a devil fruit, but I also haven't seen the devil fruit, which makes me think he doesn't have a devil fruit. He uses a cutlass. That doesn't stop him from being a devil fruit, but that also doesn't make him a swordsman. Like, you get what I'm saying? If he doesn't have a devil fruit, that would make me a lot less scared of Blackbeard, because that would be the ultimate trump card. Hockey beats devil fruits no matter how many devil fruit abilities you have. And speaking of, we're getting cutaways to Emperor Blackbeard taking over, and already taken over, Pirate Island, sitting there lurking with a 2.2 billion berry bounty. Blackbeard's lore is growing, and it's obvious that Luffy is not the only person in this arc that may not be a person but rather a higher power. Blackbeard revealed that he doesn't need sleep. I don't know if he said that before, but when he said that, it really tripped me up. He doesn't need to sleep. And on top of that, his body allows him to have 2 different devil fruits. And like I said in the last video, he knew that before taking the second devil fruit. I don't even know if 2 devil fruits is his limit. He could just keep going. These cutaways are always there to remind us that he's always there. Still waiting to be dealt with by Luffy, because it's obvious no one's gonna take that chess piece off the board for Luffy. He's gonna have to do it himself. He is One Piece's main villain, and he will for surely be the last obstacle. Either him or that guy with the huge hat from the Reverie. Maybe that's his head. Maybe that's his head. I don't know. That might be just his head. I don't know. We'll find more about that later. Another side note, Blackbeard stealing devil fruits is going to be a really fun function to go into later on, because we're going to be able to see all of the old devil fruits that we kind of forgot to One Piece's past get brought back up in a story in a big way, assuming that that actually happens. So this is kind of like a prediction on top of a prediction, like prediction inception, but I do think that will happen. As long as they pace it better than the 4th Great Ninja War, I think that would be a legendary arc. And somebody asked me in the comment section, who is my favorite One Piece character outside of the Straw Hats? I told you my favorite Straw Hat is definitely Robin, but my favorite character outside of the Straw Hats is definitely Blackbeard, so I enjoy all these Blackbeard cutaways. And trust me, they are scarce. He's not my favorite character this arc though, because that belongs to Zoro. Because here comes him with his new sword, Enma. That fight with the weapon collector, that might be my favorite Zoro fight yet. Bro pulled out a scythe, lodged out of his own arm, and used that as his 3rd sword, all in an effort to get his 3rd sword, his actual 3rd sword. And when he won the fight, he didn't even care about actually getting it back because he took a replacement. And in that fight, I was reminded that every sword that Zoro has had was earned by either him or Luffy. Except for maybe Kitetsu the 3rd. But still, Luffy retrieved Zoro's childhood sword for him in Romance Dawn. Zoro fought Ryuma in Thriller Bark, and then he fought the weapons collector for Enma in like a tertiary kind of way. And just remember, he got Kitetsu III for free from the weapons dealer in episode 49 in Logtown. He just did the thing where he held his arm out, threw the sword in the air. The guy was worried about it being cursed and stuff, and turns out Zoro had his luck. I think that scene comes up big in Act 3. We will get to that. That is my favorite theory in this whole video. But while all of this is going on, Luffy is locked up in Udon. As a matter of fact, he's locked up in Udon just like he was locked up in Alabasta, and Impel Down, and in Punk Hazard, and in Whole Cake. Oda loves prisons apparently, and he often puts Luffy inside of them. But Luffy always turns it into a training arc. He's not tripping, he's in good spirits the whole time. He uses his time in the pen to get better. And trust me, he's been in much worse pens than Udon Work Camp. He builds alliances, he meditates, and he gets ready for war. Basically, he does whatever he can do in the situation he's in, no matter how down he is. And at the end of Act 2, Yasui's death hit hard, and the way Oda was able to use this moment hit even harder. It's rare for a character's death to make this much of an impact with how little we actually known the character, but that's exactly what we're seeing in this moment. We didn't know him for long, but the death still hurt. He died like a hero, and it mattered because it inspired the people around him, especially through the children that were around him. Another theme that I found in Wano is a theme that's near and dear to my heart, which is the theme of children doing things that adults should do because the adults are incapable at doing it. And that's actually the same theme as one of my favorite games, video games ever, Earthbound, which I put a lot of Earthbound music in my videos. If you watch my videos, you definitely heard Earthbound music. If you haven't played Earthbound, find some way to play it. Okay, we're done with the unwarranted Earthbound plugs, my bad. But yeah, that's a theme in Wano and also a theme in Earthbound. Kids stepping up when the adults should step up, because the kids have to step up because the adults are too incapable or just they don't want to. And that theme is actually helped by the time travel aspect of all of this. A lot of Oden's retainers were really young when this whole event started going down, but after the 20-year gap, they got on action immediately because they had to. And that brings us to the much anticipated Act 3. Let's talk about Chopper first. This is the most growth we have seen from Chopper. I am putting that down right now on paper. When the Ice Oni virus hit, Chopper did not panic. Well, he kind of panicked, but that didn't stop him from creating an antidote on the spot in the middle of a literal war. That's not just an improvement in practicing medicine, that's an improvement in deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning under pressure, mind you. Then Queen tried to clown him, belittling his role. On his wanted poster, his bounty is like $100. Like, that's been a running joke in the show. But through it all, Chopper stood tall. But this is where I started getting my theory bag again, right? Chopper has always had a love language of words of affirmation. That's been another running joke for Chopper in this whole show. But if someone's love language is words of affirmation, that means words of straight up discouragement and I don't believe in you would hit a person like that even harder. And stuff like that has worked on Chopper in the past, but this time he ain't fold. He's proved that he's growing, not just as a doctor, but as a pirate, as a warrior. He held his ground with the Rumble Balls as a baby grandpa. And honestly, I think holding off Queen for as long as he held him off was his best win since against the priest in Skypiea. Brook didn't get a 1v1 fight moment like he did in Whole Cake, but his support was still very crucial. He protected Robin after her fight, he fended off CP0, and he stayed strategic in the chaos. Calm, smooth, and effective. That was Brook this arc. And speaking of Robin, Robin versus Black Maria was special. This was a rare Robin to the rescue scene instead of being rescued. And it was Sanji of all people. And then she goes full demon mode and defeats a Tobiropo, what's her name again? Black Maria, fully solo. It's her first full major solo on-screen fight and she owned it. There's a moment where she says, "I'm not the kind of woman who relies on her friends to win her fights." And that's going on her Hall of Fame plaque when it's all said and done. I try to be fair with the Straw Hat Glaze. I could talk about Robin for a very long time, but I'm trying to keep it even for everybody. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying? But Robin definitely grew in this arc. Frankie versus Sasaki, General Frankie versus Sasaki was a great fight. Most of Frankie's fights are like awesome mecha type fights that scratch that itch. and this did just that. There was no strategy, no tricks, just Frankie handling business. Nami and Usopp paired up versus Page One and Alti, and that was a top tier fight in this arc. Nami gets Zeus back, who's fully loyal now, and blasts Alti with one of the biggest electricity attacks we've seen in the show thus far. But just the fact that Nami is now able to stand up to someone like Kaido's Tobiropo is a wild fact. And when she refused to say that Luffy would never become Pirate King, remembering all the way back to Arlong Park, which is legitimately 1,000 episodes ago now, that was an amazing moment. And obviously, not every Straw Hat would have withstood that pressure. But like Chopper and Robin, she ain't fold. Usopp didn't get a big finish, but he still grew and his role was still vital. He protected Tama and helped Tama distribute the Kibidongo, the little dumplings that she was pulling out of her cheek, and gave one of his classic speeches about being a brave warrior of the sea. And that made me think he's almost ready to see his pops. Back in Syrup Village, he wanted to be a brave warrior of the sea, and he claimed that his dad was a great pirate, and that was confirmed at the end of this arc. Turns out, he wasn't lying. Turns out he wasn't lying. Oh my gosh, this guy never ceases to amaze me. Usopp doesn't have to lie. His life is legitimately amazing. He doesn't have to lie about it, but he continues to do so. And this might be a sidetrack, but I seen a comment about the fact that Usopp lying about his life isn't really lies. He's just foreshadowing things that eventually come true because he has the best observation haki we've ever seen in history of One Piece. And that makes so much sense that it's scary. Jinbei versus Who's Who is Jinbei's first major solo fight as a Straw Hat. He hops in the paint with a former CP9 agent and gives a beautiful speech about loyalty and Fishman pride. That fight was about honor as much as it was about Fishman karate. But now, let's get to the heavy hitters in this arc. Starting off with Sanji versus Queen. This was a fight, yes, but it was just as much about identity. There's something in there about a comic book villain literally hiding their secret identity, but that's for a later video. See, look, you see it. Sanji is kind of like a comic book villain with the Germa powers. Identity. Later video. Sanji feared becoming a mindless maniac like his siblings are, and he found a way to accept the positives of the power without denying himself, without losing himself. He even asked Zoro to off him if he ever went crazy and lost his mind. That's how deep the struggle went. And the thing about that promise is that he didn't have to execute him at the end of Wano, but the thing about it is there's like looming promises in One Piece that haven't been fulfilled yet that are very scary. One made during Impel Down that I will get to later on in this video. But Oda doesn't forget promises like that. So I really do fear that Sanji is gonna have to get offed, or that comedic relief between Sanji and Zoro will become like a real fight this time. But they're brothers, so I'm excited to see it go down, and I'm excited to see the makeup after it goes down. But in the end, he blitzed the dance performing pop star Queen with his own style. Classic Sanji, heart, spirit, and soul. Zoro versus King was the meat and potatoes of this arc, the main course we'd all been waiting for. And it had strong implications on Zoro's place in the One Piece world. And he goes back to the roots he may have always had in the land of Wano. This is the fight that we've been waiting for since Ryuma mentioned Wano in Thriller Bark. First of all, Zoro was a Swiss Army knife. He fought everyone in this arc. He fought all of the top performers. He fought Big Mom, he fought Kaido, he fought Queen, he fought King, and stood toe-to-toe with them all. He did something that only Oda managed to do with scarring Kaido. Now, the scar wasn't as big as Oden's, but he still scarred Kaido. Kaido even suggests something huge, that Zoro has Supreme King's haki. That puts Zoro in the same tier as Rayleigh, Marco, Katakuri, real right-hand legends. His struggle with Enma awakened something in that near-death experience. It forced him to coat his sword with the Conqueror's haki, similar to how Goldie Roger did with his cutlasses. Or no, Goldie Roger only had one cutlass. And let's not forget the moment where Zoro blocked an attack from Big Mom and Kaido combined, saving Luffy's life. If that attack were to hit Luffy, there's a good chance that we might have not even gotten to Gear 5 in this arc. He literally fought off death, saw death knocking at his door after taking the recovery drug. All right, now, I might say something crazy here, all right? This is the theory that I was really excited about. In my personal opinion, instead of it being a hallucinogenic drug nightmare that he got, that was the vision that he got when he was near death's door, I think it might have been Enma or Kitetsu III in like a soul Zanbakuto Bleach kind of way. I think he just saw his sword, most likely Enma or Kitetsu III, personified. I would think it's Kitetsu III because that was the cursed blade that the guy in Logtown was so worried about. Just food for thought. Either way, Zoro got up fighting. He earned every berry in the bounty multiplier he got at the end of this arc. And his fight versus King was a great way to end this whole Wano arc for Zoro. Big Mom versus Kid and Law was a clash of titans, 3 of them to be exact. This was both Law and Kid's best fight, period. This was Kid's really only fight, but this was Law's best fight, period. Maybe even their best moments of the show, regardless of a fight or not. Law coats his sword with devil fruit powers instead of hockey, and Kid makes like a giant mecha thing. And I'm about to have a Dragon Ball Z style solar flare destructo disc argument. Why can't Law just rip out everybody's heart instantly? Like, why is that something he's not able to do? He coats room with his sword, yes, but why can't he just cut everybody's heart out? Like, seems like an unstoppable plan. Like, we saw it once and then he just never does it again. Caesar was a huge villain at the end of an arc before, and then he got reduced to comedic relief because he had his heart literally in his hands. And also, another side note on top of a side note, in my whole cake video, I said that I didn't think that Big Mom was an actual bad person. I just thought she was an obstacle. I didn't think that she was immorally bad. Like, yeah, she was overprotecting Mom. She took people's souls, but I don't think that sounds crazy to say, but she gave them back. Like, I don't think that she was an actual evil person. And I think that was proven this arc. Even though she lost her memory, she was able to remember that Tama treated her well. She was poor and still gave Big Mom her share of food. And Big Mom took that to the heart and loved her for it and defended her from the Tobiropo for it. All I'm trying to say is that Big Mom isn't as evil as people may think, and she seems to have an honor and justice code. But this arc between Law, Kid, and Big Mom proved one thing. Of all of the worst generation rookies, the supernova rookies that hit Sabaody Archipelago, only 3 of them matter. I don't believe Zoro had a bounty over 100 mil at the time, so it just leaves the 3, Kid, Law, and Luffy, who are all here in this moment. Everyone else is out the picture. Luffy versus Kaido though, that was the point of it all. This was the reason to watch One Piece a decade late. This arc is about never giving up on your dreams, no matter how long it takes. And Luffy keeps coming back again and again and again for this fight, with a new trick up his sleeve every time. He learns to infuse his attacks with Conqueror's Haki on the fly. Luffy has never had one central mentor that was able to follow him around and teach him the ropes and everything. He just had mentors here and there to help him in the pockets of time he had time to learn. And mix that with a good memory of their words and pure instinct. And Luffy had amazing moments in this arc before even getting to Gear 5. When he walked past 2 emperors to talk to Kinemon and peel him off the ground, bloodied, battered up off the ground, that was an amazing moment. Luffy is once again showing how smart he is when it comes to fighting, additionally to how much he's grown emotionally, like I said in the beginning of this video. He's learning to infuse things with Conqueror's Haki, he's learning how to use different forms of Haki, all without having that central teacher. And he's doing it on the fly in the middle of a fight. Luffy versus Kaido on the rooftop was more than just a battle. It was another showcase of Luffy's grit and determination, a culmination of all of the unwavering faith that everyone has put into him. The Straw Hats fully trusted him, and his presence on the rooftop, no matter how many times he lost, gave everyone hope, even people who weren't Straw Hats. In the first clash, Luffy got checked. Raw strength is not enough. Future sight is not enough. He got chin checked to the floor. He went to Udon, trained, came back with newfound mastery and resolve. He can punch Kaido without even touching him. This time he can now punch Kaido and also take a hit, all with a smile on his face. But yet, even with all that, it still wasn't enough. Kaido's strength remained and stayed overwhelming, but no one, and I repeat, no one gave up hope. From Yamato to Momo to Sanji and Zoro and to Nami, most importantly, they all believed that if anyone could peel themselves up off the ground by their own bootstraps, it was Luffy. That belief and that spark set the stage for something greater. And while Gear 5 had yet to be awakened at this point, technically, the world was already preparing itself for something legendary. I felt nothing when Luffy lost the first 2 or 3 times to Kaido. We've seen him lose multiple times before. He lost multiple times to Crocodile. Did he lose multiple times to Doflamingo? No, I don't think he lost. I don't think he lost once to Doflamingo. I don't think so. But regardless, I've seen him get beaten down worse than Kaido beating him down the first couple times, and I knew that Kaido did not earn those first couple wins. Basically, I knew it was going to take a lot more than that to down Luffy for more than like a few minutes. I did feel something. I did feel sadness when the news was going around each time that Luffy had lost. Everyone's hearts dropped, and for a second they felt sadness and despair before hyping themselves up back on the fact that, you know, Luffy not about to lose, like, come on now. And then the Cypher Pole agent interferes and distracts Luffy, kind of nicks him a little bit, kind of the same way that he was in the fight versus Katakuri. Kaido knocks him out. And I don't think Kaido knocked him out. I think Kaido killed him in that moment. I don't think Kaido was lying when he said that Luffy was dead and Luffy was defeated on the rooftop after the CP0 agent got to him. I don't think he was lying at all. I think he was really dead. And that is what triggered Gear 5 Joy Boy to save his life. Give him a get out of jail free card. Let me say this clearly. Gear 5 saved Luffy's life, or rather, Joy Boy saved Luffy's life. I mean, let's be real for a second here. Luffy walked on top of Zunisha. Zunisha was not tripping, like at all. The moment Luffy died, I think is the moment Joy Boy awakened. The dormant Joy Boy inside of him awakened. And that person that we saw, that was Joy Boy or Luffy, wasn't either 100% Joy Boy or Luffy, but rather a mixture of the two, in my personal opinion. Gear 5 is Luffy's peak form. It's a mythical Zoan fruit, not a paramecia like we had originally thought. The Gomu Gomu no Mi is actually the Hito Hito no Mi, model Nika, the sun god, freedom incarnate. Gomu Gomu no line, though, is gonna always hit harder and be more of a classic than Hito Hito Mi. Come on now. Let's be real here. Pump the brakes. But this fight turns cartoonish on purpose. Luffy becomes more ridiculous than he already is, and more importantly, unpredictable than he already is. Oh, you don't believe me? He flew into Kaido's mouth, reached his hands through his corneas, grabbed his nostrils, and launched himself out his mouth. And we saw that. That was the apex moment of this 200 episode fight. Somebody reaching hands through the corneas of your eyes, who's the guy from the SpongeBob episode? The Strangler from the SpongeBob episode. If you know, you know. But yeah, Nico the Sun God. Luffy is a god now. At least I think, because the Will of D is said to be the enemies of the god. So that's like a direct conflict going on within him. But like I said, I don't think that person that we seen with the white hair and everything was either Luffy or Joy Boy. I think it was like a mixture of the two. But yeah, it says the freedom incarnate. It is freedom itself, whatever it is. And turns out it was all in the fruit. I thought it was the hat. Maybe the hat is still special. Or maybe the hat is just symbolic, but turns out it was in the fruit. The hat was a red herring for now. The looseness and goofiness of Gear 5 accurately represents the looseness and goofiness of the actual character in Gear 5, Luffy. and Joy Boy. Gear 5 got way more presentation than any other gear. Gear 2 was a part of the Blue Eno fight. Like, Blue Eno wasn't even I think his name is Bueno. I forgot his name. But yeah, that wasn't even the main part of the fight that he was in. And then Gear 3 was probably the most lackluster of them all. And Gear 4 like threw me off. Like I was totally thrown off by it. It was still awesome, but it threw me off like 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay, 5? Okay, you know, it all threw me off, but it was still great. So that just brings up the question, are all of the other gods just normal people who ate special devil fruits as well? But this Gear 5 moment was the legendary moment that made me watch One Piece, made me do this whole review, and I understand the hype. At first, I was like, how can the 5th transformation be the greatest? I still am a big Dragon Ball Z fan. It's gonna be hard to beat the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Super Saiyan 2 was amazing, Super Saiyan 3 was amazing, Super Saiyan 4 was pretty good. Ultra Instinct was really good, but it's gonna be hard to beat that first transformation. Oda and One Piece figure out a way to do it. Let's take a second to talk about Shanks, who, if Luffy is the sun god Nika, Shanks has been his guardian angel since the beginning. He blessed him with the Straw Hat. He stole the fruit from Luffy and kinda sorta let him have it. He saved Luffy from the Sea King, and he saved Luffy during Marineford, and then also saved Luffy at the end of Wano from the agent the Marine infiltrating Wano solo. And most importantly, he's the realist. He never felt bitter about any of Luffy's success. Even now, they're staring at each other eye to eye. Shanks has a upper hand a little bit, like a billion berry bounty, but still, they're still both emperors. Whatever Luffy gets in this life, he owes a lot of it to Shanks, and I'm gonna be excited to see how that story ends. The Joy Boy and Nika reveal reframes the whole story. Did Garp or any of the other Marines know about the importance of Luffy's devil fruit that they all knew he had? The Marines at least knew of Luffy's existence since Romance Dawn. If the Gum Gum fruit was stolen, and you see somebody with the Gum Gum powers, and you know that that's actually like the Joy Boy fruit, get on that, kill him before he even leaves East Blue. I feel like that was just a blunder on their part. And is Gear 5 what happens when a devil fruit awakens? Or is it something beyond that? And it just raises even more questions. Are other gods just devil fruit users? We thought that Eneru wasn't a god, he was just a self-proclaimed god because he had a Logia devil fruit and lived in the clouds. Was Eneru an actual god? Did we double back on the double back? At this point in the story, Luffy's past obviously mirrors Roger's. They visit the same islands like Water 7, Fishman Island, Logtown. He died at Logtown, but you get it. They both carry Kozuki's on board, and they're both very convincing people that keep convincing other people, no matter what status they are, to work with him and let him take the next step as they chase their dreams, which is both freedom. And they both laugh at every situation, no matter how serious. If this parallel holds, I think that Luffy will disband the Straw Hat Pirates just like Roger did. I think Luffy is doomed to die at the end of One Piece, just like Roger was doomed to die. Maybe because of the injections that he was getting in Impel Down and Marineford from Eva. He took what, 2 or 3 of them, and they each take 10 years off his life. Yeah, he might be doomed. And I think that that's how One Piece is going to end, my personal opinion. If Luffy's journey is mirroring Roger's past, who would be the Whitebeard comp, the Black Big Mom comp? My personal opinion, it would be Law and Kid, most likely Law. I know that Whitebeard and Roger were enemies, but Law and Luffy are kind of enemies too. But at the same time, Roger also worked with Whitebeard, who was his enemy, and Law also worked with Luffy, who is his enemy. I don't think it's totally far off that Law is playing the role of Whitebeard. But now we're in the post-Wano arc, and the new bounties just dropped, and they're historic. 3 bill apiece for Law, Luffy, and Kid, which I think Luffy obviously deserves more. He carried the most weight. He soloed the Emperor that they worked together for after she was already worn down by other people. So it is what it is. Zoro, Sanji, and Jinbei both top, all three of them top the 1 billion mark. And I love the moment where Zoro stops Luffy from crashing out about Vivi and Sabo and reminds him of how he felt about Ace. That's what you want from a right-hand man. Somebody who's gonna stop you from crashing out like you did 2 years ago when that situation scarred you deeply, literally. Those are the types of friends you need. Wano stays closed, and that makes sense. Momo is all grown up and he's making grown man decisions. Wano needs to be open, yes, for Joy Boy, who he knows already came, but it needs to stay closed because Wano just isn't ready yet. Like, it's been war torn. You know, it's going over a remaking, and the world government is already hot on its tail. So doors will stay closed. And that's good because Pluton will be the ancient weapon that is Wano, the place, basically, will be revealed at the right time. Luffy has been kind of a father figure to Momonosuke, actually, and that's been shown a bunch of times. Saved him in Punk Hazard, helped him fly in Punk Hazard, brought out the dragon in him in Wano, and Odin loved the sea. So how fitting is it that Odin traveled with Roger, and then 20 years later, Luffy traveled with Odin. No, Luffy traveled with Momo. Yeah. Mixing the names up, but you get it. Those are parallels with their stories. I thought that was nice. Yamato stays behind and doesn't join the crew. That doesn't surprise me. What surprised me is that Luffy was even serious about the offer of Yamato even joining the crew. When Luffy started, he said he wanted 10 people. He already has 10 people. He has 10, with Jinbei going onto the ship, he has 10 people. Why would he need Yamato to join the group, even as an honorary member? I'm glad they stayed home. But since that number 10 number is kind of more of a loose 10 than it is a strict 10, are there more Straw Hats coming? Because if there are, the Straw Hats that I thought would have been added would have been Vivi and Sabo, and they're in some pretty sticky situations right now. Because the world outside is falling apart. Sabo is pronounced dead, even though that doesn't seem right with everybody. King Cobra is dead though. That seems very sure with everybody. Vivi is missing, which is definitely not good. Kuma is freed, which is good. He's back home. In the Reverie aftermath that felt so long ago, that was 200 episodes ago. That 12 episode that was really 6 episodes, but was 12 episodes. All that aftermath is showing its ugly head. It feels like another Marineford is on the horizon. Sabo escaped death twice already. Can he do it a third time? We still barely know who Dragon is, but one thing is clear, is that if Sabo really did kill King Cobra, Dragon would not stand for him and stand behind his decisions. He might not care who his kid is, but he's got a code, he's got a moral code. Can't blame the man for that. Then there's Buggy, and somehow, Buggy became an emperor. This is the third luckiest man in One Piece history, with the first two being Luffy and Blackbeard in that order. I don't know how Buggy's story ends, but I am super excited to find out how it ends, and I think it'll end parallel to Shanks' story for obvious reasons. The warlords are gone, the government is in chaos, and the government's ranks have been hit, and now it's a pirate's world, but it may have always been that way. What Luffy is doing in Wano is more than Blackbeard has ever done. This is the first time in the whole One Piece show that I feel that Luffy has surpassed Blackbeard. Luffy is for real an emperor now, and he's beaten 3 emperors on his journey. Big Mom, Kaido, Buggy. I thought Kid would be the main choice for emperor for sure, maybe even Law. But even though the choice of Buggy surprised me, I should have saw it coming. Like, I just should have saw it coming. But what will Big Mom and Kaido's crew do now? Most likely, they'll just be victims to Blackbeard, as he either recruits them to join the crew or just takes their abilities, which is probably what he's gonna do. I hope that Big Mom and Kaido stay dead. They fell into lava. I think they're dead, but it's not confirmed, and also death is very rare in One Piece. Either way, any sort of decommissioning would be a fitting end to both of their stories, I believe. And we already got a Big Mom return. I don't think we need a second one. Another side note, what the hell has Shanks been doing this whole time? He's been moving in silence, but like super silence. Laugh Tale is on the tips of our tongues. 3 out of 4 road pony glyphs were found. We found one in Cake Island, Zoe, and Wano, and the last one we saw in Roger's flashback was in Fishman Island. I don't know if it's still there because The Straw Hats went to Fishman Island and they didn't see it. And I don't think that fact will be as important anyways, because I don't think the One Piece is in Laugh Tale. I think Laugh Tale is a red herring. The government knows more than all of these pirates do. The 5 elders definitely knows more than anybody does. And the gods for surely do. Whatever the One Piece was, they probably moved it to Marineford, or maybe Blackbeard gets to it first and moves it to Pirate King. Whatever it is, I think Laugh Tale is the biggest red herring in One Piece history. It could be in Laugh Tale. I don't think it will be. That's just my personal hunch. Pluton is in Wano. Pluton ends up being Wano. So, according to grammar, we got a person, place, and a thing. The person is the ancient weapon Shirahoshi. The place is Wano. The last ancient weapon should be a physical thing. Animals also include the thing category from what I learned in grammar school. So it could be an animal, maybe Zunisha, or maybe something else. Maybe the treasure in Marijua. Maybe that's the third ancient weapon that Doflamingo was talking about. Maybe it's the Straw Hat Stone. I don't know. These ancient weapons have been super unpredictable. And the Sabo situation and the Kobe kidnapping eerily remind me of the Ace situation that happened in Marineford. So I think another Marineford style war is coming. It's being set up perfectly. And again, we still haven't heard from Whitebeard's illegitimate son. That is gonna be, he's gonna show up huge. He's getting the Blackbeard treatment. Trust me, he's getting the Blackbeard treatment. He will be huge. And for the whole Kobe kidnapping thing, anybody who gets kidnapped by Blackbeard, that ends up being an explosive situation beyond anybody's imagination. We also seen Yasop's dad. Like I said before, Usopp was not lying about his dad being a great pirate. You couldn't believe anything Usopp said. So the fact that he was actually telling the truth in that moment, was crazy. That makes me want to meet up with Shanks even more. Usopp's original dream was to become a brave warrior of the sea, but I was like, how do you measure that? That's not like a measurable goal. And if it was a measurable goal, he's definitely surpassed it ever since, Dressrosa, he surpassed it? But now that we've seen Yasopp, I think the measurable goal is meeting back with his father and him sitting eye to eye with his father as a Straw Hat and his father as a red-haired pirate. To hear Usopp talk about his father, you have to go all the way back to Syrup Village. Syrup Village. He doesn't mention his father at any other point than that. And then at the very end, Luffy reveals his dream to his crew, but not the audience. And it got me thinking, what could the dream possibly be? He said that he told Shanks, Ace, and Sabo. I think he might have told Garp, I don't know. So he's had to have wanted to do it since a kid, which automatically ruled out my first thoughts of bringing someone back to life. I thought that was, but I was like, that couldn't have been possible if he told Ace and Sabo and them. So it couldn't be bringing somebody back to life. And it couldn't just be freedom, because then that would have invoked the reaction it did from his crewmates. So it's got to be something huge. And then also, I don't think Luffy would want something selfish. So it's not going to be like money or anything like that. Luffy's not a selfish person, so I don't think his dream will be selfish. They all got mad at him at his reaction, specifically Usopp did. So it made me think that he wished for something like ending the era of pirates totally, or ending the world government totally. That's the only thing that I could think of that would have garnered a reaction like that. And this is a section I have for residual comments that I didn't have a space for in this video, but I wanted to make them known. Number 1, does Ace have hockey abilities? Can Ace use hockey? I don't think we've seen that. I don't think. Another thing, Killer is such a great nickname. Killer chopping off the arm of Hawkins in the same place where Kid's arm was missing was a great moment, super smart, and it really shocked me. Another thing, Hyogoro and Kaido have similar tattoos. They're just, one's colored red, the other's colored blue. I guess they're both Yakuza. I wouldn't know why that is, because Kaido's not from Wano. Hyogoro is. Maybe Kaido just spent a long time in Wano and just adopted some of the, I don't know. But yeah, they have pretty similar tattoos. And that never got brought up. I thought that was gonna get brought up. It never got brought up. Cypher Pole, you went from being the big bad in One Piece's most critically acclaimed arc ever, Water 7 Enies Lobby, and you were just straight up annoying this arc. Cypher Pole was annoying this arc. They were annoying. They failed at everything they tried to do. They failed at killing Luffy. They failed at retrieving Robin again. And they just messed with the results of a fight that was the best fight in One Piece history, Cypher Pole was straight up annoying. They were annoying. That was probably purposeful. I hope it was purposeful. Their existence was just annoying. And then also, did a little bit of math. Wano is 18% of One Piece after it's completed. Before it's completed, Wano is 24% of One Piece. That's ridiculous. And that ends this long video. It is nighttime outside. It is dark outside. But I love doing this video. I love y'all. I love talking about One Piece. I love watching One Piece. I'm gonna get back to watching One Piece after this video is done. Hopefully by this time, I convince you to hit that subscribe button. Please check out the streams whenever I'm streaming on the weekends. I'm gonna start a Pokemon Soul Link Nuzlocke thing with Jeffrey DX every Wednesday. Watch out for the midday streams on Sunday and Saturday. I haven't been able to because I've been really working on these One Piece videos, so bear with me here. I hope I convince you to hit that subscribe button. Egghead kicks off One Piece's final saga so well that it almost makes you excited for One Piece to end. So many callbacks for hardcore fans, so many more lore reveals to just keep the community guessing, and so many title card worthy matchups that you'd swear Oda booked a boxing pay-per-view. And somehow it's all eerily setting up the end of the world as Sure, this arc starts out all fun and games, but this sci-fi escort mission turns to an Avengers level threat in the blink of an eye. Gone are the days of the Drum Islands and the Skypieas. As One Piece is coming to an end after 30 years, events are proving to grow more and more catastrophic as each episode goes by. After nearly 30 years, One Piece isn't slowing down, it's catching fire. It seems like every episode now piles on another apocalyptic development until the lore drops are overshadowing Luffy's fights. And that never happens. The animation is insane. Egghead's pacing is more cinematic. And the story, it's not even about the Straw Hats anymore. It's about the fate of the world. Because when you look at what Egghead really sets up, pirates might have never been the problem, but they might be the only ones that could save us. After this arc, one thing is clear. Whoever will become king of the pirates will become king of the world. When watching One Piece post time skip, sometimes I find myself looking for the next Marineford. But what I failed to realize is that every arc since Marineford has elements of Marineford. Dressrosa, Whole Cake, definitely Wano, and now Egghead. These aren't your just run-of-the-mill big arcs. They're full-on wars with legacy characters, ancient weapons, and global consequences. All that to say, Marineford wasn't the peak, it was the blueprint for the rest of One Piece. Yeah, large factions with big names attached to them, all being involved in huge conflicts settled with a final battle. And Egghead? It's the beginning of the endgame. Every moment we are watching is dedicated to telling the story of Sun God Nika and executing the climax of this legendary adventure. So let's take on the challenge of breaking down each of these history-altering events, cataclysmic title fights, of course some good old classic lore reveals, and unfortunately, the ultimately tragic backstories that hit home. And honestly, you can say this about a lot of One Piece arcs, but this arc is not anything like we've seen before. Now, before we get into our 30-second summary, at this point in time of me recording this video, the anime actually isn't finished with Egghead. So this video is gonna be special because we're gonna have two 30-second summaries. The first one up to the point where the anime left off, and the second one later on in the video after I warn you guys for major spoilers. The Straw Hats arrive at Egghead, the futuristic island of Vegapunk, and meet his 6 satellite clones. Vegapunk explains the mysteries of the Devil Fruits and asks Luffy to help him escape the world government, which has sent CP0, including Rob Lucci, to assassinate him. The crew splits up, fights off Seraphim. They're basically child clone weapons that are modeled after the 7 warlords of the sea. And the Straw Hats, with Vegapunk, prepares to flee. Meanwhile, the Marines deploy a massive force led by Admiral Kizaru and 5 Elder member Saint Saturn to kill Vegapunk and erase Egghead. And that, episode 1132, is where the anime has left off. Before we dive in, I just gotta draw this comparison. Egghead gave me West City vibes from Dragon Ball. A futuristic skyline, sci-fi tech everywhere, and a super genius family all at the middle of it. Dr. Vegapunk really feels like One Piece's Bulma. He's just more behind the scenes when it comes to the main story. But while Egghead isn't massive by One Piece's standards, it's definitely one of those short but packed arcs that Oda's mastered to this point. Hello everyone and welcome to the One Piece game show. Who wants to be Reverie? Which arc am I describing? Edgy science, mad doctors, experiments gone wrong. Is it A, Egghead, B, Thriller Bark, or C, Punk Hazard? Take your time, take your time. If you answered D, all of the above, you are correct. Egghead perfectly fits that Thriller Bark Punk Hazard mold that One Piece has done so well. So much so that it could be experimental, no pun intended, and break the mold a bit. We're gonna start off with the insane matchups that could headline any arc on their own. Then we'll dive into Kuma's heartbreaking backstory. And finally, we'll wrap up with the 5 elders, their role in this final saga, and my theories on who's gonna find the One Piece. Egghead isn't just another science-themed detour. It's the fuse that's gonna light the final war. And it all starts with a string of explosive matchups. Shanks, Blackbeard, Garp, Lucci. The kind of matchups that take the world by storm and rewrite the power scale. Let's break them all down, starting with the red-haired menace himself, Shanks versus Kid in Elbaf. Shanks has finally made a move and it was ruthless. He obliterated Kid's crew in seconds. No back and forth, no second chances, just a flash of Conqueror's Haki and Kid is drowning in the water. And it's no coincidence that Captain Kid loses this badly right as the final saga starts. I think it's safe to say he's out of the running. Honestly, just getting to think about it, Kid just might be one of the sorriest good pirates in One Piece history. I hope we never see him or his sorry crew ever again. But here's the deeper angle. Shanks is actively recruiting for something and something big. And when he's making his crew or his fleet, he values loyalty over strength, purposefully seeking out weak people that would die for him. That philosophy is actually the exact opposite of the world government. They value power over people, i.e. Akainu versus Aokiji. And for the world government in this Egghead arc, with Sentomaru, Vegapunk, and even Stussy, devaluing loyalty hurt them badly. So Shanks' decision to basically do the opposite should prove to be a good one. Shanks also has absurd future sight, like That's So Raven style. Seriously, he's able to see whole future scenarios, not just incoming punches. And also, remember when Shanks and Mihawk way back when had that one scene that showed them being buddy-buddy? Yeah, that still hasn't been explained really. Is Mihawk one of Shanks' undercover allies? It's possible. He doesn't seem too loyal to Buggy. I watched that scene from so long ago, and in that scene, Mihawk's told Shanks, "I don't want to fight with you anymore," insinuating that they used to beef, and the fact that they're not fighting might have to do something with the fact that Shanks has lost an arm. And after he lost that arm saving Luffy, Mihawk's like lost all interest in him. And something else that I think is important this arc is that Shanks didn't want to go after Laugh Tale immediately after Roger died, because Roger's death broke him. Of all people, Buggy had to try to convince him to chase the One Piece. But in my opinion, when he saw Luffy, something changed. He saw Roger and Luffy just like so many other One Piece characters before him have done the same thing. And now he's building an army in the shadows of Egghead to chase the One Piece yet again. And the next fight is Blackbeard versus Law. Alright, let's be real here. Blackbeard is cooking something serious. He ambushed Law, and for the first time, we're formally getting introduced to his crew. We get names, devil fruit powers, I think we even get a few bounties. Marshall D. Teach has straight up handpicked his crew to have staple superpowered devil fruits. Teleportation, super strength, invisibility. All they need now is a spider person. These aren't your normal run-of-the-mill quirky kind of devil fruit powers like turning yourself into a handgun. But here's what I don't get. Blackbeard said something in this arc that really disturbed me. Why does he want to be a leader of a nation sanctioned by the world government. This man beefed with them for years. He did nothing for them as a warlord. He only was a warlord to play in their face. The world government probably hates Blackbeard the most. I know Fujitora does. So hearing him say that he wanted a recognized kingdom under the world government just really showed me how much Blackbeard doesn't know about the deep evils that run through the world government, and also is clueless about how much they despise him. But after that giant Vegapunk reveal at the end of this Egghead arc, manga readers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's no way he wants a recognized nation now, right? In fact, now that he's got a certain mud user on his team, I think Blackbeard's new target might be somebody very familiar. And that person is very familiar with kidnappers. And on the other side of Law versus Teach, Law lost badly and the Heart Pirates are separated. And like I said, we are entering in the final saga, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Law also got nicks like this. I think it's safe to say he is out of the picture too. And when I say out of the picture, I mean out of the picture of actually getting the One Piece for themselves. As we're entering the final saga, you cannot get washed like that by a quarter of Blackbeard's fleet. Beppo saved Law's life again, and they're on the run. To where? I don't know. I think his best bet is going back to the peaceful country of Wano, the peaceful and secluded country of Wano, where we know they'll be welcome. It's wild actually how close Luffy was to finally meeting up with Shanks in Elbaf, or how close he was to getting to run ones with Blackbeard finally. But Luffy pulled the lucky draw to go to Egghead, where Vegapunk really needed him. Oh, and by the way, in this arc, it's confirmed that Blackbeard is of special lineage. It was confirmed straight from Saturn's mouth. So now we know how Blackbeard can withstand having 2 devil fruits and not needing to go to sleep. And after watching this arc, I suspect, personally in my opinion, if Blackbeard and Kuma were part of the same race, the Buccaneers. Blackbeard's devil fruit stealing powers have always been a little bit chaotic, and that showed up in this arc as well. Blackbeard's crew snuck onto Egghead Island to lay hands on Saturn. Not put hands on him, lay hands on him. They literally just touched him. And my guess is that they were trying to steal or replicate his powers. But another theory I have is that the elders don't have regular devil fruits. Those don't look like regular devil fruits to me. So if Blackbeard tries to take that, we might see him hit a supernatural wall even he can't get over. Simply put, if devil fruits are devil fruits, then whatever the 5 elders are might be the devils themselves. And speaking of Blackbeard and all them, when Garp decided to go save Kobe, I got a sinking feeling in my gut. I mean, who wouldn't? He's going straight onto Pirate Island like it was his heyday. And yeah, this moment was as bombastic and tragic as I would expect a Garp saving Kobe moment to be. Vice Admiral Garp versus his failed successor in Aokiji was legendary. The animation went so hard. They showed off. And it's been a while since we've seen Aokiji in action, and he's shown us he still ain't no scrub. As a matter of fact, in a flashback, we saw Aokiji step on a Cacao Island, wash Biscuit like he was a filler episode, and now somehow he works for Blackbeard. That's like the textbook definition of if you can't beat him, join him. But I don't totally buy it. Aokiji has to be a double agent of some sorts. Back in Punk Hazard, he labeled himself a wanderer. This guy doesn't have much motivation to do anything, let alone help Blackbeard find the One Piece. He's got to be either playing both sides or just waiting to backstab, or waiting to jump ship and wander some more. And meanwhile, Kobe is stepping into the role of that guy now. And it's been fun to see. From crying in Romance Dawn to destroying mountains, moving mountains as the Navy's poster child. Yeah, that's crazy growth. Someone has finally stepped into the role of Garp's protege, and it was just in the nick of time. Garp's been trying to pass on the mantle for a while now to Dragon, Luffy, Ace, but with Kobe, he feels it and it feels earned. And yeah, by the way, speaking of Garp, I have no clue why he was wearing that dog hat so early in the series. I thought that it would be brought up again. It was never brought up. Yeah, I went back to Kobe and Helmeppo and Garp's early days, and he had that hat on, and I was like, I remember that hat. And I used to think, oh, maybe he has a dog devil fruit. Maybe, I don't know, he owns a dog. No, it was never explained. But yeah, just a silly hat that the Navy Vice Admiral wore. But if Garp ends up dying after this, Luffy is not going to take that well at all. Despite Garp being Marine and Luffy trying to be king of the pirates, they still have mad love for each other. In the middle of Marineford, they still had that grandson-grandfather dynamic going on, and it was obvious. And if Garp really doesn't ever step foot back off of Pirate Island, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for a Straw Hat. Let's talk about Rob Lucci, because this man has been hanging around for way too long. Watching the beginning of this arc, I knew he shouldn't be in the same weight class as Luffy anymore. A lot has happened since Enies Lobby is the understatement of the century. Luffy is an emperor now. He trained for 2 years with Dark King Rayleigh. He's mastered Gear 2 and Gear 3, which I'm pretty sure he learned the same day he fought Rob Lucci in Enies Lobby. So yeah, now he's mastered Gear 2 and 3, and he's learned Gear 4 and 5. Advanced Armament Haki and Udon. Advanced Observation Haki versus Katakuri. Advanced Conqueror's Haki versus Kaido. And meanwhile, Lucci awakened his fruit. Cool. But I knew that should not put him on Luffy's level. And it didn't. With that being said, the animation for this fight was pretty cool, so I ended up not caring for too long. As this show goes on, it's gonna be hard to keep the power scaling as honest as it once was. Not impossible, but it will be hard to do, because Luffy is an emperor now. So technically, everyone who fights him is on par with an emperor, when before in the show, emperors rarely got into conflict because everyone put respect on their name and nobody ever fought them. But then on the flip side, in all reality, Luffy is the main character, the super main character of a super shonen anime. So he's inevitably gonna get himself in fights, which makes things a bit trickier. The way I saw it, I enjoyed the actual fight of Rob Lucci versus Luffy and realized that it was more about nostalgia than it was actually solving a conflict. I really think it was the appetizer for Lucci versus Zoro, which I was super hyped for. This fight on Egghead was actually the first time Lucci and Zoro have ever interacted. And I think that's really interesting because Zoro and Lucci are opposites morality-wise. Lucci is a cold, merciless assassin. He will stab you in the back, just like he tried to do in Vegapunk's lab. Zoro, on the other hand, fights with the honor of a samurai. He won't slash somebody in the back because that would be dishonorable. This fight had gravity, it had code, it had clashing philosophies. They were each even willing to risk their lives to resolve this. It felt earned, and honestly, it was perfect. And the last title fight really wasn't as much of a fight as it was an escape mission. Sabo saw the empty throne being not so empty anymore. But for me personally as a viewer, seeing Sabo fight Imu and the 5 elders at the same time and live to tell the tale makes him 100 times cooler. But this scene with Sabo and the government just shows that the government, after 900 years, is moving sloppy and is showing. I mean, even Wappo saw the whole thing going down. But Egghead wasn't just a battle arc, it was a whole world reset. The old guard is moving and the new legends are rising. And the Straw Hats are caught in the eye of the storm. But it's because of the Straw Hats that we could see so many different characters through so many different lenses. And Oda uses that perfectly this arc, especially with characters like Dr. Vegapunk and Kuma. I never thought I'd be saying this after all this time, but Dr. Vegapunk is an ally. Yeah, the same dude whose inventions nearly destroyed the Straw Hats over and over and over again, that guy. I mean, just look at his technical resume. Designed the pacifistas, built weapons and vessels laced with sea stone, created Momonosuke's artificial devil fruit, engineered self-destruct systems at Punk Hazard, and helped spark Germa 66's genetic cloning program. So to reiterate, because of Dr. Vegapunk, that's Whole Cake Island, Punk Hazard, Wano, Punk Hazard again, and Sabaody Archipelago that were all caused by this man. Tell me that doesn't scream final boss to somebody that doesn't know him, but turns out he's just a really nice guy. But then we hear Kuma's story and suddenly it all makes sense. Turns out Vegapunk isn't necessarily evil. He's just too nice. So nice that he lets the wrong people twist his genius into weapons. He literally made 6 separate versions of himself, and that wasn't enough for him to get his weapons to not be abused. I have always been mad curious about Kuma, and ever since we saw him in Thriller Bark, I had a lot of questions for him. Why is this guy a cyborg? What is his connection to Ivankov and Luffy? And why is he carrying a Bible around like it's his main weapon when it's not his main weapon? But I don't even blame him for real, you know, he just want to keep that word on him. I understand it, I respect it. But the comments always told me, wait till you hear Kuma's story. Some comments were even telling me you don't want to know Kuma's backstory. And now, I get it. Kuma's backstory isn't goofy tragic like Big Mom's. It's not damaging but ultimately rewarding like Sanji's. It's straight up tragic, like start to finish tragic. Start to finish with a little bit of the middle tragic. Born a slave, watched his dad die mid-jig while he was dancing for freedom. That shit was sad. And the anime did that scene way dirty. In a good way though, it hit hard. He literally made a deal with the devil to save his daughter Bonnie, just like he said he would. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. And Kuma became a lifeless weapon to protect her and the people he loved. Now, I tried to think about all the times we've seen Bonnie before this moment in Egghead, and one of the times that kind of stuck out to me was when Bonnie saved Zoro from Charlos, the notorious Charlos that started all of this mess in Sabaody. Even though she was a notorious pirate, we thought at the time, she's always shown to have a soft side. And now we know why. She's not even a fully grown adult. Kuma influenced the Straw Hats more than any other Marine in One Piece, and I mean that. He spared them at Thriller Bark. It didn't seem like it at the time, but he saved them in Sabaody, splitting them up before Kizaru could kill them. And then, on top of that, he sent them to uniquely individual training locations that would benefit them each. And then finally, he protected the Sunny. For 2 years. This man was not just a warlord. He wasn't just a cyborg. He wasn't just a weapon. He was a believer. He was a disciple of Nika, even outside of his own consciousness. And now it is clear that he saw that spirit in Luffy since back in Thriller Bark. Was that 700 episodes ago? And Kuma's daughter, Bonnie, her devil fruit is mad wild. Any future she can imagine, she can become it. But she has to believe for it to work. Even if she imagined Gear 5, which should be impossible, but Luffy, and which she saw as Joy Boy, made her believe, and she achieved. Bonnie's not just a ticking time bomb, in quotation marks. She's an engine that runs on hope, literally. And Kuma made her that way. She had to wait for him to write home, and the government wasn't even allowing those letters that he wrote to get to her, building her hope muscle. Her hope is strong enough to power her own devil fruit and not give up on her father. After years, Vegapunk gave Bonnie the ability to override the pacifistas, then got stabbed for it, then got shot for that also. But that one act proves that he was always on the right side. He was willing to die for all of his causes. Kuma believed in Luffy and practically was Luffy's disciple. And Luffy is now carrying all of that forward as Sun God Nika. Everything Kuma suffered for, everything Kuma's family suffered for, is not in vain because of Luffy's existence. So yeah, I say it with my chest. Kuma is the most important Marine to the Straw Hats. Not Smoker, not Garp, not Sengoku, Kuma. He didn't die a hero, he became a legend. But here's kind of a Last of Us kind of situation, right? You knew this was coming. Was it a mistake for Kuma to give himself up as a cyborg saving his daughter? Do you spare the girl for the sake of the world, Joel? For everyone who's played or watched Last of Us and also seen One Piece, I want to know if both of your answers for each of those series match up. And if they don't, why don't they match up? By becoming a cyborg and getting cloned for pacifistas, he's done more damage than he did good as a revolutionary. So yeah, it really makes you think. Personally, I don't think it's much as a mistake as it was just total neglect. There was no way you didn't think that the government would misuse this ability, but I don't think he cared because he wanted to save Bonnie that much. So I don't think it's as much of a question about Kuma's morality as much as it is about his desire to save Bonnie. But quick warning for everyone. Everything beyond this point is littered with major One Piece spoilers. So if you are only watching the anime and Egghead isn't finished by the time you're watching this video, a lot of this stuff might spoil it for you, at least for the next several weeks of anime drops. So boom, we learned Kuma was a kind king abused by the world government. He wasn't a tyrant. He became a pacifista to protect Bonnie and the world. In the present, Kizaru and Saturn invade Egghead, fighting Luffy and the others. Luffy uses Gear 5 against Kizaru, and Saturn reveals his terrifying Devil Fruit powers, if you can even call them that. Bonnie confronts Saturn with Kuma's memories, triggering Kuma to awaken and rocket to Egghead, where he saves her. Meanwhile, Vegapunk broadcasts the truth of the Void Century to the world just before being killed. The major reveal is that the sea is rising due to the government using ancient weapons to destroy islands, creating man-made earthquakes that create tsunamis and raise the sea level, and eventually the whole world will be flooded. Vegapunk dies, mic drop. The Five Elders and Emu might be the most terrifying villains in all of One Piece. Not because of their strength, but because of what they've already done. They erased Lulusia because they were rebellious, but at the end of the day, that applies to a lot of countries in One Piece. Why Lulusia? Why now? According to Emu, it was because they were nearby. Not a military base, not a threat, just a country of upstarts demanding change. Gone, vaporized, off the face of the planet, because the government felt like using a new toy. The world is literally sinking, man-made earthquakes, islands being destroyed with ancient weapons, and tsunamis are wiping out the innocent. Let me list them out just for this arc. The Egghead technicians, civilians, marines, Lelouchians, innocents are dying. The actions of the Five Elders in Emu have truly been disgusting. And the elders just sit on top of the world trying to protect their secrets. Compare the elders' selfish acts to Garp asking Kobe why he wanted to join the Marines: to protect the next generation. The elders make decisions for one reason only, and that's to hide the truth. But it's a good thing that Vegapunk leaked it all. Oh, he didn't leak it all, but he leaked a lot. The Void Century included a war between Joy Boy and the 20 powers of the world government, and Joy Boy lost, which eventually led the Celestial Dragons to build their homes at the highest point of the land on the Red Line. They'll be the last ones to drown. And the entire One Piece world we see today is built on top of a sunken civilization. And this makes Skypiea, yes, Skypiea, one of the most important arcs in the series now. Think of all the possibilities that can come from Sky Islands in a world that's flooding. I don't even know if it's possible for the flooding to even get to them. A knock-up stream flooding Skypiea would be crazy though. That would be insane. That would be insane. And Vegapunk also revealed that the members of Roger's old crew know about this lost history. But for all of this, Vegapunk had to die, and he had to die by the hands of an old friend. Kizaru had to kill him. And the usual calm and collected Kizaru showed emotion for the first time this arc when he snapped on Akainu. And he asked him, have you ever had to kill a friend? Which is a heavy loaded question. Even the hot-headed Akainu knew he had to back down because Kizaru never shows his emotions, and he finally snapped this arc. I'm excited for how the anime shows this. Kizaru felt something. Putting his old friend down hit deep. I hope in the anime also they dive more into the dynamic between Kizaru's and Vegapunk's relationship more than they did in the manga, just to make it really hit home. Egghead wasn't really about the Straw Hats. It was about the world and how pirates might be the only ones that could save everyone. If the oceans really do rise up and swallow everyone, the king of the pirates will not only just be the king of the pirates, you'll be the king of the sea. You'll be the king of the world. So that makes the government's actions and intentions very clear. Erase Joy Boy, the first ever pirate, and even wipe out the memory of the one pirate that stood against him. But that also made me think, because Vegapunk made it clear that he's not going to judge the moralities of each side, Joy Boy versus the 20 world government people. If Joy Boy really was evil, wouldn't they celebrate their victory over Joy Boy? Why not paint a picture of Joy Boy as the villain and celebrate your victory over evil? Instead, they buried everything. They buried everything and then made it illegal to even be interested in it, which makes it look suspicious. Which tells you Joy Boy isn't the bad guy. He was freedom, just like everybody said. And also, we've unironically been following Joy Boy for the last 1100 episodes, so we kind of know already he's a good guy. Thanks to Emmett, we see some flashbacks to Joy Boy, and yeah, he has the hat on. That is Joy Boy's hat. Should have known. I think we did guess that in the earlier video. But that hat that Roger was seen wearing, the one that was passed down to Shanks and eventually passed down to Luffy, is Joy Boy's hat. The one shown in the Reverie hidden statue. It makes more sense for Luffy to be fulfilling his role as Joy Boy and Sun God Nika unknowingly. Because plenty of times in this arc, people keep talking about this Joy Boy thing and he's just shrugging his shoulders because he don't know. He is oblivious to his own pivotal role in this huge story, which makes everything he's doing more pure and more natural without having the need to put on a front and step up to the plate. He is freedom incarnate. He doesn't try to be it, he just is. And the fact that Leloucia is gone, just from a viewer standpoint, it actually kind of does suck. Leloucia seems like the perfect place for the Straw Hats to go and liberate from their free king. It seemed like another Alabasta, it seemed like another Dressrosa. Just another group of oppressed people waiting for Nika to come and liberate them, like we've seen so many times. But now, it's just a crater, and I feel away. It's a shame we'll never see Leloucia again. It feels like we've been robbed of a One Piece arc. This tells me that this grand story is entering the final chapter. I always found it funny that the One Piece world felt like it had more water in it than even the real world has water in it, and the real world has a lot of water in it, because every place that the Straw Hats ended up visiting was an island rather than a continent, and now we kind of know why that is. The real world is under the water, which weirdly puts Vegapunk in a better light because not only did he expose all this information, he was looking to make artificial sky clouds to save everyone. Imu killed Saturn at the end of this arc without even blinking, and I think that shows how desperate the world government is becoming, but that's not necessarily a good thing because their desperate moves had proved to be catastrophic. They won't care about secrecy anymore now that the secret is out. They'll act in broad daylight with maximum desperation, which means things are about to move really fast for the rest of this series. The world is going to sink, and everyone knows it. The trust in the world government has to be about to hit zero. People will not buy the Luffy is a tyrant narrative anymore. They're not gonna buy it. They'll see what the world government is doing and they'll side with the man who wears the straw hat, especially because there's a lot of world kings that already align themselves with Luffy, especially after they confirm Leloucia isn't there anymore. And Leloucia wasn't no small kingdom. The king of Leloucia was at the Reverie just maybe, what was that, a few months ago at this point? And the country just doesn't exist anymore. But again, people losing trust in the government isn't necessarily a good thing because that'll just allow the government to make more erratic decisions that they've already been making. This is no longer about treasure. The One Piece isn't a treasure anymore, it's the truth. It's the fight for freedom, and the final saga of One Piece starts here in Egghead. After 1,000 episodes, there's still one thing that I really want to see in One Piece, and I want Luffy to be the one to find the One Piece. It sounds corny, I know, but he's earned it. He is always in the middle of the action. I know Shanks, Blackbeard, and Buggy are some fan favorites, my favorites too, but they kind of move in the shadows. Luffy is out here fighting gods, freeing nations, and shaking up the world government in person, face to face, not ducking any smoke. And he doesn't do it once, he doesn't do it twice, he does it over and over and over again. He's been consistently in the headlines ever since crossing the Grand Line? Of all the parties searching for the One Piece, people are starting to find out about the Will of D. They're starting to find out about the Void Century. Even the One Piece itself, but a lot of the ways they're getting this information is from leeching off of Luffy's crews and his actions. If Luffy never recruited Robin, there's a lot of people that wouldn't know a lot of things. If Luffy never shakes the snow globe at Marineford, if Luffy never shakes the snow globe at Egghead, there's a lot of people that don't know a lot of things, especially the way he shook the snow globe in Wano. Everyone gathering information about the One Piece is searching around like scavengers, and most of the time coming up Luffy. So if anyone but Luffy finds the One Piece, it really will feel wrong because I feel Luffy has earned it. No one has bled for this dream like Luffy has. But in the small occasion where it's not Luffy, I thought to myself, who would you want it to be if it weren't Luffy? If it's not Luffy, I would definitely want it to be Buggy. Even though I did say Blackbeard was my favorite character outside of the Straw Hats, I would want Buggy to find it. Yeah, I said it, Buggy. Both Luffy and Buggy have a different kind of crazy luck. And we're getting to the point of the story where Buggy is finally fighting for his own freedom, his own will. No more drifting through life. He's galvanizing his men and even turning citizens. He's galvanizing citizens to go up against Marines for Cross Guild. He's taking control of Cross Guild, which has Crocodile and Mihawk there. Everybody is looking for the One Piece. Even the government is looking for the One Piece because whoever finds the One Piece controls the fate of the world. Luffy might not be king of the pirates anymore. He might just end up being king of the world. But here we get to the tragic part. The tragic part that I kind of alluded to in the Wano video. Luffy's identity is built around chasing the dream of finding the One Piece and being king of the pirates. So what happens when he finally gets it? An astronomically huge part of Luffy's identity will be gone. A void, gone. Like Lelouch. And that happens the moment he lays hands on whatever the One Piece is. The moment he hears whatever information the One Piece has for him. It's kind of like how Ash Ketchum's story quickly ended after he finally won the Pokemon League and became a Pokemon champion. He always wanted to be a Pokemon master. That was the whole thing that he wanted to do. After he finally won the Pokemon League after all those years, now he gets booted from his own show. I think it's a very similar situation when it comes to Luffy. What if that's how the story ends? He becomes a living legend by dying like one. And the crew end up going their separate ways, having their own crew, kind of similar to how the Rocks Pirates and how the Roger Pirates did before, with some of them maybe even turning into emperors. Each Straw Hat becomes a notorious leader of their own. And like I said, for the 37th time, the anime is not caught up to the end of Egghead right now. So this would be the perfect time to talk about the difference between watching the anime and reading the manga for not just Egghead, but for all of One Piece. I'm really glad I started One Piece with the anime. The visuals made the arcs really easy to follow, especially in Egghead where things are jumping around a lot. Inside the barrier, outside of Egghead, Sorbet Kingdom flashbacks, the Kamabuka Queendom cutaways, the Revolutionary Army's memories. The anime makes those jumps way easier to track. Not to mention the great voice acting and music that comes with the One Piece's anime. The anime doesn't just show you what's happening, through audio and visual, it makes you feel it. But reading the manga has its own strength as well. You control the pace. You also feel the tension and suspense without the music necessarily telling you how to feel, because when something good is about to happen, they'll start playing the something good is about to happen music. But sometimes when reading the manga, silence makes everything feel more real. I'm really glad that I didn't have to read all of Egghead. I got to start 70% of it by watching it and then reading the last 30% of it. And some more questions that I have after watching Egghead. Is Luffy done getting better and better as a fighter? Like, in every arc before Egghead, the whole show, each arc that goes by, Luffy adds a piece to his game. And after achieving Gear 5, I would think that that's over now. So Luffy's strength is just gonna be Luffy's strength. I don't know, we'll see in Elbaf. And also, about Dragon, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but we've seen him grieve over Clover, we've seen him grieve over Sabo and Kuma. He has a heart, he has a soft spot. And he claims to have a soft spot for Luffy, but he doesn't really show it. I disassociated Dragon from being Luffy's dad. I don't even see him as Luffy's dad. And when I separate that, that makes him much more likable as a character for me. He does all of these amazing things, and he fights for love, and he fights for justice, and he frees people, but he's like a deadbeat dad. So I kind of see Garp as Luffy's dad, and Dragon is nothing to him, which makes me feel a lot better about him as a character. And also, shout out Frankie. He from Baltimore. Don't think I missed that last time, but I didn't shout it out in the video, but I did want to shout that out. That was a nice touch. He's not really from Baltimore. He kind of lived there, but you know, it's Charm City. It's Charm City. And yeah, I did some research. I did some light research on that. Turns out Baltimore was a place, like the real life American Baltimore is a place that actually had a lot of pirates in it. Thank you for watching. Hopefully by this time, I convince you to hit that subscribe button. Please leave a like, it really helps the channel out a lot. And please leave a comment because y'all are my One Piece community. And just like that, that is where the story stands. Elbaf is unfolding right now, and only Oda knows how long that will take, or how far it will take us. Who will find the One Piece? If Luffy finds it, what will happen after? Will Luffy suffer Roger's same fate? This journey has been everything. I am genuinely grateful that I even gave this series a chance because it gave me something that I didn't even know I needed. But then again, this isn't the end. Not for the story and definitely not for me. I got theories. Big ones. Starting with questions that we've been asking since chapter 1. What or who is the One Piece? That will be the focus of my next video, and I promise gonna shake things up. Thank you, seriously, for giving the bread show a chance and sticking with me all the way through this massive video. And also, another thing I wanna say is that a story like One Piece, there's no way that it's gonna end in a way that satisfied everyone. There's just too much love, there's just too many threads, too many stories that need to be tied up. But maybe that's the point, because One Piece was never really about the ending. I'd say it's more about the journey, and I'm just getting started. Hopefully I convince y'all to subscribe to the channel and leave a like for this video. I hope y'all enjoyed it. I put a lot into this whole collective effort, and it's just hopefully being shown in this video. Me personally, I have nothing else to say but this. Spread love, give inspiration in all you do, and peace out.
Welcome to the Crash Show. Take 2.